Teesside Autodrome, the home of the British 24-hour kart race. Hello and welcome to Teesside Autodrome, where in just over half an hour's time, 96 teams and over 450 drivers will take part in the 2022 British 24-hour race. I am David Sullivan. I will be joined for the entire event by Andrew Mather, a returning Howard Mitchell, and this lovely man, Mr. Tom Butterworth. Tom, you're going to take us through the owner-driver grid, then we're going to go to an onboard lap, and then Howard's going to take us through the rest of this mammoth grid. So I'll hand you the microphone and let you use your feet.
Thank you very much, like passing the Olympic torch. I'm using my feet because David can't use his. He's over here. We love him very much. He had a bit of an incident the other night. We'll talk about that a lot on the stream and fire pelters at him. First of all, we're going to go over to our pole sitters and leaders of the pro class. Asher Blythe took pole position. You were the driver behind the wheel at the time. Obviously, coming off the back of an amazing result as well at Le Mans 2 weeks ago, winning that overall. How's it going for you this weekend so far? Pretty good?
Yeah, we're on the new Apollo chassis. We're giving that a shot this weekend. Yeah, it's been quick, but it's 24 hours, so it's a long race.
Mixed conditions as well. Obviously, it goes quite well in the wet so far. Conditions in the dry, going to suit it as well?
Yeah, it's been quick in the dry as well, so all around a good kart.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Asher. Thanks for talking to us. Hope you go well this weekend. This is your pole sitter in Elites. Jack, can we borrow you for a moment? Jack, this is the 111 MSJSR. Jack, how's it going this weekend?
Yeah, good week of testing. Mixed conditions in qualifying led to last-minute scenarios. Luckily, got a banker lap in the very end.
Right, yeah, it was right at the very end as well. It's pretty much the last lap completed in qualifying, and it's obviously put you right to the front of the grid as well. There's been some penalties as well, which I'll come on to as I'm walking down the grid, but are you going to be looking to sort of wait for them coming through, or are you just flat out from the start?
Yeah, just got to progress. We've got to make the most of where we are. With some of the faster teams at the very back of the grid, we just need to try and push on and get as much of a gap as we can whilst we can.
Great stuff. Thanks very much for talking to us, Jack. So that's your pole sitter in Elites. Your pole sitter in Club is this one here. This is the 818 Dazzle. We got a member to come and talk to us. What's your name? Where do you come from?
Connor White, not far from here.
Not far away. Stuck it on pole for Clubman, so that's going to give you a good advantage going straight into the race. Mixed conditions as well. Is that what you're hoping for the rest of the race, or are you hoping it dries up?
Could be a bit of either, I suppose. Say we're all right in both, hopefully. It's more about just surviving the 24 hours, I think. So.
Well, you're in a good place to start off anyway, third on the grid. It doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah.
How are your running legs?
Yeah, all nice and warmed up. Going to give it everything. Sprint, send it at the start.
Great stuff. Of course, we have the Le Mans style start here, so they'll be starting on this side of the grid over here. All the drivers will run across the grid, jump in their karts and get going. Now, somebody I've wanted to speak to for a long while on camera is Jess Alexander. Jess, how's it been this week? Because you've been here since, what, Thursday last week, I think?
Yeah, Thursday last week we came down, we did the double header sprint, and we stayed here until now. We've been testing since Wednesday.
And we've got the rest of the lineup of the team on here as well. We'll get the camera to have a look at that as well. Walk us through the team. Who's looking strong? Who's your weak link, if there is one?
Oh, you can't ask
in
me
the 42.
I don't think we have one. I think everybody's been pretty strong. We've all been pretty fast in testing. Everybody's been consistent. We've been good through the traffic. But for the 24-hour, especially with this many corporates, it's a lottery. It's making sure that we don't crash into people.
It's going to be mixed conditions. What are you hoping for? Wet or dry?
Some rain would be nice. We were very fast in the wet in qualifying, so I could do with some rain. But we were fast in the dry. We've been happy with the kart in the dry as well. So we're happy either way, and we'll see where we are in 24 hours from now.
Great stuff. Thank you very much for talking to us, and good luck for this weekend. So we're going to move on. So we've got the MS11. This is Car Shop. So this is like pretty much an Isle of Man team. Is that right?
Pretty much, yes, it is.
Sorry, I haven't introduced you. This is Dan Crossley, perennial runner here. How many 24 hours have you done here, Dan?
I think maybe 6 or 7 now.
Okay.
Close to that.
Well, you've always been at the front whenever I've been here, and I've been coming here for about the same.
Yeah, it's been a while now, hasn't it? Yeah.
So it's no surprise to find you at the front of the grid again. Chances for this weekend?
I think it's just been getting through the traffic, keeping out of trouble. Pace is obviously one thing, but keeping the kart going round and round is the biggest thing overall, really. It's 24 hours. I've said it before. It's a long race. Just got to see what happens at the end.
You've got the Boogie Bunch with the fan club as well, so
Yeah,
we'll keep them on the comment stream as well and keep giving them a shout out as well. So great to see these guys. I think these guys are second in Clubman. This is the 303 Racing guys. We'll run through why it's called 303 Racing because we've got a great story to tell. Good friend of Alpha Live as well. Of course, you normally find him manning the camera at Christmas Corner at Wilton Mill. Slavek, how's things going this weekend?
As you can see, very well. He did the quali, so he can tell you how he messed up in the last lap. Because we're supposed to be first, not second, but yeah.
Supposed to be first in class, but still happy with second and a long way to go. So what do we think the chances are holding position and pushing through?
I think you should do back in me in 24 hours and half hour, and I can answer you that.
No problem. Will do. We'll come and chat to you at the end then. Thanks very much. Cheers. So we're going to move on down. So this is my outsider for the win here. I'm going to say this quietly. But this is my outsider, certainly for not so much outsider for the podium, but my dark horse for the overall win. This is Team Tate. So keep your eyes on them coming through. Very, very, very fast lineup. Very fast team. We're going to speak to, I think, nominated spokesman.
Yeah.
This is Tony Pogson, formerly my team boss.
Oh, come on.
With 77 Offline Motorsport, just down here. Tell us about your record in this race, Poggy, because it's one that really is sort of unbeatable, really, so far.
Well, you know, we try. It's something to be proud of. I think we've only not finished on the podium once, so we ain't going to jinx it this year. But we're strong.
We're trying not to.
We're trying not to. But we're strong. We're strong. We're even stronger this year than we were last year. And we narrowly missed out. You know, one pit stop, we would have beat them.
But going hard as always.
Flat out this time. No fuel save, no nothing.
No lift and coast.
No lift and coast.
Great stuff. All right, well, Poggy is the Ross Brawn of the grid with the strategy calls and things, so we'll keep an eye on them as well. Thank you very much for talking to us. We're going to have this is the final one at the top of the grid. Steve, we're going to wish you a very happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
For today. Your birthday, we won't tell people how old you are, but instead of that, let's talk about the race.
Yep.
Kart looks good, but I've heard there were some problems overnight.
Yeah, a little bit. Some slight changes on the axle and stuff like that, so we're just going through bearings and bits and pieces. One thing led to another, and we just ended up putting a new axle in, had a little bit of a welding done as well, so one thing led to another, which just set us back a lot of hours. So, but it's done, it's finished, it's going well. P10 for number 10. It looks good. So, yeah,
so a late start, but an early morning as well, on top of the prep for a 24-hour race.
Yeah, definitely.
Not ideal, but go well.
Yeah,
cheers, guys, for talking to us. So, gonna shoot off down the grid a little bit more now. So we'll focus on some of the karts as well. So get these beautiful colour schemes in that everybody spends so much time on. I'm going to try and find. Oh, here we are, actually. We're back up a little bit. So this is the 113 of Red Graphics, and I'm just going to give them a big shout out as well, because they've done pretty much all of the sticker kits that you're going to see here today, including a lot on the hires as well. So big shout out to Red Graphics. Danielle from the team works really, really hard to get all these beautiful colour schemes printed out and made for the teams and designed as well. She designs a lot of them. So really big shout out. We've got a group of GrabX here. We've got the triple threat of GrabX coming through. So we'll keep an eye on those guys as well. They're all running 7 kart chassis as opposed to what most of the grid are on, either MS chassis or Apollo chassis this year. But moving on, but the GrabX are all running 7s, so they're all grouped together as well, which shows that their pace is really consistent. What we want to focus on here as well, this is the 881 of Blue Speed Racing. So racing in Hello and welcome back to Teesside. In terms of audio, we are back and ready to go here at Teesside. Apologies for the break-up in the grid walk there. There was quite a bit that we still had to cover, and unfortunately we haven't been able to bring that to you. So my deepest apologies about that. We were finishing off the story on Miller Buchanan, who unfortunately passed away at Crail a few weeks ago in a motorbike accident, and that's what the guys at Blue Speed Racing are there for, and racing in memory of as well. So our hearts go out to them. And also we have as well the British 24-hour solo, so in fact the world 24-hour solo karting record is up for grabs this weekend as well, which was something we were going to cover on the grid. But fortunately, we have a pre-recorded interview with Joe Patterson, who is going hard in that one. Howard, I'm going to throw to you. You were going to obviously take us through the owner-driver grid on a grid walk. But obviously that isn't happening. So would you like to do it from here instead?
Yeah, certainly. Let's do it, mate. I'd just say whilst I'm getting things in order, absolute pleasure and privilege to be back here. It's been a 2-year break for myself, so it's absolutely fantastic to be back at Teesside for the British 24 Hours of Karting. So yeah, the pole sitters. I mean, it's a cracking field, this high kart field this year. I know we say words that affect every year, but this is fantastic. 61 kart entry for our higher classes, 4 subclasses, your elites, your pros, your clubmans and your novices. And on pole for them this year, and hoping that they can retain that position through to the end, no doubt, is the 555 of the renowned Vankels Mazda enthusiast. You can tell that from the design of the Nassau panel that they've got on the front of the car, harking back to Mazda's very successful sports car days, the 787 B, etc. And yeah, they finished 7th in the pros class last year, where they find themselves, they're in the pros class again this year. They find themselves on the pole position. That team of Matthew Brain, Michael Shepherd, Ben Stewart and Ollie Hobbs, they are your pole sitters for hire karts. CSM Racing in the 181, they're second overall within the hires. I say overall within the hires. Overall, they've got all of the owners in front of them, of course. But CSM there, the highest of the clubman teams there on the grid, all in the same machinery, of course, across these classes. So those subclasses, they're something to keep an eye on, but that overall fight is going to be fantastic across the field. Third place in the pro class a year ago, Core Blimey Racing are third within the higher kart class. Badger's Best Racing next up in 4th on the grid. And last year's winners in hires, Race for Reuben, racing to raise money for Children's Cancer North. Do please check out their Just Giving page. It is justgiving.com / race 4, that's the number 4, so race 4 Reuben 95. Race 4 Reuben 95. So definitely check that out. They, as I say, are reigning champions in hire karts coming into this year. They line up 5th on the grid. They are, of course, in the elite subclass within that. Garage 29 Graphics, the number 629, are next up. Paul Watson and Chris Cutler, 2 winners within the higher kart field from last year, then competing with the A66 squad. But now with Garage 29 Graphics, so there are 2 race winners from last year joining Thomas Thorpe and Ben Lockyer on that team. V3 Racing are next in 7th on the higher kart grid. Then it's LADDS Racing, is that how we're going to... I think that's how we're going to say that. In 8th. Lads Racing. Is it just Lads Racing? There we are. I was trying to spice that up a bit with LADDS. There we go. Lads
I'm on
Racing.
mute. There we go. It's Lads.
Lads Racing.
Lads
ABC Racing are next in 9th, and they are the highest placed pro subclass kart on the grid for them. Rounding out the top 10, last year's Clubman's winners, A66 in the number 66. They round out the top 10. SKA Racing are next A lot of experience in that squad. Then it's the 111 of JS Racing. Next up then, 13th in the hire karts, the one that we're going to have to, the Norfolk N Chance squad.
The chances.
The chances indeed. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Important mantra for competing in this event. 14th there, and the fifth highest placed clubman kart on the grid. BCW Mulsanne Racing Nets. Newmarket Hornets are 16th. Then it's Chadwick Racing in the number 29. Stilts Racing in the number 92. And 24 Hours for Diabetes UK, rounding up 19th on the grid. Then it is Good Ship, the kart that came second in novices last year. They round up the top 20 in higher karts. Another core blimey kart, the 213, this one is 21st. Then it's Honolulu, the first of the Honolulu karts, the number 25. Lines up 22nd on the grid. Third in the novice class from last year. Maple Motorsport, the number 74, are in 23rd place on the grid. They're in the clubman subclass this year. Then it's Simtech Super Pink, the 666. LC Racing in the 143. Scenario 77 Straight Through Crew are next. Then it's Bonato Receding Racing and Ties Racing in 30th. I'm going to end it there because I think we're good for a start, Butters.
There we go. We are very, very close to having a start here. Drivers are already making their way across. So in a moment, that will give me great pleasure to introduce back into the commentary box, once again for the 24-hour, Mr. Andrew Mather.
Good morning, everybody. It's just about, we were a few minutes before noon here at Teesside Autodrome for the start. And one of my favourite points of the whole karting season, the start of the British 24-hour, here for another one. And I really do think this is going to be a tricky one, even by 24-hour standards. The conditions out there, if you ask me as I put my driver hat on, are horrible. It's muggy, it's sticky, it's deceptively tricky out there, especially for the endurance of the drivers in the karts. And there are dark clouds within sight of us here at Teesside Autodrome. It's going to be a very unpredictable British 24-hour, I feel. See the stream stretching all the way back to the exit of hairpin number 4 through the dogleg. Massive field here of both hire karts and the owner karts.
Slightly different this year, actually, that we're going around the corner.
Yes.
Normally, we go straight through the cut-through and down South Bank, and they're actually lined up this year. I believe it's because of the sheer volume of karts that we've got this year, that they're actually going around the corner towards hairpin 4.
They'd be up on the bank if they weren't.
Well, exactly. They would be, you know, almost a lap down before they get going. So we have the Le Mans style start here. The drivers will sprint across the grid, jump in the karts, and away they go. There's a risk factor involved in that, of course, with how it goes. We've also got to talk about some penalties that were applied as well during qualifying as well. Most notable of which is the 24-hour record attempt by Joe Patterson, but also the 43 MS Soco Select team, who are multiple winners of this event. Connor Lucas looks like he's taking the start. I can see across the grid from the commentary box at the moment, but they have been put right to the very back of the owner grid. Quite a few penalties applied, in fact, after qualifying. All 4 Parc Fermé infringements post-qualifying. But that's where they start, so we will look for them coming through fairly quickly. And Connor, we know, is incredibly fast. So we will look for them coming through the grid very, very quickly.
Indeed, bit of a breeze across the circuit.
It's very mixed conditions here,
Yeah.
and it could change in a heartbeat.
It's probably to those at home or watching on the Alpha live stream. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. You're thinking, like, Andrew, what are you on about? It looks pretty good. It's dry. It's not too hot, but as I say, it's very muggy out there. We have seen this race change on a dime before when it comes to weather. I don't think we're going to have as dramatic rain as some years, but I think it's going to be that on-off nature of the weather that's going to make it very tricky for the drivers to keep on top of.
The one thing they don't have to worry, though, of course, strategy on tyres, because there's no wet tyres in this race.
Correct. Everybody will run on slick tyres regardless, so that evens up that playing field. What doesn't, what skews it slightly is whether drivers or whether the teams have gone for wet or dry setups on the car.
Yeah.
Now, I know of several teams that I've spoken to who have gone for a full dry setup. It's going to be quite tricky to change it mid-race, let's just say that. But quite a few of the teams have gone for full dry setup. So if it gets wet, those teams who have gone for a wet setup are then going to have an advantage. And we could see a yo-yo effect as the weather changes. I think it is going to be dry for the most part through this event, but there will be showers. I mean, there usually is here. It's very unusual that we don't get rain at this particular event at some point. Andrew is now loading up the weather.
Just having a look at my sources, that is reporting rain starting in 57 minutes. We have, we've been here before going into hour 2, having a deluge of rain. Doesn't look like on the weather forecast it would be that heavy. The tension continues to grow. I think we're just waiting for noon on the dot.
We've got a couple minutes to go, so in fact, the flag is in the air, so we're going early. The flag is in the air. Drivers are ready. And away they go. Across the grid they go. Jumping into the karts and heading off down the grid for 24 hours of racing. Looks like a good start from the pole sitter. Team Take 2, Rosso Corsa. And I think that's 42. I think that's Jess Alexander in the 42 has taken second place as they head down to Ribs Bend for the first time.
And we've seen drama down here at Rib Bend, and there's a spinner towards the back of the owners. There's going to be more karts off a field because all the hires were about to come through there through Rib Bend. So incident at the first braking zone of the 2022 British 24-hour. It's a good start for those at the front of the field as they head along the Bob Pope straight towards the Wiggles for the first time. Now this is going to be interesting. There are wet patches through here. If you try and go 2 or 3 wide through this part of the circuit, you could be in trouble going into hairpin 1. The 104 is having a slight issue there, waiting for the hires to come through now. They are trying to go side by side. There's been a change for the lead at the front of hire. The number 95 of Race for Ruben has taken the lead in hire. It looks like everybody is making it through Butters unscathed, which is good to see. A couple of drivers towards the back having trouble with those wet patches that we talked about earlier. But all in all, good start for the vast majority of the field.
Yes, Connor Lucas has already made up around about 10, maybe even 12 places on this grid as well. So we'll get them across the line for the first time and give you a full running order, or as close as we can, given the action that's taking place. So it is 42 MS Lucas Racing has now taken the lead across the line in first place. Definitely that is piloted by Jess Alexander. TTM2 Rosso Corsa, then it's MS Car Shop, second in elite. TTM Rosso Corsa, of course, is in the pro class. Then it's Dazzle, your clubman leader. Then it's Team Tate, X Racing, Red Graphics, MSJSR, 303 Racing and Omega Racing rounding out your top 10.
Already trouble for the 104 of Rethink Racing 2. They have come into the pits at the end of lap 1. There is a yellow flag out down towards Rib Bend as well, C. So there is at least one kart still in trouble from what I say. We saw a spinner in the last quarter of the owner field. Battles going on up and down the order. We can see we've got a group of 5 karts in a second group battling over 4th place. Jess Alexander leading this race in the early stages, coming round hairpins 3 and 4 to lead in the number 42 MS Lucas Racing. A lot of work has gone into this team so far this year, and this has been the perfect start for them here at Teesside.
Yeah, they've had a flyer here, and Jess has been very, very quick all year, taking first win here in the Sprint Series just very recently as well. So that's going to stand her in good stead for this race. We've got a technical defect for the number 10, which I'll come on to in a moment.
Now, if that's in owners, that's the X Racing Clubman entry, currently leading the BPEG Pro Class Championship.
Yes, and they've got a mechanical flag gone out, so they'll have to come into the pits. Not sure what that's for, but we'll keep an eye on it as they come through. Through the Wiggles they go, and out, through the D chicane and out onto the back section into Ribs Bend. We're focusing on the higher class here as they're still trying to sort themselves out. We're now on to lap 2 of this race, lap 3 of this race, and they're still side by side trying to figure themselves out.
The other kart that I think is in trouble, Butters, is the Full Throttle Racing 201. That's the entry in higher novice. They are off the back of the field at the moment, but apart from them, they have now completed a full lap of the circuit, so it is just the 104 Rethink Racing 2 that are in trouble in these early stages.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on their progress as well. Jess Alexander not managing to break away from Asher Blythe at the moment, who spoke to on the grid. MS Car Shop is still there within a second as well, but there is a gap now forming back to Team Tate. And so you can see them heading down the back straight already, coming into traffic, and that's Bolt slightly as they come in front of the commentary box. Jess Alexander in the lead of this race. So that is now brought back into play. There's now 5, 6 of them in a line, which has got Jack Morris in the 111 on the tail of that. So the front 6 are all nose to tail now as they head round South Bank once more. We are still looking at the higher carts as they head through the D chicane and on to the front straight down towards Ribbs Bend. This is the drone shot.
Just to confirm, I don't know if we did this, that yes, it is the X Racing number 10, currently in 7th place, that has been shown the mechanical flag. They have not come in yet to serve that. We'll try and catch an eye and see what is the cause of that mechanical flag, because you wouldn't expect any kind of durability issues at this stage of the race.
No, exactly, and new for this year as well, we've got our ticker on the left-hand side now that will scroll through all of our entries. So you can see, if you are here supporting a team, you can see exactly where they are. 95 karts out on track, as you can see. This year, which I believe is certainly a recent record. I'm not sure whether it's the overall record. I'll get to the bottom of that. That was Connor Lucas just going through on Costa Karitsis in the GrabX to take what would be 11th place on the road. So from 37th on the grid up to 11th already, and they are now well into the traffic.
Change for the lead going into South Bank. The leaders have now caught the back end of the higher traffic. That is it. That is it for clean running for the rest of this 24-hour race. They will not get clean track between now and the end of the race, but as I say, there have been a few moves. It's the number 318, which is your new leader, TTM, cutting through from 3rd to 1st there on lap number 4.
Yeah, and this is where it starts to get really, really tricky now for the owners, because this is the first time that they're heading into this massive pack of hire carts to put them one lap down. And the key issue here is that they are still nose to tail, and in some places they're still 2 wide and 3 wide even in places. They come into hairpin 1, you can see on your screen. So it's really, really tricky for the owners to get through this, not only cleanly but safely. And now that mechanical flag has now been upgraded to a black flag for number 10. They have, I can see them just coming through hairpin 1 now, out of the commentary box window. There's something hanging off from the rear. I think it's a loose chain guard. I think it's a loose chain guard.
Yes.
He's just had a look down and spotted it. I've just seen him come out onto the back straight, have a look over the shoulder and spot it. Now, this is where, as I was saying, where they're starting to make their way through the traffic for the first time. They're headed through most of the back of the hires already, and they're into the mid-pack now, and this is where it becomes even more tricky, because these guys really are now scrapping for position. They're not giving an inch, or they're not wanting to give an inch. There's 6 owner carts nose to tail, and the 10 is now in. The 10 has spotted their penalty, and they are in. But yeah, where these owner carts are now having to try and play it safe, but be fast and make progress as well, as we've got another driver off at the exit of the D chicane, just going through Paddock Bend.
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm a little bit surprised with X Racing there. That is a bit of an own goal in the first hour of the race. Okay, not great to get a mechanical flag and have problems in this time, but endurance racing is about reducing mistakes, reducing penalties, reducing the time of the pits. That's now going to be, still, you've got to repair the karts for that mechanical, and you're going to get a little bit of a talking to from the race stewards.
Yes.
At your time and at your leisure.
At their leisure.
At their leisure.
At their leisure, yes.
Yeah, that's
it could be a big hold-up.
bit of a poor one there from the number 10. That they've
Big
cost
change.
themselves a lot more time than they need to.
Big changes at the front of the race as well. So Team Tate have now taken the lead with Red Graphics now in second. 42 of Jess Alexander through this traffic has now dropped to third and around about half a second back. Our early lead is Rosso Corsa. I'm going to do that throughout the race because it's TTM2 Rosso Corsa. So Rosso Corsa are now showing in 5th place as they came across the line, with the 111 JSR in 6th. Leader of Clubman is now a 303 Racing in 8th, and Dazzle in 10th. So pole sitters Dazzle, who we did manage to speak to on the grid, they're now in 10th. I think it's Connor White, who we spoke to on the grid, who's going out for the first stint. Keeping an eye on Hires as well as they stream through. Your leader in Hires is currently... I'm trying to find how I scroll down on our timing.
That's okay. If I do this one.
There we go. Thank you, David. Andrew. Sorry, that's my.
JS Racing.
See, I've called you Howard and I've called you David now, so eventually we'll get there. So JS Racing leading Hires. We'll run us through the hire group.
Yeah, so JS Racing, 36th place overall, leading the pro entry by less than a tenth of a second at the last count. It's a spin in hairpin 1. It's the 100 kart. I think that's CFK Granada. The Spanish team, they've got going again now, but they were in 72nd place. They'll be slipping down. Let's go back to the top of the order though. In higher, JS Racing, the pro entry. Will come on to the class explanations in a minute. Leading ahead of last year's winner's race for Ruben. Honolulu by Sa in 3rd place, and that is a team that I like the look of. But as the number 25, we've seen them race strongly before on the continent in races such as the 24 hours of Le Mans kart race as part of the 24-hour karting series. They're here in the UK. Great to have them at Teesside, and they've had a strong start to this edition of the race.
Yes, before the race, myself, Andrew, Howard and David all wrote down some teams who we think will make the podium this year in overall for owners and overall for hires, and there was one particular name as we look at 113 Red Graphics, yes. Going side by side through hairpin 1 and 2 with Jess Alexander in that 42. I'm going to have a look at who's driving the 318, which is Team Tate, your leader.
Sam Spinale in for the 113 Red Graphics. These two drivers, Alexander and Spinale, very accustomed to each other on the racetrack, both in BPEC, also series such as the BUKC and Club 100 over the years.
I thought I recognised the helmet. It's Aaron Alexander, I think.
Yep.
In Team Tate, so leading the race at the moment. I'm going to wait for him to come back in front of the commentary box again, just so I can 100% confirm that. But a very, very strong lineup for Team Tate this year, with Scott Tate, Dan Tate, Connor Jupp, Austin Monday, and Aaron Alexander as well. So really, really strong lineup. There, Scott Tate, winner of various rounds here at Teesside in the Owner Driver Sprint Series. Connor Jupp, of course, 2020 X30 IARMY World Champion. Aaron Alexander has won the Junior Pro Kart Series here as well. And Austin Monday won the race last year in the 133Q racing. So yes, fantastic lineup for Team Tate, and they're showing really, really well already. I said on the grid that I thought they were going to be strong, and they're already showing that pace. Being pushed along now by 113 and 42. MS, in fact, there they are on screen, and it is Aaron Alexander, and now there's been a change for the lead. And Red Graphics have now taken the lead.
As ever, 10 minutes down. It's been very frantic out there on circuit. It's getting warm in the box, it's getting warm out on circuit. Rain still reported to be closing in, about 20 minutes away, so don't go anywhere if you're sat at home and thinking, oh well, the race is in a rhythm now, I'll go make a cup of tea. Don't, because it could all change at any minute. More of the traffic for the leaders to deal with, and it is the 113 at the front of the field, so Sam Spinale, see getting involved there as well. The number 11 MS Car Shop, and this is what it's going to be like, Butters, isn't it, throughout the course of this race, that when these owner karts together on track, it's going to look more like a 20-minute sprint as opposed to a 24-hour race. Jess Alexander thought was going to go down the inside of Sam Spinell there into hairpin number 3.
Well, normally when we do the sprint series here, and in fact she does and takes the lead. Takes the lead back from Sam Spinell in the 113 red graphics, and side by side goes Aaron Alexander round the outside and taking second place into the D chicane. Goes Team Tate. So TTM Motorsport Team Tate. The 111 of MSJSR, which is Asher Blythe, that's now in 6th place. Sorry, not Asher Blythe in that one. It is Jack Morris, I think, that's driving that. It's just set the fastest lap of the race. In fact, there you see back on the train now. So there is a train of 6 karts again. Connor Lucas already starting to make his way onto the back of this group of 6. So from last on the grid in terms of owner karts, already starting to pick his way through and onto the back of this train of 6. So it's very soon it's going to be 7, potentially even 8 karts in this train now that they've got a bit of clear air in front of them and have made their way through the higher karts for the first time. But what I was going to say is that normally when we do the sprint races here, we'd already have done a sprint race by about 5 minutes. So we're well done in that respect, but we still have 23 hours and 46 minutes here to go. Strap in and hold tight, folks. This is going to be a good one.
You're watching live coverage of the 2022 British 24-hour here on Alpha Live. New round here. If you don't mind clicking that subscribe button, that'd be absolutely fantastic for the crew here. Very race leaders. Jess Alexander having cycled back to the front of the order now. Comments coming in. Any support for Simtech and FTR. Pace at the moment. I was just referring back to some of the laps from last year, Butters, that we saw high 112s as the fastest lap times from last year. At the moment, we're already seen some 113s out there. In fact, actually, I'll tell you what, we've seen a very fast lap time. 1 minute 12.101, 102 rather, for MS Soco Select.
Yeah, that's
champions
Connor
of this
Lucas.
race previously, of course. That is a very good lap time to be seeing in the first 15 minutes of this race.
It certainly is, and I've been told unofficially in practice that the 112 barrier got broken as we look at Aaron Alexander now retaking the lead from Jess. There, we've got some still images on screen there that have been taken early doors. But yeah, taking the lead from Jess Alexander. So they swapped at the end of the previous lap, and they have now re-swapped again. So not working together, not choosing to work together so far. It's all just a 24-hour sprint and a scrap at the moment, Andrew.
Yeah, Michael Burke makes a good comment there to say that did a 24-hour a few years ago. It was just a long sprint race.
It certainly is, and Michael Burke, of course, watching from Australia as well.
Yes.
So let us know what the weather's like there, Michael, and keep us up to date on your happenings and things, because it's great to have our Australian viewers, as well as some American viewers as well that we've got this year, and various other countries in the world. Let us know where you're watching from and who you are watching and supporting. We've got a contact warning has gone out for Team BPR. That's in Owner Clubman. Jess Alexander still working her way through the traffic here, right on the tail now of Aaron Alexander. Spinell there getting bulked slightly as they came out of hairpin 4.
Yellow flags over
in
start
fact, even
finish.
more, and there were yellow flags there. So they were all going side by side and very quickly had to drop into line. So there's a bit of contact front to rear from about 3 or 4 of them there. Lucas now up to 5th place in the MS Soco Select kart, but they're in a train now of 5 or 6 karts that goes from 3rd all the way down to 8th. So Mega Racing. Then it's Grabex who have now taken Clubman, the leading Clubman owners, the 88 of Grabex Racing. You've got Costa Karitsis at the wheel of that. Of course, Costa, great friend of ourselves. Massive petrol head. He's pretty much driving something on a racetrack every single weekend, and sometimes even during the week as well.
I wonder what you were going to say. The Greek god of speed.
He is the Greek god of speed.
Showing his skills out there, making his way through the traffic. Hasn't always had the best of luck at this event. We know his credentials. We wish that team the best of luck. Hello to Porsche Sports as well. Say hello, comms team. JC supporting Simtech Motorsport. 3 karts for them. 12, 420 and the 666. And hello to Nigel as well, watching from Lincoln, supporting Safe and Close Racing.
Oh, big news.
Oh, wow.
We've got a black flag for 42 and 318. So your 2 leaders, Team Tate and Lucas Racing, black flags. So that's going to put them around about a lap off the pace, almost straight away. I'm wondering whether that was overtaking under yellow flags through the dogleg.
Yep.
Everybody else behind them slowed up, and it's given them the gap of 2 seconds.
Yep, I think you might be onto the money there, Butters. I mean, that is pure speculation from us, but that's what we like to do. But what we do know is that both of those karts are going to have to come into the pits.
Yes. And that's going to promote Red Graphics went over the line at the front of that pack, but now Lucas has overtaken Car Shop. I'm looking for the 113 Red Graphics. Oh, there it is. Oh, we've got 133 on the back of that one. That's Team Tate 2. Oh, in fact, there they go. 113 is coming in. Not sure why, though. Okay, so we've got Red Graphics in the pits. I didn't see Team Tate come in, and I didn't see MS Lucas either.
That would make sense.
But there is Red Graphics. They're getting fuel now. So maybe this is an unscheduled scheduled stop.
Another car that we just saw in there as well, the number 95 of race for Ruben. So yeah, we should say that there's an element of fuel usage in this first phase that isn't the same as we'll see across the course of the race, depending on how much fuel has been used during the practice session and the qualifying session.
Qualifying, yes, indeed.
In terms of the strategy, you have to consider it as part of the event to get yourself from start to finish. Just hearing, thank you to David, in our little paddock chat, that the black flags were for contact.
Oh.
So that's why both the 42 and the 318 have been summoned into pit lane. And both of them are in. Both of them are now in.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on where they're going to filter back out. But that has now promoted Connor Lucas in the 43 to the front of this race. So started at the back, and it's took him 20 minutes to get to the front. Not bad going, that really, is it?
Not at all. And I think
they've got a stellar lineup this year as well.
That'll be a bit of an early kick in the stomach for the rest of the field, that they
have that much pace.
Dared to think, well, you know, we know Emersucker Select are very good, but yeah, they won't be at the front in the first hour. Yes, they will, and that is very much down to the mistakes of other teams.
And yeah, they had a penalty at the end of qualifying that demoted them to the back of the owner-driver grid. But obviously it hasn't taken them long at all to make their way through. Their lineup this year, as I said, Andrew, is it's stellar to say the least. We've got Connor Lucas and Josh Falkus, who went toe-to-toe last year for the entirety of the season in the owner-driver sprint series. We're right at the front for the entire series, and yeah, absolutely flying. Then you've got Paul Wilkins, and you've got Charlie Bingham.
Yeah.
Charlie Bingham, of course, won the race last year.
He did. He did indeed.
Paul Wilkins, of course, no stranger to this event either. Has incredible form at this race. Donkey's years in pro karts as well. We'll not say how old Paul is, but he's got plenty. He's 21, yeah, of course, yeah. But plenty of experience. Let's just say that, and pace to go with it.
So Emersucker Select confirmed as your new race leaders at the end of lap number 17 here for the British 24 Hour 2022. MS Car Shop, quarter of a second behind TTM2 Rosso Corsa. Very nicely in third place overall and leading in their category. I feel like now the race is just starting to calm down a bit, although Butters is looking concerned.
No, I'm just trying to find out where so TTM filtered out into 24th. MS Lucas have filtered out into 28th overall, and Red Graphics 113 that came in for that early stop are now 34th overall. So even though they have made their stops, they're still well in front of the hire kart field as well. So it shows the pace that these karts have got this year, that they can, even with a black flag within the first 20 minutes, they're still able to stay in front of the higher teams.
In total, though, they have lost over 30 seconds. 32.7 for the number 42 and 30.9 for TTM.
So it must have been a stop, quick telling off, and then drive out again. And like you say, 30 seconds behind now for, well, near enough both of them.
I'd say the opportunity. Classes. How are they working this year? Across the different
Well, I'll take you through owners. So we've got 3 different classes in owners. We have Elite, Pro, and Clubman. The Elite runners are your ones with the yellow backgrounds that you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. They will be the ones that will filter towards the top in terms of pace. Just overall pace and finishing positions in the championship, driver lineup, pedigree, that kind of thing will put you into the elite category, as we've just had a change for second place as TTM2 Rosso Corsa has now moved ahead of MS Car Shop and gapped them quite significantly by 0.8 of a second there. Then we have the red background, as you can see, for Rosso Corsa. They are in the pro class, so they're a driver standard that as a team aren't quite at the top table, if you like. They are certainly going to be there or thereabouts though overall, and over the course of the 24 hours you will see them as well near the front. Then you have the black backgrounds, which is the largest class for this year, which is the Clubman class for owners. This is by far the biggest group of drivers and teams, and they are the ones who are your weekend warriors, if you like. The ones who are you've got a mixed bag. I mean, you've got Costa Karitsis driving in Clubman at the moment for GrabX and leading that field. And the reason he's leading that field is really he's an elite class driver. But the rest of the team may fall below that and may not be up to that kind of pace and standard, hence them entering into Clubman.
It's a good opportunity, though, for those newer drivers to learn something across the course of this race. A more established team member in there. In hires, it's pretty much the same. You've got the elite class, noted by the sky blue backgrounds on the number boards, pink for the pros, green for the clubmans, and then darker blue for the novices. And what I'm liking seeing in thank you very much, Adam, for pulling up the little graphic there. The hires this year, there's quite a few squads, Honolulu being a very good example, where they've got teams across the board in those classes, almost on a little bit of a ladder system, promoting the development of the series and this kind of racing.
Yeah, it's it's tricky trying to place people as well. In fact, we've had late on, we had the EDKT team changed from pro to elite this morning, so they've actually nominated themselves to go into the pro category of hires. Whoa, as we've got one off here at hairpin 1, trying to pick out the number of that. I think it's the 81.
It's the 81 in owner that's gone off at hairpin.
That's Team BPR, who we saw with a warning earlier on. But they are, well, they were back up and running up to speed, and now they're dropping down again a little bit. So it is still 43 from Rosso Corsa, from Car Shop JSR, and we've got 133 receiving a contact warning, which is Rosso Corsa in second place. So that must have been contact with the hires, I would imagine, because they are still nose to tail at the front of this race. You can just see them heading down on the back straight now. They're about to sweep through your shot at the front of it in South Bank. There they go. That's Connor Lucas and Asher Blythe. We've got a contact warning as well for the 95 of MS Scorchio. They are currently 14th overall and 17 seconds off the lead. Yeah, so it's difficult for when you're categorising the teams as well to get it right.
Yeah.
You know, to be in the right class. Part of the reason I think EDKT have gone into higher elite is that it's such a small class this year.
Yeah.
There's very, very few teams in it, so they nominated themselves to go through that. I think in the hope of getting an overall class podium, and who can blame them?
Absolutely. Good afternoon to our very good friend Ian Williams. He says, good afternoon everyone. I want to wish the best of luck to Joe Patterson, taking on the Mammoth Challenge of driving 24 hours so for charity. Break that Guinness World Record. And Ian saying that he'll be back next year. Good to hear from you, mate. And yeah, definitely hope to see you back here very, very soon.
We'll see if we can get some close-up shots of the stickers as well, because we've had a I did an interview with Joe on Friday, sat down with him and went through the effort and how it's all going to work for him, and we'll bring that to you at various points throughout the show as well. But yeah, it was interesting to see what his tactics were going to be. He's currently showing in 29th place. He's just pounding round at the moment, and we'll see, you know, where he's not going for anything overall in terms of victory or anything like that, except for breaking that distance record, which I believe works out at 966 laps.
So I remember us last year talking about the target of maybe even 1,000.
Yeah, I think, or it might be 920 to break the record, and he worked out that if everything goes to plan, he'll do 966.
We'll see how that effort does get on at the moment. Guinness World Record attempt, not in a specific class, of course. Running in 29th place overall. Thank you, David. 9:28 is the record. Distance required for the record.
No, I wasn't far off then. So 9:28 to break the record, and he thinks he'll do 9:66. So he should beat it fairly comfortably by his reckoning, which in my mind says just do 930 and park it.
Yes.
Then you've definitely broken the record, and you can have a bit of a rest, and you go out and take the flag at the end.
Yeah.
That would be my method of doing it. But then again, I wouldn't be in that position. I wouldn't put myself in that place. 22nd place now for MS Lucas. Still working their way back towards the front, as are Team Tate Motorsport, who are in 20th. So they're starting to work back forwards again. The gap is still around about 30 seconds between them and the leading 43 Kart.
Bottom of the hour, bang on bottom of the hour, and it's time for our first race update. I've just decided how we're going to do this year, Butters.
Okay.
We're going to do highs 1 hour, owners the next hour.
With so many, I think.
With
yes,
so many.
because by the time we get to the bottom of it, we'll have to do it again.
So we'll do the owners here on the odd hour with 23.5 hours of the 2022 British 24 hour to go. Your race leader, the number 43 of MS Soko Selects, they've completed 24, nearly 25 laps as they come through hairpins 3 and 4. In second place at the last count, the 133 of TTM2 Rosso Corsa on your screens at the moment. I don't need to tell you how far behind they are because they're right there, bumper to bumper, coming over the line to finish lap number 25. In third place, the number 11 of MS Car Shop, 4 seconds back. They're in a close battle with the 0111. That's the MS JSR entry in fourth place. I should mention as well that the TTM2 entry is the first kart in Pro. Nexus Sports, the number 17, are in 5th place overall, 4th in Elite. In 6th place, running very nicely indeed at the moment, the number 88 of Grabex Racing. 6th place overall, as we say, and also leading in Club. 7th place at the moment overall. 2nd in Pro is the number 3 of Omega Racing. And they're just ahead of the number 8 in 8th place overall, 3rd in Pro, Grabex Pro. 9th place, the number 77 of Offline Motorsport, just ahead of the 818 of Dazzle. 10th overall for them, 2nd in Club. Top 10 at the moment, covered by 15.1 seconds. In 11th place, 303 Racing, rich history at this event. 303 Racing's 303 Kart is third place in club at the moment, 11th overall. 12th overall, the number 22, and 4th in club is JDM. 13th place and 5th place in club is the number 95 of MS Scorcho. 14th place and 5th in pro is DWS Racing in their number 58. 23.5 seconds off the overall lead. I would expect them to come through the order over the next few hours. Don't rule them out at this early stage. 15th place overall, Gravex Motorsports. That's the clubman entry, the number 36. Just ahead of SMJC 959. They've got credentials around here, and currently they're running 16th place. 17th place at the moment, Prime number 57. They're running well in club, just ahead of the recovering TTM number 318 that had the black flag earlier. The former leaders are now in 18th place overall. They've just got past the number 44 of MSDLCR, relegates them to 19th place. The 881 of Blue Speed Racing is currently completing the top 20 overall. 42 of MS Lucas Racing, that's the other karts that we saw in the lead early on, but has had a black flag due to excessive contact in this first hour. They're now 21st, just ahead of Harry's Hot Wheels, the clubman entry in 22nd. That's the number 94 car. The number 61 car to Valencia are next up in 23rd. Then Red 77, the 213 are in 24th. The number 66 of A66, back again for another year, are running in 25th place at the moment, just ahead of X Racing. They have also had a black flag and a mechanical issue in the first hour here. They're now in 26th overall in their number 10 karts. Then you find the Guinness World Record attempt with Joe Patterson. The number 24 is in 27th place at the moment, 26 laps completed, 900 to go for the record. And Joe's just ahead of Mad Motorsport in their number 40 kart, 28th place. BRM Racing are the last of those in pro, and currently in 29th place. Red Graphics as well. They haven't had a black flag, but they have been in the pits. Potentially a little bit of difference there on strategy for the 113. The last of those running in elite. Currently they're in 30th place and over a minute off the overall lead. Team BPR, the number 81, they've had some thrills and spills out there in the first hour. The number 81 is there in 31st place. They've just taken that position away from the 916 of Reckless Racing. They're there in 32nd. Speed coming in the TSG karting effort, the 158 as well. They've just set their fastest lap of the race so far. They're in 33rd. They are the first of the karts not on the lead lap of the race at this stage. These karts are all one lap down or more from this point in. The 529 are in 34th place. That's Team HWR. Rethink Racing have had a really tough start to this race though. Rethink Racing 2, which we saw in trouble on lap 1 and had to come into the pits on lap 1, they're in 35th place, one lap off the overall lead. And unfortunately, Rethink Racing 1, the 103, are the last of those in the main group of owner karts. They're there in 32nd place, 2 laps off the overall lead. I am just going to scroll down because, yes, no, we do have some more further down the order. Norfolk and Chance, say that all nice and slowly. The number 667 are in 48th place overall. The club entry, the Scenario 77 team with the 077 plate are in 53rd. Maple Motorsport number 74 and 56th. Just looking down, I think that is all of our owners complete. Everybody else who have not been out on the list so far is a hire kart. We'll run down the hire karts in an hour's time.
Wow. While you've been running down that order, I've been keeping my eye on this battle at the front of the race, which has been closing up because Ash Applied set the fastest lap of, or personal best lap on the previous lap with a 1:12.1, almost matching the overall fastest lap so far in the race. So even after 37 minutes, they're still able to set quicker laps. Now that gap has been closed up, but then Connor Lucas got it absolutely sideways into Ribs Bend up the inside of a hire car. I missed which number of hire car it was, but that will have certainly given the hire car a fright because he arrived floating over the bumps at Ribs Bend sideways with the hire car on the outside. So that's certainly a wake-up call if they were dropping off to sleep. This is your Pro Class leader that we are looking at the moment, and as you can see from the graphic, second place on the road, that's Asher Blythe in Team Tank Motorsport 2. So they're starting to make their way now, not just through the hire kart traffic as well, but into some owners as well, which makes it quite a bit more difficult to overtake, because certainly down the straights they've got huge amounts of speed.
Something I'm going to mention, and I'm going to take partial credit for the early stage of this one, because I thought about putting them on my prediction for the top 3 in hires. I thought, no, I don't want to curse them. We've got a new leader in hire, and it's number 67 of SKA Racing, the team down in Swindon, if I'm not mistaken. Good start to the race for them. Currently holding the lead by 0.3 of a second ahead of Honolulu. Another team, Butters, who we've seen here for several years.
Yes, indeed.
Teesside for the British 24 Hour, and that's good to see them, that pro entry, running strongly here in the first hour.
SKA standing for Swindon Karting Arena, and yes, that's where they make their way up from. And yeah, as you said, Andrew, they've been here for a number of years now, always show well. Not always had the best of luck, but always showing well in terms of pace. That gap has suddenly gone from 0.4 of a second to around about 2 seconds now. We'll just get them as they come over the line. 2.1 it is. Through traffic, Asher Blythe got held up quite a bit there, and I was wondering as they came through the reverse corkscrew and up the hill in the mountain section, as Asher sat patiently behind the 81 of BPR, and I was wondering if the roles reversed and that was Connor Lucas, would Connor Lucas have sent it into that corner?
Yes.
And I think the answer is absolutely yes. Asher playing the patient game. As you can see, Connor's all-action driving style down the back straight, weaving between the higher karts and getting it sideways, not just into hairpin 1, but in a straight line as well. He's certainly exciting to watch, isn't he?
Just a bit. It's been a very, very good run so far from them.
So gap going out still, so it is still 2 seconds as they make their way around the back half of the lap. I can't see that closing up much, especially with this traffic through the hairpin as well. That's going to hold up Blythe there as they head out of hairpin 4. We've got a contact one of TYS Racing. But yes, the gap is now around about 10 seconds. It's going to be to third place, which is now being held by the Isle of Man crew of MS Car Shop. That's got Dan Bugard in it, as well as who we spoke to on the grid, Dan Crossley. In fact, I think I've got a funny feeling there's 3 Dans in that team. There's Dan Bugard, Dan Crossley, and Dan Martin. So it's all the Dans.
Like that Alan
In fact, well, that's why I left the gift this morning on the MS Lucas Facebook page of Dan. And then there's also Andrew Delahunty, Will Jones, and Josh Thompson in the team as well.
Doesn't quite work.
No,
anyway.
it doesn't.
We've reached that stage already, ladies and gentlemen. There's the 133 TTM2 Rosso Corsa, looking resplendent there, going up to South Bank. 2 seconds into the gap. They'll be delighted with this, I think, these early stages, mate, because they've, yes, they've got karts ahead to chase down, and they've got 3 elite karts behind them. But I'm looking at that 15-second gap that they've got already at the front of Pro. That's pretty useful at this stage.
It certainly is, and of course, it'll ebb and flow through the 24 hours, and traffic will come into play, the weather will come into play. But if you've got a 15-second gap when you come into the pits and you have a slight fumble, you could still come out in the lead of your class. So very important to bear that in mind as well, that it's a 24-hour race, but even half a second can make a big difference here, as we saw at the end of the 2020 race, where they came nose to tail throughout for the last lap of the race. They were nose to tail coming down the back straight.
I think there's a kart off right in front of us. They're in the tyres on hairpin number 1. That's one of the yellow flags out. We saw Paul Lucas with his hand in the air about. That's okay.
I haven't got the binoculars, so I can't actually see a number on that one. So we'll bring an update on that as soon as we have it.
So that says it's 75, but lads racing they're just in for a standard pit stop. And just trying to identify which kart it is. It looks like it's a triple number. Both of us need to go to spectators, mate. They're both struggling right now. Is it the 170? I wonder. This is the point at which you tell me we don't have a 170. We had a 172 at Receding Racing. I'm sure whether it is them or not.
No, it's not Receding Racing. I'll keep an eye on them. I'll get them as they come over the line.
100 of, I think it is. Yeah, CFK Granada have fallen down the order.
Oh, this is the Spanish team.
Yes.
CFK Granada. So they have Daniel. I'm going to try and fumble my way through pronouncing these. Daniel Ceballos, Javier Esnaola, Juan Antonio Lopez, Manuel Aragon, and David Munoz. It might be Munoz. Munoz. Well, anyway, that's your team for CFK Granada. It's out there at the moment.
A couple of questions in regards to timing. live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR.
It's Daniel Ceballos. Or Ceballos. Ceballos.
I'm going to go Ceballos.
Ceballos. Okay.
But yeah,
we all do our Carlos Sainz impressions and carry on with the conversation.
It's all right. It's not like the Italian names that sometimes I commentate on, where I have to get in my head that we silly English pronounce letters completely wrong.
We have no idea.
Is Kurt and Sir is Chirp. And it messes with my mind every year.
Change for 5th place. Omega Racing have now taken the lead of that pack that goes down to GrabX Pro in 9th. 303 Racing around about 4.5 seconds off the back of that group. But again, that might come together as they work their way through traffic. But yeah, Omega Racing now at the front of that, taking 5th place overall. We've got a black flag out for 104 as well. I'll bring you an update on that in a moment. But yeah, Nexus Sport, GrabX Racing in Clubman, so your Clubman leader is in that group, as is Offline Motorsport and GrabX Pro. In fact, that 104, where's my 104? 104, Rethink Racing 2, apologies for that. Rethink Racing 2 with a black flag, so we'll keep an eye on them coming in. Currently placed around about... Oh, sorry, as we just try and move our timing screen up. This is the problem with 95 runners. We can't fit them all on the screen. Rethink Racing 2, 35th overall at the moment and 2 laps off the lead. So I'd imagine that would be around about another lap.
Got a question?
So Nicholas Woodhouse has asked, what make of chassis are running this year? Well, we have out there at the moment, we have definitely MS karts, Apollo karts, Haas karts, and 7 karts. And I'm not sure whether we got any rights this year or not.
Not seen any so far myself.
But we've definitely got 4 chassis makes out there at the moment. Being driven around by these drivers. There is a huge difference between the feel of the chassis, as I'm sure you're well aware, Andrew. It does make a big difference, but when you look at lap time, there's nothing between them.
No.
But they can feel completely and totally different. In fact, we've got not only have we got those types of chassis out there, we've also got different marks as well. So we've got different year chassis which will feel different again. So it really does mix it up. What does equal it all out though is the engines. Very, very similar, and I mean very similar. Within the 10th of a horsepower per engine, they are so close, so closely matched, and they're all run under one banner of manufacturer as well. It's RPM engines do all the engines here for the owner karts.
Now, I'm just having a look because I think I saw my first engine cowling escape route of the day. I need to say it was the number 18 that came past during about a minute ago, so I'm just keeping an eye on to see if it was there.
Oh, they've got a lovely front panel if it is the 18, with a Badger on the front.
Yes, the Badger's team. Where are they?
We will try and bring you these through the race because we couldn't get close-ups of many of the higher karts, unfortunately, due to the technical issues we had on the grid walk. So we will endeavour to bring you them throughout the race with close-ups, as we were doing with the focus on the 43 and the 133 earlier on.
If it was the 18, I think they've kind of secured it back down, or at least flapped it back down.
It will be secured with an elbow as they come past the race control box. And then we'll probably be allowed to run free for the rest of the lap.
I've seen them come loose in conditions past. Yes, it's disappeared. I'm pretty sure it was the Badgers Best Racing, Ben Randall, Mark Wheeler, Jake Bagg and Harry Ashman in that entry. Keep comments coming in. Thank you for your continued support. We've had some action involving MS Scorchio because they've just lost. We've done the 2-minute 2.921 last time around. They were running in 24th place, they're now in 29th. MS Lucas Racing also continuing to move up through the order. They've just gone past Grabex Motorsports. I think that's the number 96 that's got Sam Nash in it at the moment. This year ran as the Cash Bandits.
Well, the Cash Bandits are back.
Effectively, yeah. In terms of the team members, Michael Kimber, Alex Berry-Valentine, Michael Harrison and Jeff Lamb in the number 36 this year, part of the Grabex crew. I had a very brief chat to Sam earlier. He's got a newish bracelet, or at least in terms of design. I can see it proudly emblazoned across the top, Cash Bandits.
We had an update from David. The 104 and the 95 were black flags for overtaking under yellow.
Okay.
Thank you, David, for keeping us up to date as well. Of course, he will be joining us on commentary in around about just over an hour's time.
Sorry,
but
was
he's
that
down
95 in Oaks?
Yes. Bringing us the pit lane reports at the moment, which I will be going to do the same when I get off my stint at around about 4 o'clock. Well, so I'm here for the first 4 hours.
Yeah.
Keeping you in the loop, as it were. Trying to keep an eye on what's happening in hires as well, as Honolulu Racing have now taken the lead back from SKA. We've got Garage 29 Graphics overall, third place overall. So in fact we've got a higher elite, higher pro and higher clubman class all at the front of the overall higher field. We've got 5.5 seconds between them, and then it's ABC Racing, Core Blimey Racing and JS Racing. Core Blimey Racing 113 also in elite. So Race for Ruben we saw having an early pit stop. We'll look for them coming back through. Not sure what that was for, but I'll try and find who the driver is as well. I'll try and find them on circuit. In fact, there you go. Andrew, there is your engine cowling that's flicked up. But I'll keep an eye out for Race for Ruben coming through and find out who's taking the start for them. In fact, there they go. Black suit, white helmet. Let's have a look down the order.
It's not many of them.
No, it's going to be fairly few of them.
My loose cowling.
Cameron McLean, according to this. According to the data sheet that David has so kindly put together for us. And give David a big shout out actually, because he's not in the commentary box, so he can't get embarrassed when you're doing it. But big shout out to David, because the prep work that he's done for this race this year has been phenomenal, as it always is. But he really has gone over and above this year in terms of our preparation notes and things like that. So thank you to David for that effort.
It's the new Market Buzzin' Hornets who have got the problem with the cowling. It's Sean David in the cart for them at the moment. Quick driver is Sean. But that loose bit of bodywork won't be helping him. Now, I can understand why that's not getting mechanical, because whilst it's flapping in the wind a little bit, it's upright, it's not sticking out beyond the extremities of the cart, and it doesn't look like it's going to fall off any minute, so...
No, I've seen them called for them, and I've seen them not called for them as well. It's just simply an R-clip that comes loose. So it will most likely be just clip back in on their next pit stop, and away they go again. Gaps still fairly the same as they stand at the moment. It looks like the race has started to settle down quite a bit now. Lots of teams starting to work together rather than fight for position and overtake like they were doing for the first 15 laps to try and establish themselves as where they should be in terms of pace. I think now that they've figured that out, there are a lot of teams working together and pushing each other along, particularly in hires. But also, you can see 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th and even 9th place are still very, very, in very close order, and will be working together in slipstream as they work their way through the traffic. Joe Patterson just comes through the in front of the commentary box and heads out for another lap. How many laps is that completed now?
That is 42 laps completed for the Guinness World Record attempt now.
Okay, only
almost a 20th of the way through.
Yes. Ish. Well, if you think of it like that, it's fairly easy, isn't it? You've only got 19 more of those to go.
Yeah.
Good maths, quick maths.
BRM Racing have just taken a position, 30th place for them now. Overall, that's the owner pro entry going past Team BPR in Club. X Racing also continuing their recovery. Remember, they had a mechanical and black flag earlier on. They're now up to 22nd place. They've just got past Red 77. That's Kart number 213. A couple of other places to tell you about. CSM Racing, the 181 in Hire Club. They've just taken 47th place away from the A66 Hire team. So that's another one of the Hire Club entries. And they are running in Kart 066. So there's a 66 and a 066. We'll be able to tell them apart from the side of the circuit, well, because one's got a Bigfoot NATO panel, the other does not, because they're running in the different categories. Who else can we tell you about? Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat have just taken 67th place, the 79. They've got past LC Racing in the 143, and Receding Racing have well, this is an interesting team name. The 172 have gone past up the rear, the 777 for 73rd place. And that's pretty much all your position changes to tell you about at this stage of the race.
There is a battle raging for third in hires overall at the moment. There's very, very little separating them. Although it shows on our timing, it will only show, at the moment anyway, the overall position behind the leader. We can see on our timing, which you can find yourself actually. If you want to dual screen, you can see at live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. That will take you to the live timing screen, and you can see, even if you're on your phone, you flip your phone sideways, flip it to landscape mode, and you can see individual gaps between carts.
Yes.
As well, so it's not just the overall behind the leader, but it's behind the person in front as well.
Very sad to report that I think we've got problems for Century Sim Racing, another one of the teams who have done this for several years. Well, they are circulating, okay, so
yes.
They are circulating now, but they have had a problem with number 59. They are 12 laps off the overall lead. There's a whole lap up to the next car ahead of them in the road, so, and I think someone have that as one of the, oh no, we can't look at it, can we, because we've sealed it away in its 24-hour time capsule. I think one of us had Century Sim Racing.
Yes, one of us did. We haven't. I've tried to come to broach this earlier on, but we had we did a prediction. The four commentators have done a prediction for the overall podium and the overall higher class of what three karts we think are going to be on the podium for each of the two entry types this year, and there is no prize for the winner except, of course, fame, glory, and all that goes with it.
Smugness.
Smugness that will carry through to next year. But we all went for one team. there was one team in particular, we won't name them because we don't want to jinx anything, but one team in particular in hires went across all 4 entries, and then there was a couple that were repeated here and there, and then we all went a bit outlandish with the third as well. We went for a bit of a dark horse with the third. The team that we all named are currently showing quite well.
Yes.
So I think we got that one right, certainly so far. There was Century Sim was on one person's choice, so sorry about that. It's our fault.
It's always our fault. A couple of other position changes to notify. Stills Racing, the number 92, are in the pits. That has promoted Race for Ruben up to 64th place. Now that's another one of our former race leaders who, well, at least class leaders in hire, who have had a black flag in this first hour. They've also got past the renowned Rankles, the 555. Master 787B Appreciation Society, as I like to call them.
Absolutely.
Resplendently.
Best sounding engine in the world ever.
I've got a story to tell about that, actually, because missed the 30th anniversary last year of Masters 1991, 24 hours at the Mont. So as a Mazda appreciator myself, and the 1991 baby, I have an affinity for that one. So there's lots of appreciation for it this year, because we went there last year. And I think I found a bloke who basically was me, but like in 30 years' time, because he was a Mazda fan.
Okay.
At Le Mans, loving life. He was a Sheffield United fan as well. And we've had a very good discussion whilst getting a jambon de baguette.
Okay.
About, you know, how great 787B was.
It's arguably my favourite car of all time. It's definitely the best sounding car of all time. No ifs, no buts, no coconuts. There will be no arguments or debates about it. We've got the 19 now in, that's possibly for their cowling replacing.
Yes.
Potentially. It could be an unscheduled stop that they're going to turn into a scheduled stop. So it could work it in with a driver change, because we're an hour into the race now, so they're potentially 40 minutes or half an hour, 40 minutes or so early for their first stop, but that might not be the end of the world for them. Yeah, the 787B, brilliant car, best sounding car in the world. YouTube it if you haven't heard of it before. 787B, engine noise, and prepare to be amazed and turn your volume down, because it may well break your phone.
Yes.
But yes, the 787B Appreciation Society, the renowned Vankles, run here for around about 6 or 7 years now, I think. Got a contact warning gone out for the 916 Reckless Racing. But yeah, they've run here for a few years now. Where are they positioned at the moment, Andrew?
Sorry, say that again.
The 555.
555 in terms of position 65th at the moment. They have, again, it's that funny phase of the race for the hires because of their fuel usages, and there's a point, isn't there, in the practice. It's one of those sessions that
they have to be in the queue by a certain point for fuel. Yeah,
it's not like you can burn your fuel down, do your qualifying laps at the start of the whole session is a practice, pre-practice and qualifying. But the qualifying is only for the last portion.
Correct. Yes.
And it's before that point that you have to have basically either topped your tank off to as much as you want or run what you brought. You can't then come in 1 minute of the qualifying session and go, oh, hello, I would like some fuel now. No, you've got to start with how much fuel you've got during that qualifying segment of the practice session. And it does sometimes mean that you have hire carts going very, very quickly at the start of these races because they're on half a tank, quarter of a tank.
Yeah.
But they then have to come in very, very early to get some more fuel.
Yeah, not a bad strategy really, provided you can make it work in terms of timing and going to the end of the race with, you know, by doing an early stop, because like Andrew says, you get that light car, so you can get the speed early doors, get yourself out of the front and out of all the trouble, and you make an early stop, essentially get yourself off sequence if you like. It also makes it a lot clearer for when you do want to come into the pits, because
Yes.
around about an hour and 20 minutes onwards, that pit lane is going to get very, very busy.
And it's not like, I always like to take them on 24 hours as an example. It's not like you as a team, you have your own space in the pit lane to do your servicing. No, there's one team that does the refueling, the work through the course of the whole race, through the night.
Two bays.
Two bays.
Where you
and
can
if those 2 bays are full, you've got to then wait as that third cart.
And everybody out on track is just pounding round, pounding round, pounding round. And all the work that you've done to get yourself into, for argument's sake, 7th place in class.
I have had a report from our roving reporter of the R word. Rain has started. Now, it's not heavy enough that we can see it on our commentary box window, so it'll be very, very light. We'll keep an eye on the lap times. What are the lap times looking like at the moment? Well, the leaders are still doing 1:13s. Slippery surface flag is just, my goodness, that's bright. That's just been illuminated.
That's definitely
ahead
going
of
to wake us up during the night, isn't it?
So the rain is coming, and we are now starting to see more significant raindrops on the wonderful new commentary box that we have here at Teesside Autodrome. Now, if we are to believe our sources, this is going to be in now for an hour. It's going to be light. It's not going to be like the deluge that we had back a few years ago, where we had carts going off left, right and centre at pretty much this stage of the race going into the second hour. It's still going to be tricky out there for the drivers.
The deluge to end all deluge. Biblical levels of rain came down. In fact, I was showing that video to our producer director Adam last night of when the rain
Had you not
came.
seen it before?
No.
Oh.
And it was within 8 minutes the track went from bone dry.
Club, and then kind of from the reverse corkscrew rib bend end of the circuit down towards the car track and the drifting track, and it sweeps upwards over the hill and from basically in the reverse direction of where the cart's going along the pit straight. Doesn't seem too bad at the moment. All the drivers dealing with this very well. A few more spots on our commentary box window. What are the times looking like? They've dropped a little bit. They're into the mid 1 minute 14s and 15s.
So not too far off the pace, especially with traffic out there as well.
You've driven this race many times, Butters. Would you say that this rain...
Psychological rain.
It's psychological rain. It's the rain that gets in your head.
Yes.
And you see it on your visor and you think, oh no. But actually, there's still a lot of grip out there. But as I say that, there's a spinner in hairpin 1.
In fact, they're going quite wide in hairpin 1 at the moment. There's a lot of, certainly the higher karts, who are really struggling to make an apex, almost as if the apex is lava, and we're playing that game. In fact, everybody now, it is getting much worse out there. I can see, even just through hairpin 1, drivers very, very wide, full lock, having to slow it down a lot more, and the kart just ploughing. There we go, massive contact. Teesside Tigers involved. They were on the receiving end of that one. I'm not sure who it was. Red and white helmet. I will get them as they come over the line. But yeah, massive contact into hairpin 1 just because there's no grip.
I have news. Thank you very much to Adam Sears, who's got in contact. The various ways you can get in contact with us. Probably the best ways to do it directly to us here in the box. On the DDMM YouTube comments, as there's yellow flag out, the rain really has started to fall. Let me get to the point. Rethink Racing, 104. The reason they pitted at the end of lap 1 was to change tyre pressures from qualifying. So that was one of those setup changes that you were talking about, Butters, from the wet to the dry. So that's what that was. And the 103 came in to sort engine problems. The rain is getting heavier.
Have we gone? We haven't gone full course yellow yet.
Whoa, big off. Big spin for the 158 in hairpin number 1. Right there in the centre of the camera.
We've got yellow flags everywhere I can see in the front half of the circuit. Everywhere except now. In fact, no, we're all clear. We are green and racing again everywhere on track. We had yellow flags left, right and centre. Quite literally as we look out the commentary box, but no, it looks like we're all okay at the moment. People just getting to grips with the conditions, pardon the pun.
And it is hairpin 1 that, from my experience around this circuit in the higher karts, hairpin 1 is so tricky to get right. It's the fastest run-in of the whole circuit because you've come off the reverse corkscrew, gone down the bob poke straight, carrying a lot of speed into what in any conditions is a heavy braking zone, and it's narrow, it's tight in there, and we're even seeing some of the drivers deliberately hooking the right wheels in the curb on drivers' right, just to give them something that provides some delta of grip from left to right to help to pivot the kart into the corner. I remember having a bit of a big one myself where I just speared off drivers' right, ran out of talent, which isn't too easy, and ended up in these tyres right in front of us here in a qualifying session. That was good. So we'll keep our eye.
Well, that was a long way off then.
Oh yeah, I really got it wrong. Really got it wrong.
Fortunately, I've touch wood haven't gone off there, as we have another one off. We're just keeping this camera on hairpin 1 because it's an exciting point of the track at the moment.
I want to say that was the 103 Rethink Racing.
I think you might be right.
And another one's off. This time it is one of the hires. I think it's the 4-1. It's either the 413 of Corblammy Racing or Simtech UK's 420. The good news though is nobody's getting bogged in down there. These are sounding like dramatic spins. They definitely feel dramatic when you're the driver in the seat. They're only losing 3 or 4 seconds here or there. And on the whole, everybody's dealing with this very well. We're into the second hour though of this, the British 24-hour for 2022. Andrew Mather and Tom Butterworth on commentary duties for you. Join the commentary at @MM across the various social media networks. And if you've not done so already, click subscribe here on Alpha Live. What do you want to see?
I've just seen the board go out for 3rd place overall for MSJSR.
Okay.
So they're coming in for a first pit stop. So we're an hour and 10 minutes into the race. So that's an early stop. That will, in fact, there's only one who's made a stop so far, and that's TTM, of course. They've now crept up to 9th place as Nexus Sport take a couple of places on that lap, and they move themselves up to 6th. TTM have moved up 2 places as well. They're on to 9th, and they are the first of the teams who've made a pit stop, but they had a black flag, so I don't believe they would have been able to take fuel in that. Let's throw down to David Sullivan, who is in the pit lane.
So the first hour, it's been fairly quiet actually on owner car issues. The only one really was the 113 Red Graphics. They missed the fuel window in quali, so they had to come in slightly early. On the higher front though, there has been a few issues. Chadwick Racing, they were in very early. Broken track rod down at Rib Bend on the first lap. Simtech Super Pink, not much later actually, they came in. Clutch bolt had come out of the right-hand side engine. Century Sim, they stripped a sprocket. There was gravel between the chain and the sprocket. No teeth means no drive. They were in very early as well. Good chip. They had a broken front right kingpin. That's the bolt that holds the steering bit in on the right-hand side at the front. BTM came in with some tyre issues, and CFK Granada, they had no brakes. Fairly quiet though generally. Pit stops are starting to happen now. The owners are coming in as their time about 1 hour 20 starts to elapse on their fuel window, so they're starting to come in. Joe Patterson, he's been in as well in his 24-hour attempt. He's taken on some fluid after his first one. He's gone straight back out, but as you can see from the rain, the pace is going to slow, and that's not what he wants at this time. Getting early where he wants to get as many laps in as possible. Back to you guys, thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Lots of fills and spills in the last couple of minutes. The 541 has become another victim to hairpin number 1. That's the Bottas boys team, and just as we were cutting to David there, Bottas, we saw quite a bizarre one between the number 7 of Century Sim Evolution and the 116 of AB Racing, where both of them ended up facing almost like perpendicular to the direction of travel straight towards us here in the comms box. In fact, the 116 had gone the far side of the tyres, almost onto the run into hairpin number 1. Both of them got going again there.
Almost had to do another half a lap to get back to where they were, giving themselves a half lap penalty. But fortunately they were able to use the cut through again and get back to where they were and got away fairly quickly.
Motorsport Magpie, David Whitehouse, friend of ours. Good to see that you're watching from home. And hello to Chris Simpson as well, because he lives not too far from here and is sending me weather reports. Before I get to that, we've got another
What's
one.
He got in
46.
What's Chris got in the baps today? That's the only news that we're really interested in.
Steel City Racers off there at hairpin number 1. They have now got going again. There's been another. I say it's all hairpin 1. It's all carrying the speed in there. That's catching a lot of the higher drivers out. That time of 590 of Porsche Sport. Luke Holroyd, Alex Rolls, Bernard McCallum and Malcolm Hollandrake in that team that went for a little bit of a spin. There's another one. I was going to keep commentating on
that's
on
the 10, that's X Racing.
X-Racing.
Yeah, that's X Racing. I've seen, I believe, oh no, they haven't in fact. No, that's fine. I was just checking for who's made pit stops and who hasn't. So TTM showing, of course, having made 1 pit stop, but that was for a black flag, as are Lucas Racing in 42. They're now showing as 8th and 9th. GrabX Pro, I believe they've been in as well for potentially a penalty.
Potentially so.
So we'll, in fact, I've had a photo of Chris. He says he's southwest of the circuit, where the weather is coming from.
Yep.
This is Chris Simpson giving us the
Yep.
update, and his baps of betrayal, as we call them here, are just about to go in the oven. That's what they're called, the baps of betrayal. He likes to bake his own bread rolls, this Chris, and then he fills them in with a sandwich, or fills them in with some fillings, and then posts it to Facebook as to where he is in the world and what he's eating. Usually ham and cheese, as you say.
Yeah.
But he was supposed, or he normally does the Owner Driver Sprint series here, and works the cameras for us here, and decided to bin us off for the last round and do another event instead. So now we call them the Baps of Betrayal. But great to see that you're watching, Chris. And please keep your comments coming in on YouTube as well. We will bring, or we will endeavour to get them read out as quickly as we can. Let us know who you're supporting, who you're following here, or if you're just randomly watching at home. Also, where you're watching from as well. I think Michael Burke normally takes the distance record because he watches in Australia. But if anybody's in and around that kind of area or long distance, perhaps you could take the the biggest distance award. Normally goes to Michael Burke. Still coming down here is the rain. Very tricky conditions out at the moment.
I mean, to put it into context, the lap times are now in the mid-130s, even at the front of the field, so that they're going around at least 20 seconds slower than we were at the start of the race. It's another little spin. You guess where it is. It's, of course, in hairpin 1, and I think that was 104 going round again. Number 96 become the latest addition to the club.
Second place in Clubman, speaking of club, second place in Clubman, Dazzle Racing, who took pole position. They're in for their first stop now. TTM still making their way forward. They've just taken 6th overall. So they're making their way through, but they're now 6 seconds in front of the 42 of MS Lucas, both of which received black flags at the same time for contact in the D chicane.
Veterans Motorsports having some difficulties getting going again at hairpin one. It's really tricky where they are now. They've basically gone full 180 and are facing back up the circuit to where everybody else is coming from. And I really do sympathise when you're in that situation, because you see all these karts coming towards you and you're thinking, one, I need to find a gap here to pull out of, because you're not actually going to zip off the line. But two, you're also thinking, please let me do what I've just done and join me here in this situation. So well done to Veteran Motorsports UK. They've got themselves going again now. They've probably lost about 40 seconds there.
We've got a contact warning for the 65 in higher novice, known as Boom. Well, I think
I saw that one earlier. That is a good-looking car. That
probably went boom alongside somebody else or into the back of somebody else, and that's how you end up receiving a contact warning.
Just to let you know as well, comment box can work. So, comments coming in. We've also got a command on there of !Brit2424 timing. Pull up a little link in our chat to say go here for the live time. If you want to do it manually, live at alphatime.co.uk/24HR. Oh, he's got another spinner down. Oh dear, there's a full pirouette going on in the grass now. It's the number 65. In the owner categories, it's one of our club entries. It's the 66 of A66. So it's not too much of a problem at the moment if you have a spin down at hairpin number 1, because everybody seems to be doing it at this precise moment in the race.
Could I give a mention to, obviously we've mentioned David Whitehouse already, but giving us spoilers of what's happening in the in another championship elsewhere in the world this weekend.
Yes.
Let's try not to have any more of those, please, David. Some of us are going to watch it when we get home.
If it's the one I think it is, I had an event last year. It's a certain race.
Yes.
In Abu Dhabi.
Yes.
Where we got through the whole day.
Yes.
The whole day without any mention of the result, what was going on, all the rest of it. We had a race that was delayed by a red flag. The last race of the day, which extended the stream by 10 minutes.
Oh, no.
And someone came and spoilt the results of last year's World Championship.
Are they still breathing?
They've not come
through
on
a tube.
They've not commented on the stream that I've commentated on since then.
So we've got we were looking at the Botters boys there. That's Paul Botting, Billy Beaumont, Matt Powers and James Brown in the 541, struggling there with issues due to the conditions.
Hello to Rich, who's watching from Burlington in Canada, supporting Josh Nye in the 158 TSG kart. Where are they running at the moment? This is where I'm quickly trying to find across 90 odd numbers where they are. They're running in 33rd place at the moment. They've just taken that 33rd position away from team BPR. Running nicely in the mid-pack there. We've got another spinner down at, it's the 590 this time in Hyers.
Pits are very busy, Andrew. Very busy pit lane.
Which is what I would expect at this stage. We're, what are we, 1 hour and 20 minutes in, so it's pretty much bang on as you said, that from 1 hour 20 onwards, in a stint, it does start getting very busy out there.
So we've got Rosso Corsa in from 2nd place, Blue Speed Racing from 15th place, 303 Racing, who were 2nd in Clubman, they pitted, as have X Racing in Clubman as well. So they're dropping down the order at the moment. We've got 111 for JS Racing. Have received a warning. Okay, so we've got 2 111s out here this weekend.
Yes.
MSJSR
Yes.
and JS Racing.
That's
Just to
not
throw
confusing at all.
throw further shade on on making our lives easier here. 2 111s out there, one in owners, one in hires. JSR is the one in hires. JS Racing is the one in hire pro. So that's Jack Dodworth, Josh Greaves, Scott Bruce, and James Binks. Not sure who's out there at the moment for the team, but I'm sure I will try to give you an update on that.
See the number 58 going through the shot there. Back straight, and at this stage just want to be in a rhythm now. Maybe some drivers going for longer stints through the race, of course. I don't know what it is about 2 hours. 2 hours I always feel with one of these races is a really good point to get to. Is, oh dear, there's the number 25 with a little bit of a bump there. It's one of the Honolulu karts.
That's that was the one that was leading.
Yeah.
In fact, he's still leading higher.
So it's a significant distance, it's 2 hours, and just getting through that and going, okay, right, now we're properly getting into the rhythm of the race. It's still too early to be thinking about, right, well, we're racing for a race victory, or we're going for a podium.
It is. You only really start thinking about that maybe in the final 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
It looks like that panel's dropped down significantly, doesn't it? So that's not the most aerodynamic way of going around the circuit, but doesn't seem to be doing them any harm at the moment, as they still lead the higher class.
I think what I'm meaning by it is it's when you've got 2 hours in, you've done a pit stop, you've gone through that process at least once, you've probably done a driver change as well. You know, you've done one round of all the bits. So you got through the race start, of course, you got through those early stages where the first bit of traffic has happened. Either if you own a kart and you've got to get through all the hires, or the other way around, you've got to let all those owners through. And it's almost like checking, like, yes, we can do all these things now. Now let's settle into a rhythm and get ourselves towards the evening.
42 is now in, David. They managed to climb them. David, that's twice I've done that now. It's just habit. I think it helps me that you're on the other side to where he normally sits. So.
Ah, okay.
So,
that's interesting.
But anyway, 42 from 6th place have come into the pits. That is their second stop, of course, showing us their second stop, but one of those was for a black flag. Now we have Team Tate in as well. And once again, the 541 is, this is the Bottas boys, and they're struggling with these conditions, certainly. 777 and 130 also receiving contact warnings on the board in front of us. So we look at your higher elite leader down the back straight, side by side with 69.
We also briefly saw the 100 off the road as well there.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
CFK Granada, the team from Spain. Some difficulties out there. Their debut in this race. I think they'll learn a lot. They've learnt a lot in these first opening throws of the race. This testing Teesside Autodrome circuit.
JDM as well, now pitting from 8th, and they climbed their way up to 8th, but they are in for their first stop. So the only ones who haven't stopped so far, or the ones who haven't stopped so far, are Soko Select, our leader, 51 seconds in front of Omega Racing, who are in turn only 2 seconds ahead of Nexus Sport. Right behind them is was TTM, but they are now in the pits. Grabex Racing 88 and Offline Motorsport have not pitted yet either. Neither has SMJC 595, who have just crept into the top 10. And as I say that, Omega Racing come in for their first stop, as do Grabex 88, leader of Clubman. We'll just wait for this to shake out for a couple of laps, and then we'll bring you an overall top 10 once the first pit stops have been made. Heading up towards an hour and a half into this race. So some early stops were taken. Who have we got? MS Lucas Racing 42 has been in twice, as we said before. TCM have been in twice. Dazzle have now been in twice. They took pole position in Clubman. Not sure whether that was for a penalty or an issue, but they've been in twice.
We've got some more news from David, who's doing a cracking job down there in the paddock, who's been on the search for the reason why Race for Reuben came in early. As we mentioned, fuel, getting the fueling done correctly and at the right time in the practice qualifying session. They did not do that. They missed the fuel window, so that's why they had to come in for an early stop to top up the tank on that one. We just had a sight there of SK Racing, Swindon Karting Arena, continue to have a really good start to this race. 39th place for them overall, and we'll be doing a rundown of all of the higher entries in a few minutes' time. I'll be very pleased with this effort so far.
65 laps completed so far for Joe Patterson in the Guinness World Record attempt. These weather conditions, of course, not helping with being around about 20 seconds a lap off the pace. But what they will do is help physically.
Yes.
So in terms of overall pace, damaging the weather conditions are damaging. But in terms of physicality, it's certainly a lot easier on the body to drive in the rain. The G-forces are a lot lower, for one.
More carts coming into the pit lane, and just saw that we've got Omega in. Saw Rabbits in as well. Timing back up, thanks to our timing suppliers, Alpha Timing. I've got Alpha Timing at 30K4/24HR. For all the information there. JDM number 22 have been in the pits. Confirm Omega and Grabex, and it'd be interesting to see here where they shake out in this order. TSG Karting have also been in recently. I think Steve at JS Racing 111.
Soco Select, Nexus and Offline still out there circulating. I'm interested to see how long these guys can go now.
Yeah,
Nexus are in. So it's Offline and Soco Select, the last of essentially the front runners to pit. Soco Select's going very long. Offline, we've seen this one before. Nothing unusual for them to go long in a stint. But it's certainly surprising from Soco Select to be out there for this long. But I think they know what they're doing by now.
Oh, bit of a punt right in front of us there.
That was the red
113.
graphics.
Yeah, starting to the rear of the number 36. That looked to me like the driver in the red graphics just misjudging the amount of speed that 36 of Gravex Motorsport was going to take through the corner.
Yeah.
This is what we're really seeing at the moment, and it's difficult for everybody out there, because not only have you got the greasy conditions, you're at that phase of the race where you've got new drivers coming in who have not necessarily experienced these conditions before, and drivers who've been there since the start and have felt that gradual change. You get a very wide delta in terms of your fastest and slowest drivers in these conditions. You've spotted something. I'm going to let you go and
yeah, there's someone at the door.
There's someone at the door.
Ding dong.
Ding dong. And whilst Butters is doing that, let's do our rundown then. Bottom of the hour, 22 hours and a half hours to go. We're going to do all of our higher entries this time. We did the owners an hour ago. We don't need to do them again. So here is your rundown of all of the entries in higher. Leading in higher at the moment, the number 25 of Honolulu by Sam. Running 37th place overall, 6 laps off the overall lead, as are the top 4 at the moment in higher. So that's your leader in higher and elite within higher, the subclass there. We're going to cut to that later because there's a problem for, I think that is the 529 in the owner category, and that looks a little bit more serious than a spin. It's Team HWR, the team run by TT Sport, who look to have stopped, and we've gone full course yellow for the first time in this year's British 24-hour. There'll be a few drivers taking advantage of this and straight into the pits. You can see the number 19 and the 66 coming in for pit stops. This is a very good time to do a pit stop because everybody else is not going at full racing speed, and you can get in and get that service done. We'll continue to monitor this situation. The quad bike of shame will come out. And
the quad bike of shame.
Is that what? Shame.
Like
it's a little bit
like
early
when I
for
cross
the quad
people
bike.
off our entry list when we have the marker of doom come out.
It's a little bit early for it to come out here. Okay. There we go.
Well, we'll keep an eye on it. Obviously, that's not ideal for those guys. I'm going to try and see if we can get our first guest into the box as well.
Whilst we're doing that, I'll very quickly do this
yes, keep doing the rundown while I'm faffing.
SKA Racing, the number 67, second in hire, first of those in pro. The 1130 of Corblimey Racing are in third. ABC Racing's 116 are in fourth place. Honolulu Racing 1, the 058 are in fifth. They are 1 lap off the lead of the hires. All of these are 1 lap off the lead of the hires. Bear this in mind. The 629 of Graphics 29, Garage 29 Graphics are next up. So they are going to be in 6th place. 7th for JS Racing, the 111. 8th place in the number 55 of Honolulu, friend by Sa. 9th for the 066 of A66 hire. Wrapping out the top 10 of the hires is the 095 of Raced for Rubin. Team Bonato, the guys all who work for Bentley up in the northwest, the 987, they're next up in 11th place, currently in the pits, as are the Team 12 Simtek Spinala Kart and the 9 of the New Market Hornets. 78 of Tocqueville Motorsports are next up, 51st overall, ahead of Lockstock and 2 Smoking
Full
Jesus.
course yellow, Andrew. Full course yellow.
Yep, still continuing with the full course yellow. 53rd overall, the 0213 of Corblimey Racing, 213 EDKT are next up in the 855. The Teesside Tigers, number 1, are 55th overall. Last of those 7 laps of the overall lead. These are now all 8 laps off the overall lead, 2 laps down on the leader of hire. 56th place, the 181 of CSM Racing, 57th, the 077 of Scenario 77, 58th, the 74 of Maple Motorsport, 59th, the 200 of Boneheads. They're currently in the pits. Now all of our teams who are 9 laps down, 3 laps off the lead in hire. In 60th place, the Honolulu Juniors in novice class. BCW Mulsanne Racing are 61st, the 62nd place 969 kart of the Cheshire Cheeses, as we're calling them. We can't call them what we call them themselves on the screen because we'll get banned. The Renowned Vankles, the 555, are next up in 63rd place. 64th, the 088 of V3 Racing. Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat are in 65th place, the number 79 for them. Still all on 9 laps off the overall lead. Welcome to the rundown. In 66th place, the 590 of Porsche Sport. 67th, the 18 of Badger's Best Racing. 68th, the 143 of LC Racing. 69th, the 172 as we've gone back to green. Receding Racing there. Boom are in 70th place. They're in karts number 65. Stills Racing, the number 92 in 71st. 72nd, Simtek UK. That is the last of your runners. 3 laps off the lead in hire. Let's go on to 4 laps down. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. The number 69 are in 73rd. 2 Corblimey Racing entries up next. The 313 ahead of the 413. Up the rear, the 777 are next up. And then we're into our 11 lap down karts. The Newmarket Buzz and Hornets. Barp, 19 and the 130 respectively there. Straight through crew, the 999. The Optimist, still the Optimist in 23rd place there. Then BTM, good to have them back. The 033 there in 81st. Piston Broke in 82nd place, that's the number 56. These are all 12 laps off the overall lead now. Simtek Super Pink 666 are next. The Dukes of Stafford, the 119 in 84th. The number 2 of Tice Racing, ahead of the Steel City Races in 86th. Veterans Motorsport UK have recovered. They're in 87th now in the number 96. Good Chip, the 888, are in 88th place. Now let's go for the ones 13 laps of the overall lead, number 75 of Lads Racing, CFK Granada in the 100, 24 hours for Diabetes UK in the 0133, Full Throttle Racing 201, and then we've got Chadwick Racing, the number 29, a further lap back, and then a further lap back from that, Central Sim Evolution and Central Sim Racing. Not been a good race for them so far. Last but not least, in 96th place, 541 of the Bottas boys. I appreciate that was a very, very quick rundown, but Bottas, we have a guest.
We do. I'm just going to get you to check your mic, though.
Hello.
Oh, there he is. Right, okay, so we're going to welcome into the box our first guest of the race, and that is Mr. Martin Bonner. Martin, you're the dad of Ryan Bonner in the 61 Alessia Racing. They are currently in 26th place overall. So just run us through what first of all, what the dad of a driver does here on a weekend.
Especially after he had a really bad crash in practice early on in Rib Bend, and he started the race today. So Rib Bend, I think I was more nervous when he went into Rib Bend than he was today. So, but he got through unscathed and done well.
I'm just going to interrupt you there for a moment because I believe we've gone full course yellow again. We've gone full course yellow again here, so that'll give us an opportunity to have this chat anyway. And it's your birthday tomorrow.
It is indeed.
60.
60, yes.
The big 60.
Yep.
And we'd like to thank you for our cakes that you've brought in.
You're welcome.
Thank you even more that none of them are carrot cake.
Okay.
which is an ongoing joke that we have here in the commentary box over the course of the sprint weekends. But yeah, thank you very much for that.
No problem.
Very welcome.
I will easily be seen because I'm the one walking around in a nappy for the rest of the race.
Yes, he's genuinely wearing a man nappy. You can't miss him if you're here in the paddock. How's the race looking for the guys in Alessia? I mean, what's their aims? What are they realistically targeting? Is it an overall class win? Simply a podium? Just getting to the finish?
24 hours. The ultimate is to finish first off, and then obviously if we can get somewhere up in the top 20 would be great. Podium would be excellent. Yeah. So, but the main criteria is as a team to finish.
Yep, just get through to the finish, keep the nose clean, as they say, and keep out of trouble, and get there, and hopefully see where you are in the last couple of hours and figure it out from there.
Yeah, when I'm an old man.
Yeah, well, that's it. At midnight, you turn 60.
I do.
So we might have a little collective happy birthday for you here in the box.
Thank you very much.
So yes, we've got a camera here as well, so if you want to give, we've got two cameras, one each side, so give this one away first. There you go, that's Martin Bonner.
How you doing?
There he is, and you can in fact see him on the stream, and you can see, what's up, hello, that's me. Andrew in the back as well.
Brilliant.
So that's Martin Bonner, so thank you very much for coming in and talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Enjoy the race.
Very good. The 113 was the trigger of the second full course yellow for this year's edition of the British 24 Hour. That's Corblimey Racing in the Highers. It's been a bit of a difficult race so far for Corblimey Racing.
It has. Much like Century Sim as well, who are struggling. As we've gone green again, we are back underway. Offline Motorsport pitting in that time as well during that full course yellow, so we'll keep an eye on where they shake out. But Offline Motorsport have gone long, but still not as long as MS Soco Select, who are only now, I believe, our only owner Kart not to have pitted. They were already in the lead on merit anyway, but now they're well over a minute in front. They were, in fact, they're a minute and a half in front of Rosso Corsa. And in fact, here it comes now. I've just still squirrely, even under braking into the pits. Just as we've gone green, that's the 43 in for their first stop as leader. So we'll find out where they shake out. Normally, it's around about a minute.
Yeah.
The stop time here, certainly for a quick stop for the top teams, it's about a minute. So should shake out around about 25, 20, somewhere between 25 and 30 seconds still in the lead for MS Soco Select.
Just to make the further comment on that we mentioned earlier about full course yellow, good time to get a pit stop in if you can. The trouble is, though, we mentioned it earlier, only 2 fuel bays. If 10 carts come into the pits under a full course yellow, someone's not going to have a happy time. And that's what I think MS Circo Select have done there, because we've had the report from David that it was very busy.
Well, you
down
can imagine
there.
it would be, because karts are travelling probably around about 70% of the lap time that they would be doing at full speed. And in fact, we'll get the first fast lap come across the line in just a moment, because I've done it again. Rosso Corsa are going to come across the line and give us a lap time. So they've done a 1:21. So we were around about 20 seconds off under the full course yellow of pace. So that's 20 seconds you can gain in the pits, but only if the fuel bay is clear. Now, that is where the benefit of team radios comes into play, because you can quite literally have somebody stood in the pit lane on the radio telling you when the pits are clear or not. And if they aren't clear, you want to be continuing to circulate. Even if the track goes green again, that's probably what the 43 has done.
Yeah, no, right call for me. Definitely the right call, and it's going to benefit them, especially as they've seen some of their rivals make mistakes in the early hours of this race. They've got a clean book so far.
I'm going to bring something to your attention now, David Howard. We'll get there eventually. Andrew, and that is 881 Blue Speed Racers. 113 Red Graphics has gone off at hairpin 1 and is about to lose a position, I believe. In fact, yes, we'll lose the position to the 42 of MS Lucas. If Jess Alexander sweeps around the outside of hairpin 2 and gets the job done. Red Graphics losing it at hairpin 1. What I'm going to bring to your attention is, just coming in front of us now, the 881 of Blue Speed Racing. Yes. I've been in, done a pit stop, done a driver change, and in that cart is Steve Tomo Thompson. Now, a couple of years ago in the wet conditions, him and Adam Willis were around about 2 seconds a lap quicker than anybody out on the track. So the man is a rain meister. So although it's not raining anymore, the track is still very, very greasy. Watch out for that Blue Speed Racing car lighting up the timesheets.
And it's one of the really rewarding things, I think, about this circuit, that it does tend to dry quite quickly. I mean, the fastest lap times we've got, we're already down into the teens again. 1 minute 17.735 for MSJSR, 1 minute 17.501 for MS Lucas Racing. I think if the rain holds off, and that is a big if, we're going to get back to those 14s, 15s, maybe 13s very, very quickly indeed. Yeah, we're heading down there already. In the last couple of laps, we've already taken 5 seconds a lap off the pace. Connor, sorry, I don't know who's out for whether Connor Lucas is double stinting, but MS Lucas are back out. They are still in the lead, but only by 7 seconds. 6.6. Yeah. That's okay. That's okay. It's a well, we thought it'd be quite a bit more than that. Who's that having a bit of a spin through hairpin? 2 minute 15 second last or lap before. If you do want to watch the live timing, of course, you can go to live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. And on there are multiple tools as well that you can use. So if you do have a particular driver or team that you are supporting, you can find where they are on circuit. You can click that team and it will highlight on the track map where they are on the track at that particular time. So you can see when they're roughly when they're going to come over the line. It will show gold, silver, bronze for first, second and third on the road, but you can also highlight 2 particular karts that you want to watch. You can highlight 1 red and 1 blue, and that will give you the tools of that, as we've got, I think that's Receding Racing gone round at hairpin 2. Yeah, we had a spin for X Racing as well, the number 10 at hairpin number 4. It's not really been the kind of start to this race that they would have wanted. Team currently leading in the BPEC Pro Class Championship. Down into the 117s now for the 2 front runners. Lucas Racing as well, 42 in 5th place now. They're in the 117s. As are 303 Racing with a very quick lap time. In fact, 3rd quickest on circuit. And then I say that, and we've already got drivers in the 116, so pace really, really ramping up again now. We've got a mechanical flag for the 529, missing a front nose panel completely.
529 in owners. I'm just going to scroll through my list. That is HWR, who had the incident with the long delay where they ran out of fuel, we were told, and brought out that first full course yellow. Well, they have been recovered back to the pits and are coming back in the pits again because they haven't got a nose on it. In fact, it's Charlie Bingham that's now out in the 43. So driver change in 43. It's Bingham that's now out for them.
Sorry, I've just been distracted by DJ touching me Misagi microphone. I think it's better now.
Okay.
We've reached that point already.
Okay.
If it's not even 9 o'clock yet.
Normally this happens around 2 o'clock in the morning, but yeah, let's go for it now. TTM into the 1:15s, first team into the 1 minute 15, so they are by far the quickest car on track at the moment. Lucas Racing also now into the 1:15s. Times tumbling. Soco Select only managed a 1:18 that lap. Rosso Corsa, they were in the 1:20s. This is the 529 who've received that mechanical meatball flag.
No front wing.
They're coming on. Yeah, it's missing the nose, as we said a moment ago, and there they come into the pit. So they ran out of fuel, and now they're coming in for that as well. Currently showing in 40th place and 7 laps down. I'm looking at the times tumbling again. We've got a lot of teams now in the 1:16s and 1:17s. We've also got quite a few in the 1 minute 20s and 1 minute 18s. So not sure whether that's just down to traffic. I think given a clean lap, we could be potentially soon into the 1:14s, and that would be right back onto pretty much dry pace.
So keep an eye on. We've got several sources now for weather predictions. Jake's saying that it's raining quite heavily where he is, not too far from the circuit. At least from what I'm hearing from our esteemed colleague down the road and our sources here in the box, the rain is due to stop now, or has stopped, and hold off for another maybe 45 minutes or so. Then there's going to be another light flurry, and from the weather forecast that I was seeing earlier, it's a very British discussion that we're having right now. This is going to be the story through the course of the race. There's going to be these light little rain showers that are just constantly going to keep pegging the pace of the karts and the race back, but more importantly, put the drivers in that position where they can make mistakes.
Yeah, it's really, really tricky with these conditions, and it's going to be on and off and on and off throughout the race, and we know that because we've seen the weather reports, we've seen multiple weather reports confirming this as well, not just from one particular source. But another element to bring into this is, what do the drivers wear when they go out?
Yeah.
If it's like this now, you go out in your normal race suit. Of course, when it's tipping it down, you put on a rain suit, essentially.
And I have seen drivers get caught out before. You go out, because it's not the most comfortable things to wear when it's those wetsuits. You only really do it when it's it's absolutely necessary. I remember a good mate of mine, Mike Poppin, I think Alan Curtis was caught up in this as well, the Club 100 scene, doing this race, and went out. Like, they just started a stint, and it was fine, and it was one of those situations like, I don't think it's going to rain, I'll head out in my normal race suit. And then we had the tundra hit the circuit, and quite moist. I think it's still drying out now, several years later. Anyway, 10 minutes to go of this hour, and still Emma Soko Select doing a great job at the front of the field. The Baps of Betrayal are out. There they are on the screen.
Look at him promoting his Instagram channel now. Get off my stream, Chris. With your Baps of Betrayal.
And they'll be at the motocross at Whitby tomorrow, I believe, that stream. So that if you like your bikes, if you like your motocross, you make sure that you tune in for that here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you've not subscribed already, click that subscribe button now.
Wow, 4 wide into hairpin 4 that we just saw at the bottom of the shot there, and again 3 wide into there as well. So battle is still raging up and down the field. What I was saying about the attire for when you go out, of course, when you go out and it's bone dry,
Yep.
you want your dry suit on. When you want to go out and it's tipping it down, you want your wetsuit on.
Yep.
The problem is if you're out in your wetsuit and it's bone dry, it is,
I almost
to
akin
say
it
the
to-
least, like being in the Sahara Desert.
I akin it to being like, you know, those steamed vegetable bags that you chuck in the microwave for a couple of minutes.
That's a good way of putting
it.
it.
You turn into one of them, very sweaty.
You poach yourself.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Captain Pugwasher's here.
Sir Limpalot.
Yes.
Is in the box. Is that already 2 hours
That's
done?
already 2 hours done.
Wow. That has
Right on cue.
flown by.
Setting a very good
well,
example
we're
for
coming
the
up on 2
commentators
hours.
taking over.
Coming up on 2 hours, we are. But yes, he's here, Pegleg Pete. He's in the box, ready to take over for 4 hours of commentary. My esteemed sprint co-commentator David Sullivan is now in the box. Here we run through the breakdown of your higher classes, so the elite runners, the pro runners, and the clubman, as well as rookie/novice as well. This is how they are categorized into their particular classes, as with the owner-driver classes, and also the colors on your screen, what they mean and why.
We're back in the 14s. 1 minute 14.750, the last lap time from MS Soko selects the number 36 in Hires.
Nexus Sport as well in the 114s. Yeah, Nexus Sport in the 114s. They're in 10th place. They're in the 114s now as well. So with clear track, we're only a couple of seconds now off the fastest lap of the race. 1:15.2 for Soko Select that time around. Rosso Corpus matching that. In fact, a 14.7, so half a second quicker as they just came across the line in front of us. That's 8.4 seconds is the gap now. JSR, TTM and Lucas Racing are all fairly close together, as are Red Graphics. So this is for the third battle for third place overall that we've got going on. We will keep an eye on that one. That's been ebbing and flowing. It was the battle for fifth, and now it's the battle for third.
I want to just give a quick shout out to BCW Mulsanne Racing. We mentioned the 36 in the pits. Greg Elder, James Bourke, Ian McEwen, Christopher Ellison, Jordan Ringrose, the team from Scotland. Finished 8th last year in higher clubman class. They'll be looking to improve on that. Good first 2 hours for the guys there from Scotland. They're in that mix. They're in the top 10 of those with a green number board. CSM Racing currently the higher clubman leaders, 8 laps off the overall lead. And I think BCW Mulsanne Racing they're only 1 lap off that. Actually 2 laps. Make that 2 laps. They're in the mix. They've had a decent start. They'll be happy with this. Best of luck to them for the course of the race.
Got the quad is making its way out onto circuit, minus the trailer.
That might just be to give someone a bit of a push if they're stuck around this part of the circuit. There's Joe Patterson, Kart's number 24, one of 2 solo 24-hour entries in this race. I'm led to believe, because we've got Julian Clist out there as well, doing the 24 hours for diabetes effort, but this is the one in owners, the faster
This
machinery.
is the one that's going for the world record, yes. So there you have it on screen. The Guinness World Record attempt is underway here. Joe Patterson is currently on lap 84. So coming across the line this time will be to start lap 85.
I just noticed something there. I don't know if we can just get a shot. I think it was the number 2. If it is, I really like this. Did I just see a higher kart with a rear view mirror?
Oh no!
Oh no, it's
a lap timer.
Oh, that's boring.
It's a lap timer. Rather than mounting it on the steering wheel, they've mounted it to the Nassau panel, which is, in my opinion, incredibly risky after what we've seen happen to Nassau panels here.
Well, we've already seen a few.
Yes,
we've seen a few drop in this race in the first couple of hours.
Well, it's one of the first things that hits the barrier if it goes wrong as well. So, yeah.
Fuel checks going on there on the 113. Sam Spinale
in the red graphics cart. Now that's an indicator usually, isn't it, mate? That's the cart about to come into the pits.
They've not. Oh no! Did they come in early? They came in early.
They came in early for a penalty.
No, they've had a. They have
been
stopped.
in again.
No, they have stopped. But they. They came in early and got themselves off sequence. That was it. They came in early, got themselves off sequence.
Yes. No, yes. You're absolutely correct. The 318
so
was the other
one.
one.
That could well be why there is a fuel check going on.
Yes. So straight away, so we've done this enough times, haven't we, mate? We're already thinking about that further stint into the race and the story of the race. How long you can go on a tank of fuel really does set the tone for how you progress through this event. And so red graphics have not been in for 1 hour and 26 minutes. That's denoted by the TT column if you're looking at the wonderful Alpha timing page. Of course, at live.alphatime.co.uk/24HR. And yes, it'll be interesting to see how
that's
far
interesting
that
that
can go.
a
I tell you who else
fuel
is
check is going on after 37 minutes, though. I thought they were in a lot earlier than that.
Yes, they were.
Is it, okay. Is your oh yeah, yours shows 1 hour 27. Oh right. Okay, that's interesting. Because mine says 37.
That's interesting. Same scenario, I think, for Race for Ruben at the moment. They are in second place in higher elite and higher overall. They've not been in for a period of 1 hour 42. So I would suspect to see the 095 coming in what would you say, the next 10 minutes?
Well, again, they missed that fuel window, didn't they? So they've already had one stop. So they're coming in again very soon. And they're running second overall in hires. They are a lap behind our class and overall hire leaders. Honolulu by, I'm going to say Saints?
I've been going Sa. Yeah. Sa. Really soft T.
What? So Santes or just Sa? Okay.
It's French.
The 25.
Many letters.
25 is leading overall. One of the Honolulu teams, the only one that's in elite. Then it's Race for Ruben, SKA Racing, and Honolulu Racing 1 in fourth. Second in Hire Pro. Hire Clubman being headed at the moment by Maple Motorsport. The number 74, and I'm going to dig up some information on those guys. So the 74 is Chris Cleaver.
Graphics in. Sorry, mate. Red graphics are in at 1 hour and 28. So note that down for the aficionados of strategies and all of that business. That looks to be a comfortable run for the majority of 90 minutes is what the red graphics cart is prepared to do at the moment. They may extend that a little bit out in the later stages, but at the moment that is what they are running to, and they've got 22 hours to go. You do the maths of how many stops they've got left, but of course that is a long, long way to go. All sorts can come into play here, weather, incidents, red flags, full course yellows, you name it. They'll be running to a plan though.
So your Maple Motorsports are Chris Cleaver, Eddie Pearce, Sam Knowles, Darren Holiday and Todd White. I will endeavour to find out who's out there at the moment. If any of that team is watching on the stream, you want to just drop us a comment in the live chat on YouTube, and we will give your driver a shout out. Showing very, very well at the moment at the front of Hire Clubman.
Right, well, 2 hours done. Big thanks to our sponsors, by the way, NRG Cycles and MS Kart Racing Technology for their continued support. Couldn't do the stream without you. I'm going to love you and leave you, folks, and leave you in the capable hands of David Sullivan and Tom Butterworth for the next few hours of this, the 2022 British 24 Hour.
David and I are just having an argument about where we're going to stand now, because he always stands to my right because we do the ant and deck thing. We always stand in the same positions. And now, for some reason, David wants to stand on the other side of me, which will just throw me off, as it has been doing all day so far by calling Andrew David. And Howard. Called him everything but Andrew so far. So yes, welcome to all our viewers. Thank you for being with us. You are more than welcome here. Please leave your comments in the YouTube chat. We will give you a shout out. Please like and subscribe the Alpha Live channel as well. Been an interesting race so far. The gap has been ebbing and flowing between the front two. So that pro class headed by TTM2 Rosso Corsa is now well clear of Offline Motorsport, who are showing in 8th place. JDM have taken over the class lead in Clubman. As David and I do a do-si-do in the commentary box. Hello, David. There we are.
Hello, Tom.
As well.
Yes, I know. It's great. I'm trying to find the angle that makes me look slimmest, but I'm wearing black, so that's not going to help at all, is it? They say the camera adds 10 pounds, but I think it might be the food consumption. Nonetheless, it's been a changeable 2 hours down out there on the track with the rain coming down. Then just as the track dries up, we get a few more spots. So it really has favoured those drivers that have been very brave. The action down in the paddock, not as frequent as last year, Tom. We saw a lot of owner drivers in with early problems last year. Most of them have tended to run trouble-free in this opening 2 hours of this 2022 British 24-hour race. And that's been quite pleasing, Tom, because for most of them, obviously, they've been here for most of the week. We know some of the outfits never went home after the sprint series last weekend here at Teesside. You know, they stayed, they were down here on the Thursday, they stayed all the way through. So it's been the best part of 11 or 12 days here. And for their race to be effectively over in the first 15 or so minutes with a problem is disheartening. But it's been fairly quiet down there on the owner front. Hires has been a little bit hit and miss. Most of the problems have been gravel related. Either they've been in them or they've had some form of gravel in the chain that's had some issues with. I was just watching out the window there. We had 2 carts, hire carts going into the D chicane, neither of which were looking to relent. But yeah, we've had most of the issues, I say, with gravel. We had one down there that they basically stripped the entire sprocket of its teeth by just getting a stone in the chain. And if there's no teeth on it, it just spins. The chain goes around the outside. So, but we're almost, Tom, at the 100 lap mark. We know that generally, if it stays dry, it's going to get to in the region of 1,000. I think the most we've ever had has been 1,143 laps. That would have been a perfectly dry race. So, given the rain in this early 2 hours, we're certainly not going to get there in terms of that. But we should, unless we get a huge deluge, clear the rain mark. Let's clear the 1,000 mark as long as it doesn't rain. And I'm sure we'll have an update on the weather. I know it's been a little bit hit and miss, and we knew that deluge early on was going to come and going to wet the track. Since then, though, it has dried up, and we are down now to full dry times. The leader on the last lap was sub 1:13, and they're sort of all coming in that sort of region now. So we are heading now fully towards dry times.
I'm going to keep an eye out whether any personal bests come out, actually, because the tyres have had plenty of time to cool off in those conditions as well, and then push on again. So now that we're on to...
What it will help, Tom, will be there is some clubman teams out there. Now, teams that we know that they're allowed to use 3 sets of tyres for the entire race. However, some clubman teams will elect to do it on 2. It saves them time in the pit lane, but then obviously loses them time on track because the rubber isn't as fresh as it once was. Now, when it gets wet, it means that those tyres are working nowhere near as hard. They're keeping the temperatures cool, and will certainly help them out when it comes further into the race.
Preserving the life of them, yeah.
Absolutely. So, once again, Tom, we've got a fantastic drone shot here at Teesside. 96 carts, which, given that the lap time is normally, certainly for the owners, is like 1:12. That's a 72 seconds. It's less than it's about 1 cart every 0.8 of a second of track. Just to give you an idea about the frequency of these carts, you can see them coming down towards Rib Bend. You don't really, the gap there, that's probably about the biggest gap that teams are going to get all weekend. They're certainly not going to get in clear laps, are they?
I was going to say frequency. Speaking of frequency, so you can see the frequency that goes through the chassis as they head over Ribs Bend, and there's a big bump on the entry in. We've got a curb warning for Core Blimey Racing, 313.
That will be there, almost certainly. You can see the curb at the bottom left at the D. As one of them goes straight over the top of it, one of the higher teams.
Just to highlight it, yeah, so there's a new patch of tarmac down there.
Well, it is calm because it's flatter now than what it was bumpy before.
Oh, hang on, what have we got here? The 103 Rethink
Adam
Racing.
Sears is that in the Rethink Racing 103 cart. That's on the entry into the mountain section, and if that car, if he's getting out of it, Tom, we could have an FCY here. That could go up to our third. We've had two, have we?
Oh, what's he got
Full
in his
course
hand?
yellow. There is something there in his hand. We're going to try and zoom in and find out what it is. Brake.
It's a brake.
That's a brake caliper. You don't want that overtaking
well,
you.
That's going to be a full recovery required.
Yeah, the brakes come off
Most likely a full course yellow, so we'll keep an eye on that as well.
I had a brake bar. I had one come off and it overtook me, Tom, at PF one year. It was very scary.
Well, that's definitely not the best idea. We've got Race for Ruben and CSM Racing as well. Could potentially use it. And full course yellow is out. We have a full course yellow. But yeah, Rethink Racing and CSM could potentially use this very much to their advantage because they're due a pit stop.
Do we have a physical sheet, Tom, for counting the full course yellows, or is it because we're still in single figures we're doing it in our head?
We've got, we hang on, I can create one for you,
Yeah,
David.
this is 3, isn't it, now for full course yellows? We had 2 in that first stint. We've got the 7, Tom, in the higher class going off. That Century Sim Evolution bouncing across the curbs.
So full course yellow. So let's see if anybody's going to take advantage of this and potentially even switch strategies.
Yeah. Who's that at 150, 151, Tom? Tom, I'm going to. I know I've only been on for a second, but I'm going to hand over.
Okay.
I'm going to hand over because I'm going to speak to one of the drivers from CSM Racing who's just joined us in the commentary box, Sebastian Pereira. Their cart is probably coming in, I think. So, but now would be a good time for me just to hand the set over and find out what the tactics are. That is.
That's the Race for Ruben.
Is it Race for Ruben? That's 0-9? It is. The 0 looked like a 6.
So they were due a stop anyway.
Yeah, so that's one of them. There's Adam Spears being recovered. I'm going to just hand the headset quickly over to Seb and we can find out what the tactics are there for CSM.
So welcome into the commentary box. Seb,
Hello.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, come and stand over here and take up David's normal position. Yep. So walk us through who's in the team, how the race has been going so far, and what your overall hopes are for this weekend.
It's been a bit of a tough one so far. Qualified really well, second overall, first in class. Unfortunate first lap incident, dropped us. Yeah, we're hoping to possibly podium. Possibly. We're just trying to get back through the traffic and make up for what we've lost so far.
Okay, well, it's going quite well. We're 40th overall, but we're leading clubman, higher clubman, with yourselves in the 181 there. I saw Max out there earlier on.
Yeah.
Who's taking the next in?
At the moment, we've got Ronnie Smith on, but at the moment, I am not sure. I think we might be getting Connor McCarthy on circuit.
Okay, so Connor McCarthy going out. Of course, Seb, you race here month in, month out in the junior pro karting. Yeah. Been going very well this season so far.
Yeah, it's been a decent season so far. We've not had the best of luck recently, but we'll bounce back from it.
But plenty of track knowledge around here as you've been going around. I mean, what are your Are you aiming for an overall podium, or is it just aiming to win the class? You know, what are your hopes for CSM?
At the moment, we're aiming for a class win. The overall was definitely possible, but as I said, we had that lap 1 incident, which has dropped us miles off the lead. But we have got good pace. We think we may be able to catch them back.
Okay. We have gone green racing again, so we are under green flag conditions and full racing has resumed here. We've got a kart just coming in. Is that one of the Century Sims, David? It is. I get a thumbs up from David. That's the 59. And they have had a very, very difficult start to this race. I'll give you an update on their position in just a moment as well. But yeah, thank you very much for coming in, Seb, as well. one final thing I would say as well is if you are here at the circuit, you are taking part in this event, please do come to the commentary box. If you've got a story to tell, we want to hear it and we want to get it on the stream. So thanks very much, Seb, for coming in. I'll let you hand the headphones back over to David. But yeah, please do come forward and tell your story on the stream. We want to hear it. Our viewers want to hear it, especially during the night. Come and get on the stream. You'll be more than welcome.
Yep, been a pleasure.
Thanks, Seb.
See you.
Cheers. So as that gets handed back over to David, I'm going to hand you over to him briefly while I try and figure out some technical issues that we've got going on in the box.
One thing regarding a story is, of course, that of Joe Patterson and Dottie's journey. Joe is out there at the moment doing his 24-hour attempt to try and break the world record. Hopefully we'll be joined in the commentary box later on during this my stint on comms by Louise, who will be able to tell us a little bit more about it. And there's also some paperwork for Tom and I to sign. We'll explain a little bit more about that later on. What I am going to do in the live chat on the Alpha Live channel at the moment is just pop in there, which you'll see next to my beautiful face. And I've just wrote Joe Patterson next to it. There's the GoFundMe as well. He's so close to hitting his target of £5,000 towards Dottie's journey and another charity as well. So please do donate there. We'll have an interview coming up that Tom conducted yesterday. Tom was very busy out in the paddock doing interviews yesterday, so we've got that coming up later on in the stream. We've got a superb interview coming up that Tom had with Howard Lucas of MS Lucas and Lucas Racing, and we've got an interview coming up later on with Adam Deans as well. They'll go out throughout the stream, so they'll be coming to you, Tom.
Don't forget the onboard lap.
And we've
always got an onboard lap that we can show. So if anybody wants to see what it's like to drive round Teesside, if you've never been here before and you want to see an onboard lap, let us know in the live chat. And if there's enough people want to see it, we'll put it on.
Yes, Tom, your technical issues sorted out?
My technical issues are sorted out. I figured out how to scroll the timing now, so thank you to DJ for that.
Did you use the up and down bit on the keyboard?
No, apparently there's a special technique for that you need to use for scrolling, and because I'm a Neanderthal.
Tom, we have hit the 100 lap mark for our leaders, MS Soco Select. They have a 3.5 second gap to Team Tate Motorsport 2 Rossa Corsa, and then the other Team Tate Motorsport entry. The top four at the 100 lap mark, separated by less than 8 seconds at the moment. And we still have 7 teams, all the way down to JDM, our leading clubman, running on the lead lap still. And JDM, Tom, on the last lap, is that a lap time of a 1:11.6? As we follow them actually around the screen now. They're just on track. They are on the tarmac at least, behind the SMJC entry that's in around about 17th place, I believe.
Do we know who's in that at the moment?
We will do. Let me just head towards
the
commentary notes in owners.
Walking through that, I'm just going to give an update on the Century Sim situation. They are still in the pits at the moment, or still showing as in the pits. That is both Century Sim Evolution and Century Sim Racing. Both 20 and 21 laps down respectively. So not being the best start, to say the very least, for Century Sim.
No, well, they were the team when I was talking about a stripped sprocket. They Century Sim, the 59 entry, they had some gravel in there that caused the issues there, Tom, on that one. They've had a sprocket change, then they've just come into the pits a moment ago. On screen, though, that is your leader in the clubman class, JDM, currently at the wheel, Sam Cunliffe, leading the way in the clubman class. And I was told, Tom, by at least one member of that team to watch out for us. We're going to be in with a shout this year in clubman, and they are currently at 2 hours and 15 minutes, proving that hypothesis right.
Big shout to higher novice leaders as well. V3 Racing, 61st overall. 11 laps down, but putting in some pretty good times as they head round.
Story about them, Tom, if you don't mind me just coming in.
Yeah, of course. Love a story.
Some of their drivers, so they've got a 5-driver lineup. They've got two from over here in the UK, 1 Canadian, 2 Dutchmen, and for some of them, this is the first time they have ever met in person. V3 Racing are a sim racing team. This is the first time that some of them have met in person here at the British 24-hour race. That will have been Friday, and currently leading the novice class at the moment.
Well, yeah, congratulations to them. That is a real effort, especially with the distances involved in just getting here. So brilliant showing from them, and they are showing quite high up in the order at the moment, certainly leading higher novices. Leading your higher clubman is CSM Racing, as we said. We just had Seb Pereira, and then it's the Boneheads, followed by Garage 29 Graphics, and there's nothing between those two teams at the moment. In fact, there's just been a change of position as well. Scenario 77 have just taken 3rd place in class, so CSM Racing, then Boneheads, then Scenario 77, then Garage 29 Graphics, but they're all very, very close on track. So real battle raging there for higher clubman. Higher Pro headed by Honolulu Racing Higher Pro headed by Honolulu Racing 1. SKA Racing in 2nd, and they're only half a second behind as well, so it looks like they're potentially working together and pushing each other along in that class. Rethink Racing have now dropped out of, well, they've now been overtaken by Honolulu in Elite as well, so Honolulu Racing have now made up the gap of being between a higher car and an owner car.
Well, of course, because they were previously overtaken by their own brake caliper.
Yes, exactly. So we're continuing here. What I've been monitoring is the gap between Charlie Bingham and in the MS Soco Select car, as we've got another contact warning gone out for X Racing in the 10. The gap for the lead of this race, the overall lead of this race, is now just 1.9 seconds. So Team Tate 2, Rosso Corsa, 1.2 seconds behind. Do we know who's in the Team Tate 2 entry at the moment?
Well, Tom, if you scroll back up on the timing, it'll give us a rough guide in terms of, because there's a line going across, where they are on track, and when we'll be able to keep an eye out.
Missed.
So,
but I'll keep an eye out for them coming down the hill.
Yeah, I think we have. So they'll reappear, won't they, out of the back straight here for a visual.
But that gap is shrinking dramatically. It's gone from 8 seconds down to 1.2 now.
We had Charlie Bingham, did we, in the
Bingham's out in 43.
That's Asher Blythe, Tom, who qualified.
Oh, double stinted.
Yeah, who qualified obviously on outright pole position. So the bright yellow helmet of Blythe just going on to the back straight. There is, I'd say, 15 kart lengths. We've got two higher karts off. Well, we've got one higher kart and a Grabex kart, the 8, the Pro class kart off. And it looks like it could be the 96, the Motorsport Veterans UK entry, that were both off at hairpin 1. You'll have seen that in the background, roughly in the middle of your screen. But they were the 2 karts that were off down there.
Big train of karts to get through here for both Bingham and Blythe. This could change things up slightly in terms of the gap. It's gone to 1.2. But there's that big train to go through, and Bingham was already about 2/3 of the way through it, Blythe just coming onto the back.
Well, whilst obviously getting through the traffic is important, you do need a little bit of luck in this game, and certainly with the 24, with how much there is of where you catch the traffic. Don't know who that was going very slowly.
59
Tom.
it was.
Was that the Century Sim entry again with problems? Grabex, Tom, have got an issue. The 36 is coming in with the left rear bumper rubbing heavily on the left rear wheel, and that makes a slick tyre a wet tyre very, very quickly. That tyre will be a complete write-off and will require quite a quick turnaround down there, because the rear bumper, generally, Tom, with rear bumpers, they either unscrew them, there's 4 bolts in that, they'll take them off. If they've got a replacement, they replace it with another one. If they don't, they put it on the floor and generally jump on it to straighten it out and bolt it back on again.
Yep, or bend it with a big bar.
It's much more fun jumping on it. It's not as quick.
I wouldn't know. I've never actually jumped on one. I've seen it done.
HWR, Tom, are going very slowly again, and that front nose cone
is gone again.
If he doesn't come in,
he lost it completely the previous time.
If he doesn't come in at his own choice, he will come in under a mechanical flag. I'm sure of that. We've seen it in F1 before, when the nose comes off and it goes under the cart and it doesn't aid the steering in any way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might happen. So issues for HWR once again. The nose on that kart, at least on one side, has come off and is hanging off that machine.
As I look at the track map, we've got a very quiet section of track that's currently goes pretty much from hairpin 1 as I speak through to hairpin 4. There's only about 3 or 4 karts on it. So 2/3 of the track is basically covered by 90 karts.
That's the thing with them full course.
So it's congested out there.
Yeah, full course yellows just brings everybody together, doesn't it? And all it takes to normally is like one kart going slower and it backs everybody up, because everybody's interpretation of what the speed is when a full course yellow is, it's such a big grid. It's like it's different, as to what is deemed a correct speed.
I always just did whatever the kart in front does, do that, and the kart in front of that, if they're doing it as well, you're probably all right. So just get on their bumper and follow them round.
Because what happens, because we go to a Battenberg, it's not like everybody backs up behind the leader. It is very much a case of you just slow down to half speed. We've got a higher spun at
2 went off there. That was contact with one of the owner karts. Came through the D chicane.
I don't know
made
who it
side-to-side contact and spun off the higher car and went with it in sympathy, one of the other hires.
So I don't know who that hire was that was going slowly, Tom, but it looked like a white and cherry red helmet. So we'll try and pick them out as they come through. The 103, Tom, the Rethink kart is back out. Adam Sears once again returns to the wheel of that one. So their brake issues been sorted. Now, I've always found, Tom, after you've gone out with brake issues, the first few laps when you go back out on track are quite a nervous time. Pirouette by the 44 MSDCLIR at the Will Hardy, I think, at the wheel of that. Goes straight across the grass at the S's.
As this traffic shakes itself out, the gap is going out slightly again now to the second place overall Rosso Corsa. MSJSR not far off the back of them either now. Team Tate still there as well. They've worked their way back through after that black flag. So they're only 8 seconds off the, 10.8 seconds as they come across the line now. 10.8 seconds off the lead, which is not bad for having a black flag, really.
No, not at all.
Good effort from them to get themselves back into near enough the position that they should be.
I mean, obviously, the black flags here, that just
where we expect them to be.
But just to explain what happens is you come into the pit lane, you drive over the weighbridge, you're not allowed to fuel, you drive around the corner, you get a telling off for about 10 seconds, although inevitably you normally know what it's for before you turn up. And then you're sent on your merry way back out onto track. It will lose you all in around about 30 seconds.
And that's exactly, pretty much exactly what they lost. I think they came out around about 32 seconds and 35 seconds respectively off the lead. But going with them, so 42 MS Lucas Racing recovering directly behind Team Tate as well. They're only 4.7 seconds behind them. So, the cream is starting to work its way back to the top as the time goes on.
Yeah, 6 karts now, Tom, still on the lead lap. Offline Motorsport have managed to get past JDM on tracks. That's a pro second place now for Offline in front of JDM.
Freddie, I think, is at the moment. In the 77. Yeah, JDM still leading Clubman. Grabex Racing 88 is 13th overall. They are second in Clubman. Third in Pro is Omega Racing in 13th. And final position of the podium in Clubman was taken by MX Racing, X Racing, but has now just been overtaken by 303 Racing. So that's a change for third place in Clubman on track.
So many teams, Tom, from Offline all the way down to Blue Speed, that's 7th to 14th on the same lap. Split all the way through, really, all 3 classes in the owners there, splitting off with them. A quick look, Tom, at the
I'm just highlighting some karts here because we can do that, and I can keep an eye on the gap of where they are on circuit. Please keep your comments coming in on the YouTube channel. We've had one come in who is currently driving the 629. And can we get a shout out for Dis Rob, Currently racing in the 56.
Yes, and that'll be the 56, the piston broke entry. That should be Rob Elwood in that kart. Then he's the only Rob in that one. I'll keep an eye out for the 629, although I do have a feeling that it's Paul Watson, or at least I think he was due in that kart. I will keep an eye out for it coming through, but so many karts flashing through, it's an easy miss.
We've got another one throwing in a Rob fan for number 56.
It is Paul Watson, Tom, in the 269 Garage 29 entry.
629.
Yeah, 629.
629.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the Garage 29.
Yes.
Is the team name. 629 is the race number.
And they are currently 4th in higher clubman, 47th overall on the road, but 4th in class. And they're still right there as well. So the Boneheads, Scenario 77 and Garage 29, separated by around about 13 to 14 seconds, separating those three. CSM Racing, a fair distance up the road, but I mean, not actually. I've just checked the timing. They're actually very close indeed. It's CSM. There's a battle raging here. CSM, Honolulu in higher pro. So CSM Racing higher clubman. Honolulu in higher pro. JS Racing in higher pro. Maple Motorsport leading the higher clubman class. Then Teesside Tigers, Bonehead, Scenario 77 and Garage 29 all in higher clubman. And they're all within about 15 seconds, 16 seconds.
Yeah, this is the benefit, though, Tom, of having obviously been allowed to use radios and pit boards as well out there to give messages to your team. Now, obviously, there's an outright win in owners. There's an outright win as well in our higher class.
Change for the lead, David.
Oh, yes, sorry.
We've had a change for the lead. Rosso Corsa have overtaken MS Soco Select off camera, but they have taken the lead here in the British 24 hours. Joe Patterson comes into the pits in the 24 Guinness World Record attempt as well. So we'll keep an eye on his progress and how long his delay is going to be, if indeed it is unscheduled. It doesn't look unscheduled. It's an hour and 11 minutes he's been out there. So
just one thing,
around about right for a pit stop.
I'm looking further down. It's showing us Race for Ruben have done 2 hours and 10 minutes. I think that they've just the timing loop's not picked them up when they've come into the pit lane.
I think you might be right because they were leading as well.
Unless it's hammering it down, it doesn't work. Black flag for the 33, and that will be the BRM entry, I believe, in our owner class, because there's a higher 33, but that'll be shown as 033. Yes, the BRM racing entry, showing a black flag on the overhead gantry there. And that's gone already, Tom. So I don't know if they have they've already come in to serve that or not. But yeah, I tell you what, Tom, Asher Blythe has opened a gap of 1.16 seconds. So he's got through the traffic and is starting to move away and giving Team Take 2 Rosso Corsa a bit more of a cushion.
Yeah, he's heading out around Bridge Bend and up to the mountain section.
There he is.
Yes, on screen. So that is your new leader.
It's had quite a good July, hasn't it, all in, Tom?
Yeah, it's not been too bad for him, has it, really? I mean, even if it all goes pear-shaped now, he's still won the Le Mans 24-hour and is leading the British 24-hour. So, you know, you can put that on your CV, can't you? Even if you don't win this race at the end of it.
Yeah,
at least you've got that.
And obviously he missed the sprint doubleheader here last weekend. The reason being is that he was taking part in a 24-hour sim race last weekend, so he was getting the no-sleep practice in.
This is what happens with the youth of today, though, isn't it? I mean, how old is Asher?
He's 16.
There you go. Right, so that explains quite a lot, doesn't it? But, I mean, it just, again, it shows the incredible depth of talent that we have here in the youth at Teesside as well. Came through with junior pro karting as well.
I think the gap will have closed slightly there. I think Bingham got through the traffic a little bit cleaner on that lap. There's still a lot going in there. That's why you see there's a lot of the owner carts sweep very, very wide round that paddock bend as offline. Have they been into the pits?
They have,
yeah.
Yeah. But they've done their one stop so far, but they've just been overtaken by Red Graphics for 8th.
Yes, but they were
overall.
up in 7th. That's why I was asking. I didn't know whether they'd been in.
It's quite close, that gap,
but
though.
it's not showing. They've not been in.
Nexus, Red Graphics, Offline, and even JDM are all very close on track at the moment.
Yeah,
so
what I was saying, Tom, about having the radios, and it certainly proves a point with JDM and other teams around them, is that yes, whilst it's not visually clear always, certainly in the hires when everyone's just got a number on the back, but you've got to be used to this. The deeper you go into the race, there's a technical defect for the 213, and that's because they've just missed the chicane down the back straight with that technical defect, so they will be coming in. We'll try and find out what it is, but it's got to be visually clear from the bank, really, from our race control. So there must be something clearly wrong with that kart. We'll find out what it is. I think they're going to try miss the barrier as well, probably for the best. We don't want to see them going all the way through. That left rear's dragging on the floor, Tom, and that screams puncture. Yeah, left rear puncture then for the 213. And that was the kart, Tom, that was going the wrong way about 5 minutes ago at the D chicane. We saw one facing the wrong way. It was that kart. So not sure whether it's anything to do with that or another issue that they've picked up, but the 213 has come into the pit lane.
I'm trying to find them on time.
Core Blimey Racing at 213.
Oh, here we are, 0213, that's why, yeah. So they were 56th overall. Just pumped in their fastest lap of the race, though. Despite that puncture, that would be down to
missing
the chicane
and
the 2 hairpins. Well, in fact, all 4 hairpins were skipped. So 118.6.
Yeah. Now,
thanks to that.
Yeah, but having said that, it is probably for the best they didn't try and take the hairpins, and when there was sort of a lot of karts up there.
I'd have taken it a bit steadier coming in if I were them, though, and not aim to not set the fastest lap of the higher class.
Yeah, I think that might get struck off the record books, Tom.
I've got a funny feeling it might, yeah.
Yeah, they can't be taking that home when they're 3 seconds quicker than everybody else on track. I might eventually, Tom, there might be enough of a lull in this race for me to get through. No, there's no lull. MSJSR in the pit lane.
Third place overall, MSJSR in the pits now.
12 for them, so probably slightly earlier than expected, but if the fuel bay is empty, then they're going to take advantage of that and get straight into the pit lane.
Yeah.
What I was going to mention, Tom, is that there becomes a time later on in this race where you stop racing higher karts and start having to race teams in your class. And what you don't want to do is, get into a battle with a kart that's not in your class and then have a problem.
And that's what's seemingly happening, believe it or not, for the overall lead of this race. Bingham is right there again now. There's only one higher kart between them as they head out onto the back straight. It is Blythe from Bingham. They're just making their way out of hairpin 2, round South Bank corner and into hairpin 3 as quick as that. There is now a train of about 4 higher karts that they're going to have to side their way through between hairpin 4 and the D chicane. Bingham up on the grass as he went 3 wide, overtaking 2 hires, went 3 wide on the grass, managed to survive, gets past the other 2 before the D chicane, and that's how it's done, ladies and gentlemen.
Fantastic from Charlie Bingham. Just had somebody at the door with a quick update regarding BCW Mulsanne Racing in the higher class. They've had a bit of a problem with one of their drivers. Whilst out on track, Tom, not feeling at all well. They've lost 3 laps with him coming in. Not sure whether he's going to be back at all for the rest of this event, but they do have another 4 drivers to go through, so they should be able to make it to the end.
When you say not feeling well, do you mean physical injury, or is it tops or bottoms?
Tops.
Tops? Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Well, and while you're out on track as well, that's...
expelled as well.
Yeah, we got it.
Clarity.
Yeah, so while you're out on track, that is not the one. Personally, I'll be chucking my helmet in the bin and buying a brand new one.
Yes.
Because I ain't ever coming out.
No, you can't get rid of that with a wash and stick it in the airing cupboard.
Oh dear. Oh, our heart goes out to you, definitely. Who was it? Do we know? We don't want to name check them.
No, I know who it was.
We can strike their name off the entry list, essentially. Okay.
I've put an O for out.
Okay.
Or potentially out.
Alrighty. Well, yeah, that's unfortunate for them.
No, one thing to watch right now, Tom, is that TTM2 Rossa Corsa, the race leader, are getting into the similar sort of regions that we saw MSJSR pit in terms of time. It'll be 1 minute and 11 when they come over the line next. JSR pitted at 1:12. So we are getting into that sort of region now where the pit stops start coming in, where it's where you start hoping for a full course yellow. Oh, Nexus Sport, Tom over the grass, right in front of the commentary box, trying to take evasive action to a slow-moving hire kart.
I've just done some quick maths here. Psycho Select came in 47 minutes ago. We're 2 hours 36 into the race. That would mean roughly a 1 hour 50 plus stint, a 1 hour 52 on a tank of fuel.
It did rain.
I know it did.
That is a long
way.
But it's one of it, if you look down, we've got a kart off at hairpin 1.
Buried.
Yeah, at hairpin 1.
There it is. That's going to take some getting out.
Let's try and fix. No side numbers on the hire kart, so we'll try and find out who that is. I think we might find out when it gets reversed. Now, we have to find out there is whether that can be pushed out with him in it, because the weight limit with the driver in the kart is 235 kilos. That's being radioed in, Tom. The driver is out, and I get the feeling
we could be on to FCY number 4.
So that's been radioed in. Obviously, it takes a 30 seconds or so to get the quad into position. Then they've got to find gap in the traffic to get across, if that is the case.
And this is going to bunch everybody
Battenberg
together.
out, Tom, right in front of our commentary box here on the start line here at Teesside Autodrome. And this one plays right into the hands if they're anywhere near the bottom end of the circuit. And Asher Blythe is coming round hairpin 4. The fuel bay, Tom, probably going to be empty because there's not many coming in.
Having a good look at the fuel is
and will Asher Blythe hit here from the lead in the 133? He's rolled round.
Pointed at the fuel tank.
Pointed at the fuel.
Signalling something.
But it's how many people. We saw the issue earlier on, Tom. Now, that was exacerbated by the fact that everybody needed fuel in the higher class at the same time. The 318, though, Tom, they've elected to come in. They've done 1 minute and 5.
1 hour.
1 hour and 5,
1 hour and 5.
So they are in with Aaron Alexander at the wheel of that one. The 42 comes in as well. They're at 1 minute and 8. And as do a lot of the owner karts, Tom, as well. The 43, I'm not quite sure where they were on track, but that kart now is being recovered. And you see what's happening down here, Tom, is that there's just people just down there, and they'll be radioing in, and it'll be a late call for a lot of them as to whether they are going to pit for
Blythe has got a
not.
big gap in front of him here. This is very smart from Blythe, actually. Properly taking the lead and pacing the entire field out. This is exactly what we should be seeing.
Well, what he could do here, Tom,
is create a gap.
He's creating enough gap so that if nobody comes in, the fuel bay will be empty by the time he comes in.
But if they do come in, it still might be empty by the time he gets there.
Yes.
This is very, very smart driving.
But the only problem that he may have is that kart might be back in by the time he gets round, because we are very quick at recovering karts here at Teesside.
But I just want to give a big shout out to Asher Blythe for pacing this field and doing the job at the front of the race like the leader should. Under a full course yellow, a big gap in front, just slow everybody down behind. They can't overtake, pace yourself. Yeah. Good job, Asher Blythe.
Hour 15, Tom, for them. Now let's see whether he carries on round or whether he pits.
Oh, he's in.
Box for the 133. The race leader comes in. The 43. Though,
he's going to get held up in the pits anyway because the quad's in there.
If you're on the quad, you go straight over the weighbridge. It's flat now, isn't it? And they go round the corner.
He'll still have caught it,
I think that
might have lost a second or two only.
I don't think that'll be as big a problem as you may think, because I watched a few come in earlier. If you're on the quad, and certainly now it's a lot easier at Teesside because in the last year or so, great developments down there with the new dummy grid that you can see, and straight through. The weighbridge is now sunken into the floor. You drive straight over it. You don't have to go up and on as we have in previous years, that issue of the kart either bottoming out or the rear end. What I have noticed, Tom, and I don't know whether we've got bigger problems somewhere else, but we're still under full course yellow. It's just gone green now, and that kart was held up in the... and that's, what I'm saying is that the kart's been off the track for the best part of 25 seconds, and we were still under FCY.
We were, and Race for Ruben were caught in a different train to the leaders as well. So Honolulu in Elite are leading that class. Then it's Honolulu Racing 1 in Pro. This is overall for hires. SKA Racing for Pro are third overall. Then it's Race for Ruben. But they're now around 35 seconds or so off the lead. The two Honolulu karts are nose to tail, although there is a lap between. I think they're nose to tail, but there is a lap between them. Honolulu and SKA are nose to tail as well, so that's a front three.
Sorry, Tom, black flag for the 881. That's the blue speed entry. Steve Thompson, I believe,
yeah, he is. Tomo's
is at the wheel of that one.
There he is, in fact, coming through hairpin 3 and 4 out the commentary box window.
I'll try and find out why. I do know why the 33 got a black flag earlier. That was an overtaking under yellow for the BRM entry. I'll try and get an update on the 881.
I think he spotted that. He had a quick look up as Tomo came in front of the commentary box, had a good look at the board.
But he's in a new kart now, so he probably needs a reminder that he is in the 881, because he normally races in the 756.
Yes.
And it was a late entry, so I don't know whether he's taken note as to what numbers on the front and back of his kart. Three wide, Tom, into hairpin 3.
Commentary box.
Yeah, 3 wide. Alessia on the outside there in the 61 entry, and now that looks like it's Lennon French in the MSDC LR entry, another one of our Teesside Sprint locals. In fact, our 2021 Junior Pro Kart champion before he made the step up into the senior ranks this year.
Yeah, what I was giving a shout out to earlier is obviously Asher was leading before that pit stop, but he's come through the juniors.
Yes.
As has Lennon French, as is, well, Max Shields is out in hires, and they are leading higher clubmen at the moment with their entry.
Well, most of their drivers have come through the junior pro kart ranks here at Teesside. That 181 entry, Max Shields, Brandon Jennings has come through the juniors, Caitlin Frame, of course, through the juniors, that now racing in seniors, her sister Amy and Seb Pereira all coming through the juniors. They've got Connor McCarthy, who races junior pro kart in other series. And they've also been joined by Ronnie Smith, who's more of a two-stroke driver, but he's absolutely loving the higher kart action here at Teesside.
We also had out earlier on, we've had Aaron Alexander. It's one of the Honolulu goes.
Yeah, the 58 Honolulu.
Yeah, which is the second place overall in hires. It's just gone very airborne.
Yeah, proving the standard hypothesis of 2 karts into the wiggles doesn't work.
No, it doesn't. But yeah, Aaron Alexander's been out from juniors as well earlier in his career. Kieran Lambert we're expecting as well. Jack Morris has been out already.
Yeah.
And done a stint, did the opening stint. That was in, remind me which one.
Jack Morris.
Jack Morris was in JSR.
He is, yes.
Yeah, in JSR. So that was in third place overall at the time as well. They've just been in for their second stop 9 minutes ago now. Gap to TTM2 is now 49 seconds, but of course they have stopped one more time. But they are still holding second place. So even though they've stopped an extra time, they're ahead of MS Car Shop.
Sorry, Tom, more issues there for the 213. They've had an off at the chicane. That was the kart that was in the pits earlier with the left rear puncture. He had problems there navigating the chicanes and bounced across the grass. It's always in the same section. It's that last corner. It's fairly straight through until the last bit, and then there is a bit of a turn to the wheel. And generally, if you do go straight on, you're over the grass. Now, sometimes you get lucky and you bounce in the right direction.
Whoa,
we've got a spin. 78 on the triple one has had to go off as well. MSJSR trying to figure out who is.
And they're still sideways here, coming through this massive snake of traffic.
Toby Dodson, Tom, I believe, was the driver at the wheel of the triple one who had to take evasive action from the number 78 higher kart that had a spin.
And there goes round.
That was the 213. I was saying that they had problems earlier on.
Was that Nexus Sport
that was
they
the
were
problem.
making contact
they
with
were
there?
in contact with Nexus Sport. And then here, the 78 and another one of the hires forced onto the grass. The BTM entry had to take evasive action as well.
And then here was further action. That was another one of the owners getting very sideways on the entry through Paddock Bend. Nexus Sport have now pitted.
It does prove the importance, doesn't it?
Just
of
over an hour.
navigating that traffic as well. Well, they were involved in that one. I don't know how much of a problem they had in that, but they didn't seem that they had. You know, it was just a side-by-side thing. So, just seeing Sam Spinell, the closing speed there into the D chicane was something to behold. There's a yellow flag out at hairpin 1, I believe.
I'd like to point out Sam Spinell, triple stinting.
Yes, just checking Chadwick Racing, Tom. I believe the 29 entry may have had an engine go down there during a spin. And they seem to be up to pace down the back straight, so looks like they've got that started.
Yeah, triple stint straight off the bat for Sam Spinell. Now they did a very short first stint with that, so 2.5 stints for Sam Spinell. But interesting to see that that strategy coming into play.
We've seen the tactic used before, though, haven't we? Where you go long at the start with a driver and then give them a huge amount of rest time. And it may well be a case that we don't see Sam at night time.
Yeah, well, we were talking about this the other day, weren't we? In fact, yesterday.
It was a tactic employed a few years ago by 2020 by MS SoCo Select with Connor Lucas at the wheel, where
he was in 111 at the time, though, wasn't he?
He was, and what happened there is that but obviously it involved the 43 as well. Is that certainly towards the end when he was riding shotgun to that kart, is that we saw him almost every other stint in the in the early phase of the race, the first daylight, and then at night time he was tucked up soundly in bed, ready to go, nice and fresh then for the Sunday morning where we've got an off Tom there. We've got 2 karts disappearing out of shot, and they're still currently discussing whose fault it was.
We look at the 133. That is the Team Take 2 Rosso Corsa kart that's currently in second. So they've had their first driver change.
Mason Barker now at the wheel of that kart, Tom. The gap to the lead is 46 seconds, which should be more than enough to get them out in the lead when MS SoCo Select pit in roughly 15 to 20 minutes time.
Well, you say that, but they did 1 hour 50 on the first stint. I think they're going long here, SoCo Select. I think they're going to push it as far as they possibly can.
Well, we'll find out, won't we? It did rain and it was wet
for the opening stint.
Yeah,
which would account for maybe 10 minutes of fuel.
Maybe so. 150. We saw offline Tom doing 140s before, and that stretched.
Yeah.
So I really don't know whether anybody, I know we saw them do that, but whether they can do such a long stint every time with every driver they've got. We were speaking Thursday night whilst we were out having some tea about how certain drivers are more economical, let's say, on the fuel. Their driving style is more tailored towards endurance racing. You often see those drivers, particularly those that have come out of 2-stroke racing, Tom, where they don't have to look after the clutch quite so much.
Yes.
Where they're very, that they're on the brake, they're on the throttle at exactly the same time. That does drink fuel.
Yeah, double pedalling it is because of course you keep the throttle slightly open and it picks up better out the corners.
The
but
clutches
it does drink fuel.
The clutches as well, Tom. It's a thing to point out. I'll try and get a picture of one later, but they basically work on centrifugal force. There's 2 springs and 2 shoes, and when it spins up past a certain point, the springs expand, the shoes then connect onto a drum, and effectively then it starts to spin the engine and gets it going. Now, as we go deeper into that race, the clutches get worn and the shoes, so looking after every component really does matter here. And having a quick look, we'll have to dip into that live chat in a few moments' time, because there's a couple of questions coming in now. One of them from Hey You says, did you say 235 weight limit? Well, the weight limit for our owner class is 185, and for our higher class is 235. That includes the driver and the kart.
And full kit.
Yeah, and the reason that they're heavier than that, Omega have been round at the the chicanes, is that, it looks like Kieran Lambert in that car. We'll confirm in a few moments. The reason for that is that the plastic wraparound and all the plastic round the back weighs a lot. Around 50 kilos more, in fact. Now, there is more metal work on them. They've got a twin rail bar from the front stub axle all the way back, whereas the owners only have a single rail bar until the midpoint of the cart when it doubles up to take the engine. So there is a little bit in that as well, but that's why we've got a 50 kilo weight difference between the two of them. Now, the general dry weights are also around about 50 kilos difference. It's 152 dry on a higher cart. It's around about 98, 99 sort of region, depending on which type of chassis everybody is running out there. We've got a mix of chassis this year, Tom. We've got the MS, the Apollo, the BRM, obviously making it for the first time, and the 7 karts out there as well. So 4 different chassis makes in our owner class. Soco Select have opened the gap up ever so slightly, Tom. It's 48 seconds now. Although TTM, Tom, who we're seeing at the moment here with are within a couple of seconds actually of MS Car Shop for 3rd overall, 2nd in the elite class.
I think I may have missed the 42. MS Lucas making another pit stop.
They came in.
They've made 3 now.
Yeah, they came in under the FCY.
Okay. Yeah, 10 minutes ago. Yeah.
They were halfway. So this Tom's the battle then for 3rd overall, 2nd in our elite class. On the screen, the 11 of MS Car Shop. Looks like Dan Bugard at the wheel of that one is coming under pressure from the 318.
It is Dan Bugard, and we will expect the comments coming in from his own personal fan club, which I have nicknamed the Boogie Bunch.
Yes, I believe Tom Scott Tate at the wheel of the 318.
I need my spotter's guide again for the Tates.
Any team for me.
That is Scott, isn't it?
Any team for me where all of them wear the same colour race suit, as Scott does go down the inside for 3rd, should get a 1-lap penalty for making our life difficult.
Or just have it written on the back of their suits in big letters.
Well, they do, but they've all got Tate. It doesn't help,
no,
does it?
That's what I mean.
You know,
Put the first name on
They could have gone with Scott, Dan or Mark, couldn't they? But they didn't. And to be fair, it doesn't make any...
Even if you still keep the Tate on there as well.
And it doesn't make it any easier because the other lad that's got one is Jupp, and it's still 4 letters. So it's not like...
But yeah, that's a change for 3rd on the road now. Team Tate overtaking the MS Kart Shop. I think Dan Bugard is going to do his very best now to sit in behind.
Well, why not? Because you know you're behind a quick cart and you're saving fuel in the slipstream, so why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I think what you've got to do is, as they catch here some traffic, is get through the traffic together as well. And if one of you makes a hole, you've got to hope that the hole's still there when you arrive. And unfortunately there for Dan Bugard it wasn't, as they came past the Teesside Tigers entry. Oh, Tom, the 57 is...
Whoa!
Yeah, big off at the chicane's prime. 57 is off at the first chicane here. We need an FCY. The yellow is we are under FCY now here. Because the carts were coming through that D chicane. Seb Algieri in that 57 cart. The rear axle is bent, Tom. We've got the Veterans Motorsport UK 96 higher car entry as well. That'll be recovered via the quad.
Great news about that is that Seb has got out the car, has been asked, is he okay? And yes was the answer.
Yeah, wonderful.
A lot of that will be adrenaline right now, and I'm sure he's going to be incredibly sore in about 10 minutes' time. But right now, that was a big one. We're under full course yellow. We've got MS Car Shop have pitted, as have JDM from the owner clubman lead. But there were 3 carts in that, 2 hires. 96 is that, David, on the back of that one?
Yeah, that's the Veterans Motorsport UK entry, I believe.
And of course we've got Seb Algieri here in the prime 57. This is just going to be recovered straight across the track, I think. But yeah, very bent rear end as well, and we hope that Seb's okay.
What we have got, Tom, is everybody trying to sort out what position there is. They come over the line here because you don't want to be overtaking under yellows, and that does happen quite a lot under FCY if anybody misinterprets where they need to be.
Just going to wait for a gap in the traffic, and I think that's going to then be recovered.
In fact, Seb's doing a sterling job here, Tom, because he's helping Nigel Moore drag that kart back into pit lane. That kart is going to be dragged. It's been dragged on the front nose. That's least of the worries, actually, for the team down there, because they'll need a new... The engines will have to come off. It needs a new rear axle, that's for sure. One of the side pods has bent up as well. But fantastic to see Seb Algieri.
I just want to give him a big round of applause because that is incredible.
There.
The lad was upside down in a kart through the wiggles.
Yeah,
the fastest part of the circuit.
We don't have
more
it
than
to
2
show.
minutes ago.
We're not going to show it. But what I can say is on the outside there, that kart was upside down with Seb Algieri under it.
And he had to push it and lift it off himself.
Because we know he's okay and because he's come back, we are going to mention how bad that was. Right in front of the commentary box here at Teesside Autodrome. But Seb looks to be okay and heroically drags that kart back into pit lane alongside Nigel Moore, our clerk of the course here, who's like a dynamo for the entire event anyway, isn't he? Green flag though, Tom. We are back racing here at Teesside Autodrome. We'll see how it's panned out in general. I'm going to put a gate through my 4 lines to confirm that we have had 5 full course yellows here now at Teesside.
We have, and red graphics now heading the big train as they go 4 wide into the D chicane.
That's going to give Sam Spinale at least 2 or 3 laps of clear air, Tom.
Yes, it is. In fact, yeah, he's maybe even more than that. Maybe he might even get a full 3 laps in here of clear traffic because they were backed up pretty much into one snake this time, whereas we had 2 or 3 in the previous full course yellow.
Yeah, there
we've got one going slowly as well, just coming in the 100 car.
CFK Granada.
Oh, that's the Spanish team, isn't it?
Coming in.
Yeah, they've had a few
engine, Tom, with that one. I think it may be engine because I've just heard him say that he tried to pull it. What we've got now, Tom, with this the whole field bunching up is you've got to make sure when you get down that back straight towards the chicanes that you can get back in the train. And this is often where we see karts bouncing over the grass.
Yeah, and as they say, cautions breed cautions. We've had, well, 5 full course yellows. We're only 3 hours into this race. That was a particularly bad one, and we hope that not only Seb, but also the team can get back out there as fast as possible. So they were scored around about 15th, I think, 14th, or 16th, I think they were. Somewhere around that region. Obviously now they're tumbling down the order, so we'll keep an eye on when they are able to get back out on circuit. Meanwhile, Soco Select have pitted, David, under the full course yellow.
Yeah, that would have
got
been
back out.
A massive help for them because we thought they'd lose be 30 seconds behind Rossa Corsa, and they're actually now only 5.5, albeit down in 3rd place behind TTM1.
Yeah, so TTM1 of 4.1, then it's Soco Select another 5.4 behind them. Red Graphics then are 39 seconds off the back of Soco Select, but as we said, that is because they were at the front of the train under the full course yellow and have now got clear track to make up as Folkus is out in the 43 and marked his arrival by going fully sideways into hairpin 1 and sending it from a different postcode on the inside of a hire car.
Stilts Racing 92 are under a contact warning on the overhead gantry in front of start finish. All that sort of excitement, Tom. We did miss the half-an-hour update, so we are at the top of the hour. We'll just run through the top 3 in owners and the top 3 in hires as well. So TTM2 Rossa Corsa leading the way from TTM, and then MS Soco Select the top 3. Then in our higher class, Honolulu by Saints leading the way in that from Honolulu Racing 1 and SKA Racing. Our overall top 3 in hires.
Yeah, split in class as well. So Race for Ruben, second in elites. They're around 12 seconds off taking second place overall in hires. Paul White at the wheel at the moment, but they are a full lap behind Honolulu in the elite, which is our overall race leader.
Scroll down for me, Tom. What I want to see is any of them teams that have had problems earlier on, what their sort of lap times are and whether they're sort of coming back into it, as to whether any of them, their lap times would have been competitive if they hadn't have had some issues.
Well, good news for Century Sim Racing is that they're back out. 25 and 26 laps respectively off the lead. 25 and 26 laps respectively off of the lead. Century Sim Racing 59 has now been out on track for 38 minutes, and the 7 has been out for around about 5 minutes again now. So hopefully they're making their way up. In fact, there we have an overtake. Century Sim Racing have just overtaken the 818 of Dazzle, who've been in the pits for a very long time. Dazzle. They were our pole setters in class.
Yeah, where are they, Tom? Oh, yes. Yes, 93rd.
93rd overall. HWR, we've documented their problems with the front end and also running out of fuel. So they're in the owner clubman class. Tockwith Motorsports and Coulda Woulda Shoulda have pitted in hires. ABC Racing have dropped 6 places on that lap with a 3-minute lap, so they'll have pitted as well, but they're now back out and racing.
Tom, Dazzle don't seem to be having... I don't know how long they've been in pits for. It's been
I don't
138
either.
since they were last in.
But they're not showing us out on circuit, so they can't have been
off
circuit
I don't think they've
for
had
an
a
hour
problem,
and 38.
Tom. They could have potentially had a transponder issue. Now, well,
should we see if they're out on circuit? Should we see if we can pick them up?
I'll keep an eye out. What we were following a few moments ago, Tom, is what would have been a bit of a battle for 7th place with MS JSR and the 42 of MS Lucas Racing. They were sort of working together. Toby Dodson and Jake Brooker were just sort of working together, pushing through the field, working together. There's been a bit of a split. It was the 94 is off. The MS Harry's Hot Wheels entry is facing the wrong way. Jordan Cranston potentially at the wheel of that car at hairpin 1.
So let's run you through. Well, we did an overall top 3, but let's do an overall for hires as well, because I feel like we haven't mentioned the hires anywhere near as much as we should so far this race. So Hire Elite is headed by Honolulu. Then it's Race for Ruben, and then Core Blimey Racing 113 are 3rd in class. So they are 37th, 38th and 42nd overall. Then your Hire Pro leader is Honolulu Racing 1. SKA Racing, the Swindon Karting Arena team, are 2nd. And JS Racing 111 are 3rd in Hire Pro. They are 36th, 37th and 39th overall. Then we have your Hire Clubman class, which is currently headed by the Norfolk and Chance. Norfolk and Chance. Then it's Maple Motorsport. I believe that, 17 minutes they've been in the pit. So Norfolk and Chance have been out for an hour and 7 minutes. So there's a split strategy there between those two.
Yeah, what I will say, Tom, on timing, they're being shown in with a black background, which is a clubman background.
Oh, right, that will be why.
So, yes.
Oh, Hire Club.
Yes,
right, sorry,
but they're not. Yeah, they should have a green background.
Maple Motorsport.
Yeah, Norfolk should have a green background. I think Maple should have a green background because black is owner clubman and they're definitely not an owner team.
Right.
Because I've seen them, they've got big.
So they've been scored
panels.
as club, not high club. Right.
Yes.
So Garage 29 are actually leading
I'll see if I can
club.
get them changed, but that'll just need a slight tweak on that. But they should have a green background, I believe. I'll check on my notes in a few moments, but Norfolk team are definitely one of the highest. Maple as well, but I don't know what class they're in. Garage 29 were leading higher club, but they have just come into the pit lane.
Yes, so they were leading. Then it was the Norfolk team. Then it was CSM as well. So 43rd, 44th, and 45th in higher clubman. Sorry about that, folks.
Definitely.
Glad we cleared that up.
Definitely, the Norfolk team and Maple Motorsport should have a green background.
Okay, so glad we cleared that up, and we will endeavour to keep an eye on that and their progress.
Black flag for a higher team, Tom. Bottas Boys 5-4-1.
Now, they've had some adventures already today.
Well, they've got another one now. Because
they've actually scored in last place at the moment, 96.
They're going to have to come in and have a chat with somebody.
They were already 9 laps off the back of Dazzle, who are still in the pits, it seems.
Yep. One thing that I was checking, Tom, as we got to the top of the hour, was where Joe Patterson was in terms of his delta in terms of laps. He is currently 20 laps in front of where he needs to be at this stage of the race. So certainly going in, trying to get them numbers on the board early doors for Joe Patterson. At 3 hours he needed to be at 116 laps. He was at 136 and does astonishingly sit 18th overall.
He does.
As well.
You know, that's not... With the greatest of respect to the other teams around him, he would currently be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in the clubman class.
Yeah, I mean, let's...
So he's absolutely flying along.
I mean, let's not take anything away from his actual own driving ability as well.
Oh, no,
this isn't the first time he's seen the steering wheel.
Oh, no,
now,
he's extremely accomplished.
The Easy Kart Championship, which became was it the Birrell, and now is pretty much the Daniel Ricciardo series now all the way through.
Yep.
So 2013, 14 and 15, Joe won the UK Championship in that class. So certainly not the first time he's seen a steering wheel. He's done most of the BPEC season as well. With the exception, I think, of one round with the Apollo outfit. So it's not the first time that he's held a steering wheel. He did the 12 hours at Rowra, with the exception, I think, of one or two stints. So, yeah.
What I would like to shout out as well is, as we move on screen, but Gary Sims has been in touch on the live chat and has said, good luck to all teams who I know, especially Rethink Racing, who can get back into this. From a sunbed in Turkey.
Well, they weren't in the pits for that long, were they? When you see all the brake calipers come off, you normally think that's going to take a while, but they were back out within 5 minutes, so a great job down there to get that sorted. On screen, we follow the battle for the higher pro lead between Honolulu 1 and SKA Racing. The gap between them, 10 kart lengths at most. They've got I think that's the Newmarket Buzzing Hornets entry between them at the moment as a buffer, but a good run out of the back straight by SKA will sort of close that gap up if he can get through. In fact, he's probably just going to use the slipstream down the back straight, which is going to be a massive help. The 5 driver entry side by side through they go. They've got an owner kart between them as well, and everybody navigates the chicanes nicely. Yeah, Sebastian Francis, Brett Crow, Ben Hobbs, Adam Stainer and Rob Lowe, the 5-car entry for SKA Racing. And they are within a second or so of Honolulu, although the gap has opened up through the hairpin 1 or 2 traffic. So we'll keep an eye on that and see whether SKA can close in. The lap time on the previous one was fairly similar between the two of them, a tenth or so.
There's only 6 minutes between pit stops as well, so they're both on the same strategy. This is properly as it should be on track, if that makes any sense at all. Oh, hang on, what have we done here, David?
Nothing. I was trying to figure out how to move the live chat up and down so I can actually see it.
Yeah.
And I've turned your live timing off on that screen because we didn't get a technical briefing from DDMM at the start on how to use their equipment. Race lead is a 6-second gap then between TTM2 Rossa Corsa and MS Soco Select. The TTM2 right behind, Team Tate Motorsport right behind as well. The top 3 split by 6.5 seconds at 3 hours and 10 minutes of this 2022 British 24-hour race.
We will focus on the on-screen action while Howard does his best to fix the debacle of David touching a laptop.
Well, no, I'm not going to... We should be back, I think, in terms of timing in about 10 seconds.
Well, we've got it on the left anyway of this screen as our ticker. Here we go.
I was
Well
trying
done,
to figure out
Howard.
the live
Thank you very
chat on how to make that go up or down so I can see more than one comment. Because I think that's, we always do like to dip in, and particularly as we head towards night time.
It's fine.
I think we've figured it out now, have we, Tom? I think we have. Contact warning for the 172 Receding Racing outfit. Lead gap now down to under 6 seconds. It's 2 and 3 wide down the back straight.
Yeah,
as
that's
SK
great.
Racing get the head down behind the steering wheel and allow one of our owner entries through. The 595 FMJC. Entry. I think we've finally figured this one out, Tom.
We have. Vicky Carr has been in touch saying, good luck, number 44, watching from Lanzarote.
They'll be supporting the black and the green hearts after it are a massive giveaway to the drivers' colours that are currently in that kart.
Okay.
They'll be Lennon French.
Ah, of course. Of course. We've also got support coming in for Honolulu from Breckpot Matt. So he said go Honolulu. Well, they are showing very well at the moment at the top of both of their classes. We've got SKA Racing support coming in for SKA Racing, support coming in for Porsche Sport as well. And Jake Gameford with Team 629 Garage 29 Graphics. Well, we just mentioned them actually because
Paul Watson came in to refuel that kart. Now, whether he's still in it or not is a different matter, but he was out in that kart. Now, he went out just at the right time, Tom, because we know that he is very, very quick in a higher kart when it rains. The 57 is back out, Tom. Henry Trina now, I believe, at the wheel of that. But that kart rebuilt from the rear end. I don't know what its handling is going to be like. We'll see what it's like when they come over. But the 57 Prime entry is back out on track.
I think that's second stint for Henry Trina as well.
He's in a higher kart as well, Tom.
Oh, he's doing double. Oh, well, that'll be why I've seen
one in owners and one in hires.
I thought he was in. I thought I'd seen the suit before.
He's in one of the CBR carts. I don't know which one. I will have a look because I have a
so he's doing double duty this weekend.
Double duty. Oh no, is it? No, is it one? No, he's not. I think he's in the ABC Racing, the Advantage by Contact cart, and also in the owners in the Prime Racing because he's been added as a late entry into that kart alongside Algieri and the rest of their team. They only had 3 drivers in that kart until the early part of last week, and then added Henry Trina in and Owen Spears as well.
So the support coming in from Jake Gameford for 629 Garage 29 Graphics. So I'm just going to give you an update on that one. 6th in class at the moment, currently placed 53rd overall. So if you do want to see the live timing, please do go to live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. Up on the screen, we have the QR code for Dottie's Journey. You can literally point your phone at that screen, use the QR code there. It will take you to the link. Now, this is everything that Joe Patterson is raising the money for. This is the reason why he's doing this 24-hour race, putting him through this pain and everything that he is subjecting himself to go for this world record attempt. It's all to raise money for Dottie's Journey. We do have a really good interview with him that we can post throughout the stream, and we will show that certainly through the evening as well. Oh, the 57's off again, David. Prime 57 is off at Ribs Bend.
Yeah. Now,
don't be shy with them fruit pastels either.
I was just asked Andrew, who'd done the first stint, as to whether we've spoke about confectionery cupboard yet.
Oh, was it the conversation between the two of you last year about fruit pastels?
No, I believe it. Following you, I had John Ratcliffe in with me. And yeah, fruit pastels. It kicked off.
Oh, good lad.
Particularly
Although
in the
not
live
a red
chat.
one.
So particularly in the live chat about which was the best colour. Somebody was telling me it was black. It's definitely not. Black, dark red, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, full course yellow again, Tom, then, because of that cart needing to be recovered down at Rib Bend. The quad is away.
I give David the signal to mark another one down.
Yeah, now, looks to me, Tom, with that it could just be that there's too much speed's been carried in there, because it's gone in forward, so it's had some help with a push from the rear end, or something when they came to rebuilding that back end. Not quite sure what, but that cart is off. Henry Treen's going to need to get back in it, because he's going to need to apply the brake to the back to that cart to stop it moving backwards and forwards on the trolley.
Oh, we're hearing through the voice in our ears that there is potential steering failure as well. So that could have been down to the earlier accident as being
also
missed with all the
explains why it
focus on
looked
the
like
rear
it had
end.
gone straight on.
Yes.
Because the Century Sim cart that had the issue, it was a Chadwick Racing cart right at the start. There was a bit of contact into that first corner, that Rib Bend, but his steering at the time was locked full right, and he just went straight on when the track rod failed. The comments are coming in very, very quickly, actually, Tom, which is always good to see.
This is what happens when you mention one person, they all come in.
Yeah, especially those ones in the live chat that update us as to who is in the cart.
Yep. So scenario 77, they had a black background apparently for the start. We've got Ryan Gill saying, wish I could do this. Good luck to all teams out there. Well, Ryan, if you're based in the UK, and perhaps even if you're not, you're welcome to come and take part in the British 24-hour. There is a 24-hour karting series page on Facebook. If you get yourself onto there, give them a like and a follow, you can get involved in this series. There are always teams looking for drivers, so make yourself available, get involved in the comments and the chats and things like that, and I'm sure you would be able to next year. You don't need any kind of license or anything like that to come and race here. All you need is a helmet, a race suit, some boots and gloves, and you can go and take part in the British 24-hour kart race. Ryan BAMF has said, go on Hobbsy, great racing so far. Let us know, Ryan, what team he's in.
Yes.
And then we can give them a shout out.
I'm not going through a list of 450 drivers to find
Hobbsy. Great to see Disrob making moves, said Alex Turner. Anthony McNicholas says, he's given us spoilers about F1. Right, so Anthony McNicholas, that's your final mention on the live stream. Claire Simpson has said, good luck to 881 Blue Speed Racing. Charlotte Beth cheering on their dad, John. We did very briefly manage to chat to John on the grid before we had the technical issues. Most of those drivers coming from making their way down from Scotland, where they normally race at Crail. David pointing something out?
I am, because that's Rethink Racing with a black flag, Tom.
Okay.
Don't know why. As always, I shall endeavour to find out. But yes, the 103 Rethink Racing kart with a black flag have had an update as to why the 881 had their black flag as well. That was an overtaking under yellow. The problem then exacerbated by coming through the pit lane without stopping. As we know, the black flag isn't a drive-through penalty, it's a drive into the pit lane, be told what you've done wrong and drive off penalty. So that's why I think we saw the black flag originally come out, and then a few laps later it came out again, and I think they might have had more than one.
There's potential there for two. We've got, I was just having a look.
I mean, it was shown on the overhead gantry 3 times in all, because we can see it, and you'll be able to see it too if you're watching at home. On the, if you're on a phone, you have to scroll everything to the left-hand side. You can then see any of the penalties that have been applied recently.
We've got shout out from Dan Orchard who says, shout out Good Chip Racing. Well, Good Chip Racing are currently 81st in the 888 car, running in the higher clubman, running 1 minute 25 second laps at the moment. They're 3.4 seconds behind the Optimist for 80th place, and another 3 seconds or so to Barp in front of them. But they are a full lap clear now of, it seems like certainly on the timing, of Piston Broke.
Red graphics, Tom, in the midst of your run through there, picked up a contact warning. That's the 113 entry, currently running in 4th place. It was Sam Spinale at the wheel of that kart the last time we took note of it, because it was right at the front of the FCY at the time, and then he got a good couple of laps. I don't think they've been in the pits since, although our timing is currently focused quite heavily on hires here in the commentary box. So I'll have a quick look back. To be fair, Tom, we could probably leave your screen on. Yeah, there's the lead battle is less than a second at the moment between the 133 TTM kart. Now, they've pretty much just come over the start line, given the timing and where we can see the line going across.
And they're going to have to work their way through all of this traffic.
They'll be on this back straight, I think, in a few moments.
There was TTM.
There was TTM,
one.
Yes.
I didn't see. There's TTM 2.
Yeah, coming in. So the two leaders.
So they are nose to tail now.
Some
pretty
higher
much.
carts off at hairpin 1.
That's held back Team Tate slightly there.
But what I would say, it held them
overall.
back, but also good awareness, because Scott Tate was on the inside, saw the yellow, backed out, let the higher cart take the corner, and then overtook him when he was past the incident.
Correct.
So, and that, granted, we expect that from one of our front-running elite class runners, but when you get into such a rhythm and that tunnel vision, not always easy.
43 is only 3.9 seconds off this battle as well for the overall lead of the race. So that gap went out to Team Tate due to that incident as they've come across the line. So it's now 2.3 seconds, but 3.4. In fact, here we go on screen. Whoa, massive incident at the mountain section. Huge off into the barriers.
Barriers all across the track, strewn across the track down there at the mountain section. The yellows are out on the overhead gantry.
Huge, huge incident. Straight on, and another full course yellow, unsurprisingly there. That's going to bring together our front three as well. There was 3.5 seconds between them. That's going to bring them together.
Yeah, its pace is going to be slowed there, Tom, and I think it might be a lap or two, because obviously we're only going to have 1 or 2 marshals on each post, and there was a couple of barriers across the track down there.
Tyres as well. The question is, does who's out in Tate 2 at the moment?
Mason Barker, I believe, Tom, followed Asher Blythe into that kart, and I don't think they'll have pitted since, and it's only been like 20 minutes, so
we're going to try and find out where the leader is shaking out. There's 43 with Falcus in it. Tate has overtaken them. Falcus has now taken second place.
He has, yes.
Through that melee.
The gap that TTM2 came through around about 5 seconds in front of that.
So I think they're in a different train.
Yeah, we'll be able to see down here now how much roughly before we're going to go racing again. There's a quad down there just to help fix. There's no carts to be collected, so we can't be too far off going green again here, Tom. That quad will obviously need to come back in beforehand, but nonetheless, it was a fairly big off down there. That meant there was a couple of barriers on the tarmac.
We just had a good shot of 42 coming through. Currently scored in 6th place. I'm trying to keep an eye out for... I can't see. There it is. It is Mason Barker. It is Mason Barker. Heading through hairpin 1 now. About to turn into hairpin 2. With the black helmet on. And the multiple patterns and things that are on there. I'm not sure. Looks a bit Jorge Lorenzo inspired at the rear.
Yeah, it's got a bit of monster on it. That sort of thing.
But yes, so in that train that's currently being headed by one of the higher carts, if Barker has got some awareness, would drop back now and let those guys go to pace the field as the leader of the race. They come across in front of us now. So 42 is going to be the best part of a lap down now, as is 111, because they're in that train as well.
See, Barker there as the as effectively the leader. He's not going to, we don't line up behind the leader. Everybody slows down.
But this is what Asher Blythe did earlier on.
What he could do is open a bit of a gap up, because he can slow that right down.
Yes.
And then at least he's got half a lap then. The field spread in front of him will be a little bit further, and he'll be able to get through the traffic a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, just having a look at the 111 going through the mountain section there, the reverse corkscrew. I'm not sure whether there was any moving through or not in terms of position.
Green flag now, Tom, on the start line gantry, so we are able to go racing again. There's a bit of contact down the back straight, and everybody now heads. It's the big train going into the first hairpin here at Teesside.
Well, this is going to rather separate the front three from the rest of the field. It's essentially going to put a lap on them now. So Rosso Corsa, Soco Select and TTM are going to go through 1, 2, 3. MS Car Shop, we'll see, they're going to be somewhere in the middle. And then there's the rest of the train is after that.
Yeah, it's very busy time.
Broken that up now massively, hasn't it?
It's DWS racing in front of our leader, Martin Black.
Martin
at
Black.
the wheel of that. As that
making
Martin,
a welcome return.
It was an arm up there, Tom. It looked like there was a car, one of the higher entries wanted to pit, but with Black on the outside, just couldn't get across to go into the pit lane, and will have to circulate for a further lap.
Might have been the 12. They came through side by side, so let me have a look on our timing. It's that was the Simtep Spinala potentially looking to come into the pits.
Yeah, we'll see whether they pit next time round, but the arm was up anyway, so it looked like that. And generally we do see that a lot of the time. They move off the normal racing line, put the arm in the air to signal that they are coming off the track.
Simtech Spinala only been out there 40 minutes. Sorry, 6 minutes, so maybe it wasn't them. People who do always pit stop, the Norfolk team, Norfolk and Chance.
Race for Ruben are showing us 3 hours and 26 minutes.
Yeah, there's definitely something there, as are Garage 29 Graphics as well, and Receding Racing have all been out there over 3 hours now, so well, they definitely always pit stop if they've been out there that long, but I think they'll be coming back on the quad by now. So they're probably gonna 39 Norfolk and Chance will pit any time now, really, I would imagine, unless they have already done so and it's not been picked up on the transponder.
Green on track and green on fruit pastels as well, Tom.
Yeah, these are going down a little bit too well. I know we're a bit early breaking them out as well. The fruit pastels. I haven't had a black one yet. I need to find a black.
It was Mather's fault. He went into the cupboard for them, and
I got a lot of red ones. No one likes red ones.
It also means I can't talk for a while.
No shame there. Oh, it turns out the black ones aren't red. They're black. And my red ones are actually red. But that's not black anymore, is it? That's
they're a lot redder than they were last year when we were arguing about them. Catherine Donnicky's been
just get them old school colours in back in bold.
Catherine Donnicky's been on saying good luck 181 CSM Racing. Well, they're currently second in their class at the moment, running in 42nd overall. Mac Watkins been on saying great stints for Receding Racing. The 44 and the 43, Tom, have found each other down the back straight, and Lennon French, I think he's going to allow the 43 through. He does. The 43 carrying a huge speed down the back straight, and Didn't want to be arguing for track at the end of the straight. Easier to wave the faster kart through and then just slot into the wheel tracks.
1.7 seconds now separating Soko Select from the lead. TTM now 5 seconds off the lead, working their way through that traffic.
Now, I'm fairly sure it's just his normal driving style, but Josh Volkers is driving this stint like it's a sprint race.
Oh, very much so.
Because he's throwing that 43 round like a dog toy.
Yeah, Connor was the same, though. They still managed to get that fuel economy there, though, so it was a great stint, great opening stint. Got them from 37th all the way up into the lead. 37th on the grid. We've got a curb warning goes out for Bottas boys as well. But yeah, Conor Lucas takes no prisoners when it comes to his driving style. Not so much in the overtakes, or rather the way he overtakes. It's more the way that, like David said, he just throws it around. He soars at the wheel. He's sideways into hairpin 1, sideways into hairpin 3. Very aggressive driving style. Really muscles the thing around. As he comes through the wiggles here, you can see on screen, and he will go full send into hairpin 1.
Yeah, it's the side. It's the
There's the Tates
It's the sideways on entry bit, isn't it? Hard on the brakes, send it sideways. Gap is down to 1.5 at the bottom of the hour. Are we doing hires, Tom, or are we going to?
No,
we'll
do hires. We'll do hires. We missed hires off last time.
So you're dipping into the fruit pastels, which generally means it's my turn to run through them. What I don't know, though, is how to make it go any further down.
Oh, I'll do that.
So you're going to have to do that. So the Honolulu 25 leads the way then from Race for Ruben with SKA Racing. Third overall in hires, 35th for the overall standings, with Honolulu Racing 1, 36th. 38th, as there's an owner kart between them, is Teesside Tigers. Then the Norfolk team is 39th with JS Racing in 40th. Honolulu Friends are in 41st with CSM in 42nd. Then it's Corblimey 113 and Boneheads in front of Scenario 77 in 45th place. Simtech, the number 12, is in 46th with Maple Motorsport 47, EDKT 48th with ABC Racing 49th, and in 50th place we have Garage 29 Graphics. Team Bonato are 51st in front of A66 Hire, with Receding Racing in 53rd place, and then Lockstock in 54th. 55th we've got Eat Sleep Race Repeat in front of Badgers Rest Racing and Tockwith Motorsports in 57th. Then we have our leading novice, or we did, because Porsche Sport have just gone up into 58th with Newmarket Hornets behind them. Our leader in novice then in 60th overall, V3 Racing in front of Honolulu Juniors and Coulda Woulda Shoulda, with Simtech UK and Cheshire in 64th. Then in 65th, LC Racing in front of our overall pole sitter, the renowned Vancors, in 66th. 67th, Newmarket Buzzing Hornets, and then Boom and Straight Through Crew in 69th. Tom's going to chip in here. In fact, Tom's going to watch the lead battle, and if it gets really, really close...
They are really, really close.
Yeah.
They're just about to come in the wiggles side by side, potentially.
They are.
No, there was a high car ended up between them.
Yeah, there still are. So I'm going to run through the remaining 20 or so as they make their way onto the back straight with about half a second between them. 71st is Corblimey Racing. Then we've got an owner runner in 72nd with BTM in 73rd. Up the rear, and then Corblimey Racing are in 75th. BCW Mulsanne Racing 76th. 77 is Lads Racing in front of Good Chip, and then Corblimey 213. 80th Bart Bart, then the Optimist, and then it's Simtech Super Pink 666 in 82nd. Piston Broke are in 83rd in front of Steel City Racers, and then Chadwick Racing 85th with CFK Granada in 86th. Dukes of Stafford are 87th. 89th, Full Throttle. Stilts Racing, Century Sim, Veterans Motorsport UK, Century Sim Evolution, 24 Hours for Diabetes, and Bottas Boys complete your higher runners.
Perfect timing as well, because coming down the back straight, nose to tail now, is Mason Barker and Josh Falkers. This is for the lead of the race. They come into the wiggles. Focus is behind. Is he going to send it? Not from that far back, but Barker was hard on the brakes there into hairpin 1. Now he sent it into hairpin 2 and passed slightly off camera, but missed it. We have a change for the lead. It is Focus ahead of Barker.
Yep, TTM2 then overtaken. Still lead though in the pro class, but Josh Focus in the 43 now leading the way overall, having reeled that gap in from around about 5 or 6 seconds earlier on, and then Barker runs wide over the curbs and opens it up as they now have to try and sweep round, and Barker gets balked by a higher entry, and that will open the gap even further down that back straight. Veterans Motorsport UK in the 96. Tom, we've got 2 karts off at hairpin 1,
and one on the
of
front
them
straight.
Looks very offline-y.
It does. And a Ben.
No, it's not. That's a 61 Alessia kart, I think. I can
bent
see a
side
6.
pod.
Yeah, bent
we had
side
the
pod up in
95
the
go off as well on the front straight.
So that's a side pod bend. Now it's up in the air.
Calm down, Poggy. It's okay.
Yeah. Breathe.
Breathe.
Breathe. It's the same colours.
Same colours, but it's not that car.
We were looking through tyres. What I will say about that car is that the side pod is up in the air.
Yes.
We know in a sprint meeting that normally means a mechanical flag. Now, I think what they're going to do today, at the very least, is wait for it to come over start-finish, have a closer look at it, because it is start-finish side.
Well, the 916 has got a bent side pod as well, and that's still circulating, but not to the same extent.
Not to the same extent where you could...
So the reason the side pods are there is for driver protection in the case of an accident.
And it's a case as to whether anything can go underneath it and potentially lift that cart up.
Exactly.
818 Dazzle are on the grass and looking very interested in the rear end of that cart.
Well, they've only just gone out after a massively long time in the pits as it was. They're back out now, but it's still showing in the pits here, so maybe they hadn't even made it a lap.
Well, that's why I was saying earlier on, do they have a transponder problem?
No, I think they've been out for a long time. If somebody from 818 can get in touch with us on the live chat comments and give us an update on what's been going on with that, very much appreciate it. On our scoring system, it looks like you've been in the pits for a good hour and a half, gone out and then not triggered the lap time as well to go over for to score another lap.
Yep. Tom,
I'm going to hand over.
I was going to say, you did the last interview, so now it's time for me to replace you. I'll start with Louise, and then we'll see where we go from there. So that's the headset, which I will have to ask you to remove your sunglasses because I don't want to break them. There we go. Tom, you were on channel 1, I believe, which means I can then press the button and we can say hello. Full course yellow for the 92 of Stilts Racing and Missing and Nauseo panel. So the mechanics bay are going to be very busy down there as he leans down and picks it up. Dazzle are going to be recovered under the quad. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome into the commentary box Louise Patterson-Rees. Louise, welcome to the commentary box here at Teesside Autodrome. Now, we know that you're out there supporting Joe Patterson in his quest for his to break the record for the most distance covered in 24 hours. He's currently well up on his delta, but obviously brakes are going to start coming in later on. You must just be happy that he's doing it and must be well up, running trouble-free, with the exception of the trip across the gravel at the start of the race thus far.
Yeah, it's an absolute buzz to be here for Joe Racing since he was 8 years old, for us all to be here and obviously to support Dottie. Really proud of him. You proud of him, Dottie?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. I was about to say, we'll pass the headset over later, but Dottie's close enough that we can pick her up, which is wonderful. Now, we've put it up on the screen a few times with the QR code as well, with the 24 car following him round. We're getting really, really close to that 5,000 mark, which is the target. Throughout the rest of the race, we'll keep chipping away at that, and hopefully we can get there.
I think it's £100, £112, is it? Until we get the £5,000 target.
You're also running a raffle here as well.
Got a raffle, yeah. Grab any of Dottie's journey, and we will get the raffle tickets. Lots of amazing prizes. Also, we've got a Porsche day at Silverstone. They're £5 a ticket, so
Fantastic.
Pop over to us.
I believe you also have some forms,
which
you're going to bring up for me later on, which I will be absolutely honoured to sign as one of the 16 witnesses to Joe's 24-hour attempt.
Yeah.
It's an absolute honour to sign that and just to witness this Herculean effort that he is doing. Obviously, it's only going to get harder for him, hence why I think that the team plan is to just put as many laps on him early while he's fresh and feeling it.
He's doing good, look.
There we have
he
him
is.
on the screen. Let's see if we can grab a few words. If you can just turn round ever so slightly to Dottie, though you should be close enough there to pick up. Dottie, hi, how are you?
Good.
Good. So Joe's out there. Every time he comes past, are you giving him a little cheer when he comes in? Are you shouting any encouragement to him?
Yeah.
What if he was in here now? What would you say to him?
I don't know.
Oh, wonderful. So obviously he's coming in about every hour and a half or so. And then I've told him after I've done my comp stint, I'm going to go down there, and if he's doing well, I'll shout him a cheer, and if not, I'm going to shout a bit more of a cheer at him to get them speed going. But as long as the rain stays off, do you think he can do it and get to 228 laps?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dottie, wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm going to steal the headset back and then throw it on that man over there, because this is the man who, I believe it's your job to make sure that the bit that he's sat on stays in one piece.
Yeah, myself and Daz are trying to do the best job we can to make sure it stays mechanically sound for the 24 hours. It's there, hopefully.
So it's going well. What were your thoughts? Were you watching the stream, or were you on the headset with him at the start on that first lap where, let's face it, the first heavy braking zone didn't quite go to the overall plan?
Yeah, I can't really repeat what he said over the radio. But yeah, I mean it's the 24-hour race, and you can't win it on the first corner. You can only bin it, can't you?
Well, I don't think there was any contact. I think he just went round the outside of somebody to make sure that he'd missed another incident in front of him. But then, obviously, they had to skirt over the gravel on the outside. So I don't think there was any harm done. Hopefully, the car is okay. I know you'd sort of got yourself a nice base setup that he was comfortable with.
Very much so.
To be out there. And looking at the timing, he's 15th overall, which he'd be fourth if he was in the clubman class and he's running by himself. So certainly the target, I'm guessing, is to put as many laps on him before he starts feeling like this wasn't the best idea he's ever had.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we've had all the maths worked out and everything, sort of the A plan, as it were, but with pit stops changing, we pitted him early to get him out of everyone else's pit stop window. So, yeah, we'll just keep him in as much clean air as possible and out of the way of everyone else, so we don't lose as much time in the pit lane. He will have a longer break later on this evening when we have we'll do a full service on the kart, really, later on this evening. And, yeah, he'll have time to get something to eat and take a break.
Now, in terms of the driver, what do we do in terms of full service with the driver? He's going to be taking on fluids throughout. I was speaking to him yesterday. He says the plan is not to have a big meal. It's just little and often, eat like a rabbit, but at least that way you've got something in you and it's not causing you any undue stress and not taking your body by surprise, I guess.
That's correct. I mean, anybody that's done this race before will fully understand you do not want to be doing this on a full stomach. So when we service the kart later on this evening, we'll give him some food. He'll have a good half hour to let that settle on him before he gets back out again. Yeah, we don't want to fill him up. There's nothing worse, is there, going around there on a full stomach.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for taking the time to come in the com box. I'll grab the forms off you later, and that is absolutely wonderful.
I'm going down for a pit stop.
Thank you very much. Thank you there to the Joe Patton's team and Dottie's Journey as well. Tom is back with an update on the 818.
The 818 has been reframed.
The team backmarker tactic from last year.
Yes. So it all went back together and then apparently didn't make a lap. So it's going to have to go back together again and then head back out, I hope, for them. So comments coming in on the live stream as well, in the live chat. Lots and lots of support for Dottie and Dottie's journey. I'm just going to endeavour to read some of these out as well. Joe Smith is saying, hey Louise and Dottie. Ian Williams has been on, of course, who attempted the world record. Has said, I'm going to donate £25 right now. And a brilliant effort by Joe. Ian unfortunately had to retire hurt last year. He was having, as we described it earlier, top issues. so top rather than bottom. But having top issues and...
I mean, neither are nice.
Oh, no, neither are nice, but you can recover from them a lot quicker than you can with a broken rib. So, anyway, I'm getting off topic here. But Ian has donated £25, and that's got a lot of support in the chat as well. Joe Smith as well saying he's smashing it, he's got this. Ian's been back on and said he's actually now donated the £25, so please keep that coming. Somebody's asking for the link to Dottie's journey. If we could post the QR code back up again, we will do.
Yeah, I will drop it in the live chat as well on the Alpha Live stream, so that's just going in now.
So there'll be a QR code coming up on your screen in a moment. You can point your phone at the screen. There it is. Point your phone at the screen. That'll take you straight through to it, and you can make a donation there for Dottie's journey as well. And a more worthy cause you won't find really.
I was going to say, when you have as well, check out either the Facebook, the Instagram, or the Twitter. You'll find out more about this journey. It's a wonderful but also sad story.
Oh, yes, very much so. And there was a lot of people here this weekend racing for a lot of different reasons. Some of them purely out here for wins. We've got another full course yellow because we've got the 30...
Is that the BRM kart, the 33? Because it's an orange chassis.
I think it is the 33.
Yes.
They were currently scored in... I've lost them now. 30th overall. Dropping down the... Well, they were 28th overall. They just lost a couple of places because of this.
Well, on the outside, that's the outside of hairpin 4.
But while we're under full course yellow, I'll use this to fill you in. So there are a lot of people out there racing for multiple causes.
Just looking at that, Tom, those front wheels appear to be pointing in the wrong direction, and that looks like a stub axle is up in the air, so that looks like a track rod failure.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
So I'm going to run you through this because there's a lot of people racing for a lot of charities out there. So what I want you to do is, if you are here and you are trying to raise money for charity or any kind of thing like that, get it up on the comments on the live stream. We will endeavour to give it a shout out as quick as we can and try and raise you some money for that as well. Race for Ruben, we've covered them multiple times over the years. Extremely worthy cause that they're racing for. If you want to know their backstory, please have a look at the grid walk from a couple of years ago, and we can run you through that. But there's lots of people raising lots of money for charity here. It's not just about going racing and essentially out for selfish reasons or out for the overall win and that kind of thing. They're here for a reason, trying to promote the charities that they're raising money for and their causes and the good causes. So please get in touch on the comments and we will endeavour to give them a shout out as well.
We've got another 24-hour solo attempt as well, obviously in Hires. The 24 hours for diabetes effort are going solo as well in that one. Some comments coming in the live chat as well. I'm just picking up, Sutty's just put, how do you track a driver? Well, you do need to be on a laptop rather than on your phone, but if you are, then on the left-hand side, you'll see at the top 3 overall are in gold, silver and bronze with a dot next to them. You can then click on 2 additional drivers, and the first one, I think it goes red, then it goes blue for the second one, so that's how you can sort of track a kart and see how they are doing.
Connor White's been on with an update for us. He was just down here. Oh, in fact, he's here. He's waving to us now. So, as we thought, so I got an update from Dan Bugard, who said it had been reframed. So, Connor White has said the chassis snapped, so they've had to rebuild the kart onto another chassis using all of the same parts.
Well, we saw last year, didn't we, that Team Backmarker. Now, the parts that you have to take off as a minimum, I believe, is the engines, the rear axle, all of your wheels, all of your side pods. I'm not sure about the steering wheel and the column, but nonetheless, you pretty much have to take your entire kart off one frame and put it on another one. Last year, Backmarker, I think they did it in about 28 minutes, but 28 minutes is pretty much unrecoverable over 24 hours unless somebody else in and around you has some really big issues.
Yeah, Destro has been on and said Century Sim Evolution are raising money for the Lily Foundation. I've just asked them to post the link to that. And we are green and racing again. I'm going to try and find where the leaders are on circuit relative to us, because they were nose to tail once again.
Yeah, 0.3
And in fact, they've changed.
Oh yes, Barker.
Rosso Corsa got the jump on Falcus in 43 and have moved through into the lead.
Well, that's the thing. Obviously, we have boards out all around the track, the full course yellow board. Now, if somebody's passed the board and then they turn it round and you see the green board and they don't notice till the next board.
Oh, it can potentially hold you up massively.
Look of the game, though, isn't it?
Generally speaking, if you're in the hires and you can't see a green board, is there's contact down the back straight as they go four wide. They're going to have to sort this one out coming into the Wiggles. There's a higher cut. That's Mason Barker, the leader, gets involved in that one as well. And there we go. Inevitably, somebody goes up and airborne over the top.
Yeah, everybody facing the right way, though, which is always pleasing. It's going to take about 10 carts to come through to clear that dust away.
Adam Willis is now out in the red graphics cart. I've just seen him come in front of us.
Yes, he is.
Team Tate have now dropped 55 seconds because of that full course yellow. So they were on the back of that group and have been overtaken by MS Car Shop. I'm going to see if they've been into the pits. They have. They've just come in for their third stop. There's an extra one showing because of an earlier black flag.
TTM2 so aren't far off the box either, Tom. 1 hour and 8 minutes.
No, they won't be too long.
What you were going to say, I think, and I'll preempt it by saying, if you're in a hire cart, you normally find out it's green when an owner overtakes you.
Yes, that's usually the giveaway, yeah, or a swarm of them. 3 or 4 of them can pass you at once. Oh, right, okay, we're green and racing again, are we now then? That's for the ones who don't have a radio.
Owners are now back nose to tail with no other traffic between them for at least half the back straight. So Falcus is going to close up, but it's whether he's eager enough to get past Mason Barker, knowing that Barker's coming into the pits in around about 5 or 10 minutes or so, or whether he's happy to just sit and wait for an opportunity.
I'm keeping an eye on the other people in higher pro. So Offline Motorsport are in second at the moment with Omega Racing in third in class. There's around about a lap between them at the moment. I'm just going to wait for Omega to come across the line in a couple of seconds' time and give us a full update of where they are in relation to second place in pro. Of course, your pro leader is leading the race.
Running down towards Rib, Tom. Both
38 seconds.
Yeah, I was about to say, running down towards Rib, our leaders went either side of a hire cart, and then Josh Falkers closed right up on the brakes on Mason Barker. Now it's where Barker catches this hire cart at the top of the hill, and whether that balks his exit and momentum down the back straight.
I think Falkers was very kind to him there and has probably given him a push.
Yeah. All the way.
Oh, there they go. Oh, I thought they were going through there.
Yeah, Barker's gained a second almost because he got round the 2 higher carts and Falkers didn't.
There's 3 there now, and Falkers has gone 3 wide into hairpin 2. Comes out of it okay, but has lost some time there because of that. Was that Paul White in race for Ruben just coming through South Bank now, David, that he went 3 wide with?
I will have a little browse.
No, it's not.
No, it's I think could have been the receiving
similar
racing.
Helmet. Oh, and we've got one round at hairpin 1 and getting underway again fairly quickly.
Yeah, he put his arm up, which means that he probably had a little bit of help.
So 96 is off with a dropped engine by the looks of things.
Yeah, looks like to be restarted. That will be the Veterans Motorsport UK entry.
Okay. They were once involved earlier on in the other incident, weren't they?
Yes.
Out of full course yellow.
Were.
I think we're on 9 now.
We are.
9 full course yellows. 4 hours into the race, just coming up on. About 5 more minutes, and then I will hand over to the prodigious talents of Howard Mitchell. making his commentary return, he's just informed me. We've got a contact warning for the 181 CSM Racing. But yes, Howard making a very welcome return, not just to this commentary box, but to all commentary boxes. So I'll let you, I'll let him fill you in on all of that.
The 78's got a contact warning as well. Do me a favour and have a look where TSG are, because I've got a question to come in that relates to that kart as well.
Teesside?
Yes.
Teesside, I believe. 76th overall.
Because some Hayden Bradley.
75th overall.
Oh, overtaking.
Yes.
Hayden Bradley's been on just saying, what kart number or team is Bo Sullivan on? Well, he is in that 158 kart for TSG Racing.
He's currently around about 8 seconds a lap quicker than everybody in front of him, up until about 37th place. So we've got contact warning going out for the 181 and the 78. But yes, obviously some problems that have happened for TSG. We aren't aware of what those problems were, but they have dropped way down the order, but currently lapping pretty quickly. Really back up to full race speed now, in and around the clubman pace, where they should be. So we'll be making that up, I'm sure, and get themselves back up onto the tail of the clubman field. They've lost around about 14 laps, I think. Yeah, so they've lost about 14 laps, something in the region of that. That they will endeavour to make some of that up as other people drop by the wayside, but they should quite easily catch up to the Honolulu Racing team that is currently leading higher elites and hires overall. Race for Ruben, by the way, have managed to suddenly close up onto the back of Honolulu. They've taken second overall in hires. They are over a lap behind Honolulu, but they've taken second overall in hires. SKA Racing now scored as third in hires, but in a different class. With Honolulu Racing 1 now in second in class in hire pro, fourth overall. So SKA Racing and Honolulu have swapped places. Race for Ruben overtaking them as well. Teesside Tigers now third in pro and fifth overall in hires.
And CSM leading club in that class with Maple Motorsport and Boneheads. All three of them fairly evenly matched, 162 in laps for CSM with 161 and 161 as well for Maple and Boneheads. And then who's leading the way in the novice class? They've got a dark blue background, but we are going to need a slight scroll down on the timing just to find out who our novice leader is. That's Honolulu Juniors.
Oh, well, they've done well. There must have been a problem for V3 Racing because they were leading early on.
I mean, but there's about 10 teams on 160 laps, and 3 of them are in the novice class. There's just a lot of higher club karts between them on track.
Yeah, in fact, that whole group here from 51st all the way down to V3 Racing in 60 seconds, so 11 karts, separated by about 15, 16 seconds.
Our race leader, Tom, is at 1 hour and 14 minutes. So it's got to be about time that they came and gave that kart a splash of juice.
Dazzle is back out and racing again and has been for the last 13 minutes, so they're up and running again, so plenty of time for them to make their way through the field as well. They are currently scored 56 laps down.
Their target really has just got to be if they can get
finish in front of the hires.
Finish in front of the hires, yes.
So, okay, what I'm going to do now is I am going to step off the mic. I've done me 4 hours.
Sterling's stint, Tom, including the half an hour before as well, where you were on the microphone as well for that. What I will do while Tom is handing over the reins is just have a look at Joe Patterson's 24-hour attempt.
I should just say I'll be back in 4 hours.
You will.
See you in 4 hours.
See you soon, Tom. Now, Joe needs to do roughly 38, 39 laps per hour. He is currently at 177 laps, although he has just come into the pit lane bang on the top of the hour. The Delta time so far would have him at 155 laps. He is currently at 177. That means he is 22 laps in front of his target. It's roughly around about half an hour or so in terms of rest time. What he is doing though is just building himself up a cushion for later on, in case it rains, in case anything happens with that kart. We know that he's going to have a slightly longer than scheduled break later because they're going to bring that kart in and just give it a bit of a once over and make sure that kart is all okay as we go deeper into this race. Having a quick look at the live chat, James Brown has been on. Big fan of your work on the music scene. Also, we'll have a quick answer of your questions in terms of the colour backgrounds. Yellow, that is the main class. That's our elite runners. I've just seen a kart go straight through the chicane section and remove their Nauseo panel at the same time. In our higher class, they'll be in the pit lane shortly. I'll try and find a number out. Yellow, there are elite runners. Then we've got the red background, and they are our pro runners in the owner class. Then we have black, that's the clubman runners. Then we go into our hires, where we have got elite. They're the teams that have either won this race or finished in the top 3 before. That's why there's only a few of them in comparison to some of our other classes. Then we have higher pro. They're your runners that you expect to see right at the front, but maybe have not finished in the top 3 before in our higher class. Then we have more our clubman runners. These are the runners that haven't necessarily had a top 10, but they're still experienced and are used to the runnings and the intricacies of a 24-hour race. And then we have our novice or rookie class for our teams entering this race for the first time. Gives me great pleasure to welcome into the commentary box for his first stint here at the 2022 British 24-hour race, Sir Howard Mitchell, a returning Howard Mitchell after missing last year's event.
Yes, indeed, mate. Missing last year's event. Missing quite a few events, actually, over the last few months. This is my return to a comms box after becoming a dad.
I was about to say, that leads me on to me offering my congratulations to yourself for your hard work in creating life.
Thank you. Thank you. Although I can think of someone, namely my wife, who maybe did a bit more of the work. But no, thank you very much, mate. It's been an interesting, a really, really enjoyable few months. But it's also really good to be back here, to be back at Teesside at this fantastic event. Really enjoying already being back here. So, yeah. Cracking to be back.
And obviously well versed in being up in the early hours of the morning as well now.
Yeah, do you know what? I've got a superpower now that I've never had before. I can sleep at any point, which includes the start of this race, mate. Bit of an odd one for me this year. I suddenly realised that I had the first 4 hours not doing anything, so I went, I think I should go to sleep, even though this is the race start and everyone's awake.
Well, yes, so of course. Obviously, the rota has you taking the finish with Andrew.
It does. If anyone's into their, well, not just that, but the enjoyable small hours as well, that I'm actually looking forward to because I love the atmosphere.
Well, we've mentioned it on the stream before, but when it gets into the night time and we'll find some weary eyes up there on the bank, sat in a chair, you can nod off to the noise of karts.
Totally.
And then the full course yellow comes out and it goes quiet and you wake up again.
Yes.
Because it's not what you're used to. It's almost like when babies go to sleep with white noise.
Yeah.
And then you turn it off and they wake straight back up again.
Absolutely.
Same thing.
Absolutely. There was a British Universities Karting Championship 24 hours that was held here a few years ago, and there was a red flag. Everybody woke up. Everybody. The whole paddock. I genuinely think that may have had some strategic impact on the race because people were disturbed from their sleep because the noise had ended. Absolutely. So, in fact, that's a good point. I might even record some of this myself to help the baby go to sleep. But was that a pit for the leader?
Race leader has come into the pits at 1 hour and 20 minutes into their stint. They did hold a gap of 2.5 seconds. We do have to wait now around about 20 minutes for MS Soko Select to come in to see how that one sort of plays out. And we always see this, don't we, for one reason or another, be it full course yellows, and we've seen it a number of times where the two leaders are offset in their pit strategy and it takes around half an hour.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just hearing as well in my ears that we've got some rain being reported as well.
Yeah.
This is one of those. I mean, I'm not sure if we've covered it.
Oh, I can see it actually, Andrew. Sorry, Howard. If you look at the trees, you can see it coming down in lines. Let's quick look at the lap times. They were doing 1:13s roughly going through the traffic, and it's now whether we can what the sort of lap times is.
Now, I don't know if we've covered it much so far, but this is a really long lap for a kart track, and one of the things with this, so you don't often talk about this with regards to weather in karting, but genuinely, it can be that when the rain starts, it's raining at one end of the circuit, but not raining at the other end necessarily. Such is the length of the lap here. As I say, not something I'd usually talk about at a karting event, but such is the nature of this track in the full international layout that can be a factor as well.
Well, yes, from the mountain section at one end down to South Bank at the other.
Exactly.
Is 500 metres maybe. It's a big, long track in terms of length. I mean, what you see here on the screen is the national circuit, and then behind that is what we call the West track, behind the big mountain of trees. Now, whilst Howard was talking through there about that, I just dropped the headset off to have a quick chat. Seb Algieri had been to the commentary box door. We saw him earlier on.
Yes,
dragging the cart back in.
I was going to say, I've heard that he put in a Herculean effort to get that thing back.
Well, he did. From being under it to helping drag it back about a minute later was fantastic. He's just popped to the com box door. The adrenaline's starting to wear off now, but he said that he's okay. Which is great. The cart's back out again. It did have problems after it had been back in and had a bit of a rebuild. Looked like the problem at the time was on the second effort was with the front end rather than the rear, because it has had an axle change because that was very, very bent.
Yeah.
They're currently making their way round South Bank at the moment. Henry Trina, I think, who was in the kart when it was recovered for a second time, is back out now for another stint.
Absolutely. Good to see karts back underway again. Just before I came on, a few minutes before, you were talking, I think, about the 818 being back out there. Did have a quick chat with them in the paddock within the last hour. Just watching that. I don't know how much we've covered the issue with doing a chassis switch on that car.
Well, I'm looking at now, the chassis is now red and it wasn't at the start.
Yes,
which is
that's the
giveaway.
clue. That's the clue. So, yeah, massive efforts that are going on, and we've done a few. We might be able to play that if the race calms down, which races don't generally calm down, particularly this one. But we've got a few bits and pieces from around the paddock. We might be able to show you some of that, some of the effort and the operations behind this. The huge, and this is one of the things that I love about this kind of event, David. The stuff on the track is very, very entertaining, but it's a fraction of all of that that's going on back behind the scenes. You know, when one of these karts ends up going behind the wall, as they say, when it has to do that fateful turn left out of the pit lane to go and get some kind of repairs done, or if it's the service window, the teams that spring into action, it's so impressive. The support crews and all of that that's going on.
That's why I don't like being on comms right at the start. I like being down in the pit lane, watching for the watching for the first signs of things not going quite right. The higher carts coming in, which was heavy today. Owners ran fairly trouble-free early doors, but it was getting, sort of watching that sort of thing, and then watching how quickly a lot of these teams repair issues is unreal.
Yeah.
Like the 57 was back out 15 minutes after it had been upside down with the rear axle was bent. It was, it got dragged back in. We've seen Rethink Racing where the brake caliper came off completely.
Yeah.
That was back out 5 or 6 minutes after that got recovered. So, the teams, they put in a great effort. We saw Backmarker last year when they had to rebuild. Dazzle have had to rebuild this year.
Yeah.
One thing that we don't really see in this event is teams going home. They get it fixed, they get back out, they finish their race, they take the checkered flag.
And usually, folks, I get all philosophical about these things, was the darkness has settled, but I'll do it anyway now. That's what I love about this type of racing, is that will to keep on going. And not too long ago, you and Tom were covering some of the charitable efforts that are here, and it's a legitimate challenge to do, but no question about it, because of you know how much you have to have that will to keep going, and it's highly, highly impressive. Every single team with a story to tell.
Yeah, just a quick one, Howard. Our higher club leader, CSM, I've just seen them come into the pit lane. Caitlin Frame was at the wheel at the time. We'll see whether she double stints that one or hands it over, but currently leading the higher club class 40th overall with a gap of around about a lap to Maple Motorsport, so that will naturally tighten up when they come in, but Maple are due a pit stop as well. They're currently at an hour 15. So CSM running a much shorter stint at an hour and 6, but potentially all of their runners, this is their first 24-hour race. They've elected to go into clubman, not novice, but still maybe just going down that side of caution and just keeping the drivers fresh.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a long way, a statement of the obvious, I know, but there's a long, long way to go in this. And, you know, getting yourself into that mentality, keeping your drivers fresh. You do not want to be running out of steam in the early hours of the morning or something like that. So I think sensible play there.
Particularly when you only have an average age of 15 and a half years old.
Yeah.
For your team's drivers in that car, aged between 14 and 17 years old, with an average age of 15.52 if you want to get down into the decimals. But yeah, maybe that's their idea, is to keep them young, fresh and quick throughout the entire race.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So when I just came on comms, we were talking about Rossa Corsa making a pit. They're in 4th place now overall, and you said it must be about 10 to 15 minutes now until Soko Select would owe us a pit stop on rotation, I believe. So that's the story towards the front. Omega Racing pitting from 3rd within the pro class of owners.
So we are 4 hours and 15 minutes in with what looks on the screen a comfortable lead at the moment for MS Soko Select at 55 seconds. However, MS Car Shop and Team Tate have been in, although Car Shop are due a pit stop. Team Tate have been in recently, as has Rossa Corsa. They're the most recent into the pits, around about 5 or 6 minutes ago. Tates are at 20. So we're expecting Soko Select and Car Shop to come into the pits. Then that should really sort things out. Now we know round here the normal lap time is around about 1:13. They can do quicker, but with the traffic it does tend to slow it down ever so slightly. Pit stops in general, all going well and without any issues down there, at around about 30 seconds onto your lap time. So you do need about a lap and a quarter in the bank, and at the moment the top 4 are on the same lap with Rossa Corsa, the last one into the pits.
Yes, indeed. There you go. I've just updated that now is more or less there. It's kind of, yeah. That's fine. I'll tell you later. We're having all sorts of gremlin. Well, a gremlin in the box. Yeah. So plenty of stuff. The observation I have of the last hour as well, David, is there's a little bit of contact there between the 113 of Red Graphics and the 529 in Hires as they went into hairpin number 2. That being, as I'm slowly trying to learn all of these teams, I reckon I'll have it done by the end of the whole 24 hours. Or I need my eyes tested, because this is where you tell me we don't have a 529. We don't have a 529. But it's 629. It was the Garage 29 graphics.
BTM33 are doing our camera there no favours at all by putting this pit board right in front of our camera.
At least we can tell you they're going to box. They're going to box.
Yeah, BTM are going to pit. They have pitter now, so at least he's moved his pit board.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
But observation the last few hours, there's an old adage in endurance racing, which is that safety cars breed safety cars, or full course yellows breed full course yellows. We do seem to have had quite a succession of them. I think it feels now like we've got back underway into a rhythm.
We've gone fairly trouble-free, haven't we, for the last half an hour or so?
The last half hour, but before that, it was quite a frenetic sequence of them, and it's it really does, I think, prove true that it's sort of FC-wise breed FC-wise, because that psychology of sort of going around, waiting for it to go back to green, hyper alert. I think I heard you both talking about when different people see the board around the track. Your eyes are out on 10 hooks going, well, don't be caught off guard when it does go back to green. So, and again, the size of the circuit means that you don't necessarily know what the story is.
No, and it's not like LMP or endurance racing where it's on your steering wheel right in front of you. There's no flags coming up on the steering wheel or anything like that. You've got a board over the start line with a digi flag. You've got a board near the paddock corner, one down at Rib, one at Mountain, and then 3 additional ones when you get back onto the national circuit. So 7 boards or so, and in some places the best part of 150 metres between marshals posts, because there's only one corner between them. It's not necessary to have another one. So it does take a little bit of a while sometimes. If you've seen the one and then somebody else hasn't, the first time you know it's green is when you get overtaken.
And you can expect that to be multiplied as well once darkness falls later on as well, because then it's about the lights. It's like, oh, has it gone out? Yeah, it's gone out. Go.
It benefits them teams that are on the radio, and if there's somebody right there looking at the flag and they see a board change and they give the go-ahead to their driver to pin it, that really is a benefit to them. They have to be on the radio. Now, what there is a lot of the time here is certainly a little bit down the back straight behind the trees. There is a little bit of a radio black spot for some of the teams, depending on what frequency they're on, because there is a big hill to the left on our screen, right if you're in the seat, from where these drivers are, if they've gone around the mountain section. There is a big hill that's the best part of, I'd say, 20 metres high, certainly if you're at the top of one of the trees that's on it.
Yeah, totally. It's you know what? I'm going to save some of these points till the darkness, because it'll all come in there.
Yeah, you don't want to go early with all the facts and trivia and have nothing left.
Well, this is what happens when I've been out for 2 years. I've got to get it all in. No, it's a long way to go yet, of course. Few pit stops happening. You've got Maple Motorsport in the pits at the moment.
There's been 1 or 2 that you'll notice. It looks like they've been out for 4.5 hours. They haven't. They're just not picking up on the way into the pit lane.
Well, okay.
Race for Ruben earlier had done a massive stint of 4 hours without a pit stop. So unless their driver's drunk fuel and he's just,
Okay, when you said maybe don't trust that column, I understand what you mean.
Yeah, some of it's a little bit off compared to where it should be. Most of the front runners are there or thereabouts.
Definitely.
But there is a couple of karts, I think Receding Racing is showing us 4 hours on track as well, that aren't picking up past the timing loop on the way in. Race for Ruben being the other one.
Absolutely. So, where are we at on the pace of the field as well?
Well, that rain didn't last too long, didn't it?
No.
It's added about a second to lap time, so there must be some slippage somewhere. Normally, if it's down on the national circuit, it's down at hairpin 3, where there's a lot of drifting and it's a single strip of tarmac all the way around there. It does not dry as quick. Hairpin 4, there's 2 different types of tarmac, and at least one of the lines dries quicker.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we did have a report, I think, from the Marshalls Post down at Rib that's where the rain was coming in from that direction. That was where it was getting wet first. Down there where this gravel is on the outside at the infamous Rib bend here, as you see them bouncing their way in on the brakes.
Absolutely, as we've got karts exiting the pit lane as well, and out onto the circuit. But yes, Rib Bend, where everyone's trying to thread the needle perfectly so that they minimise the bumps through there. And that's not just about wear and tear on the driver of kart, of course, it's very much about wear and tear on the kart. Such a high speed, I mean, you sort of think of it as, when you look at it on a map, it's, that's one of the first major breaks. It's such a fast corner.
In Highers, the front runners probably aren't braking.
Exactly.
They're hitting the bump, lifting off, turn it in, using the front to scrub the speed off rather than using the brakes.
Yes.
And then once you're in, you just plant the throttle and go. Now, that's why we see, particularly in the hours of darkness, a lot of owner karts going off down at Rib.
Yes.
If they come down that hill and cross in front of a hire kart straight in front, they need to brake and the hire kart doesn't.
Yes.
And if they brake in front of a hire kart, the hire's got nowhere to go and they're just pinballed straight forwards into the gravel.
Absolutely, absolutely. I always found as well that that's one of the corners, whenever I've been involved in a 24-hour run here, that's one of the corners where you really can feel the evolution of the kart. You know, if you've been out the kart for a few hours and you get back in, that's a corner where it's like, oh, hello, it's developed that characteristic now, has it? You know, obviously with the tyre wear and all sorts going on, that's where I often felt you could really tell it, because as you say, you're right, you are pushing the limit effectively. And yeah, as you say, you don't, if everything's hooked up nicely in the higher karts, you don't even have to brake into rib bend.
Just having a quick look at the live chat. Motorsport Magpie's been on saying qualifying spoilers or not. Well, what has actually happened here on this on the laptop we're using, Howard, is a WhatsApp message has just popped up in the bottom corner telling me a very interesting Hamilton and Verstappen fact. Now, I don't know if you want spoilers, and I imagine half of the paddock won't either. But occasionally, sometimes I'm just like, I'm not too fussed. So
I'm going to let's err on the side of caution, lest we get a lot of angry punters.
But, you know, check out BBC Sports, Sky Sports F1, all of that. You know, there's something very interesting has gone on in the top 6 in qualifying in F1.
Well, you know what? I'm going to call the bluff. It was Rossa Corsa who got pole, and it was there's your quali spoiler. No.
Yeah, so just having a quick dip in then. We've obviously covered James Brown in the background, colours on that one. Dan Orchard, saying good chip's biggest supporter, 4-year-old Dottie, have a big shout out. Yes, you can. Another shout out, I believe, to the Rain, which has made another appearance here at Teesside Autodrome.
Yeah, big up the Rain, that's good.
And having a quick look as well. Vicky Caron once again watching the 44 MS DCLR kart. Jensen Barker, he's saying, come on Mason. Well, that's his brother. He is currently in the, or certainly was earlier, in the TTM2 Rosso Corsa machine. Going to see whether he is still out there on that one. So I'm going to get up and have a look and let Howard do some more talking.
Yeah, no worries. Just on that MSDLCR team, how are they getting on? They are running in 18th spot overall at the moment in that clubman class, which puts them just inside of the top 5 within that subclass. So a good run there by the number 44.
So Tom's just run back into the commentary box and gone, James Brown, does he feel good? And I wasn't expecting to see him for another 4 hours, so...
That's true, actually. What's he doing awake still? No,
he's off for a lie down. I hope he doesn't lie down with the big bag of crisps he's got in his hand, or they'll be all over his chest. They're pork scratchings, apparently.
I like the way that the 2 updates I've had in my ears so far have been rain
and pork scratchings.
I love this race.
200 laps now, Howard, and you can actually see the rain coming down on the screen. MS Soco Select, your race leader with a gap of 59 seconds, have come into the pit lane. And what that will help them with is the pace now being a lot slower. Means that those that are out on track with this slower pace means they're going to not lose as much time in the pit lane, where even if it's raining, the time in the pits is still the same. You don't go any slower through the pit lane as the slippy surface sign comes out on the overhead gantry in front of the commentary box. Not sure who the contact warning is that's just been handed out over start-finish, unless it's the 303 of 303 Racing picking up a warning over start-finish.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just keeping an eye on, I have to say, just looking out the window, that reference of what can you see against the street, it doesn't look too heavy, at least at the South Bank end of the circuit, and I'm not seeing, I was just having a look at the lap times, David, to see if that proves so for Soco Select that they do gain. The lap times are still coming in the 1:14s at the moment, so it's not having a massively detrimental impact on the pace thus far.
No, MS Soco Selector back out. Looks like Josh Folkus is going to double stack the 43. He's making his way out onto the back straight. And we will expect to see Team Tate Motorsport come through in around about 10 seconds time or so, I think, to potentially move into the lead of this race here. Try and keep an eye out. You keep an eye out on the top left-hand corner of the screen if you're watching at home to see whether there's any change. On screen at the very least, that is your owner leader MS Soco Select.
They've retained it, they've just crossed the line. So they've retained that lead through that pit stop cycle, as far as I can tell, David.
They have. With the lap times appear. Oh, we've got driver off right in front of the commentary box.
529.
HWR Racing. He's taken the tyre wall with him as well. And that normally over there, that happens when it's wet. Although it looks like I don't know whether he's gone wide round the outside of a higher kart or not.
Some issue there as well for the 92.
Stilts
has just
Racing.
had to be recovered onto it.
Yeah, I think that's Stilts Racing. It looked like an engine drop there at the top of the mountain.
Yeah, one of our novice teams, as the tyres in front of the comms position are brought back to their original positions after the 529's little excursion.
I mean, them tyres aren't light on their own. The Marshall's just dragged 6 back in one cluster.
Not the first time I'm impressed by the track officials getting on to dealing with these issues nice and quickly. As Team JDM, the number 22, has just emerged back out onto circuit.
The 92 has stopped again, Howard, on the back straight where the cut-through is. He's got out the kart. He's in safety over there because he's behind the barriers by a good 20 metres, but he's trying to start that kart. Now, he could potentially get it back on one engine, but it will be very, very slow and potentially dangerous. We might be into double figures here on the full course yellows if they can't get that engine going.
We might be. This is on the cut through between the end of the Bob Pope straight and the back straight, basically out of hairpin 2. And I have to say, I don't know how long he's been in the kart, but when you get out the kart and try and pull the ripcord on one of these engines, you can very quickly realise how tired you are when you try and do anything other than driving the car.
Well, I think that's what he had, 1 or 2 pulls and just went, this isn't working for me.
Yeah.
I think that one might get radioed in here.
Interesting though, it suggests he's lost both engines. Presumably, because if it was on one, you'd usually try and pilot it back to the pits.
Yeah, I think so, and I think the instruction has just been here. If you've got one, let's see if we can get it back without a full course yellow.
Yep.
And they're going to cover it post to post by local yellows. Now, if he is rejoining, as long as he puts his arm in the air and lets everybody know, then that should be a good one. And if he stays offline, that'd be even better.
Yeah, as is underway again now, then is the 92 of Stilts Racing. On screen here, the 133 of Rossa Corsa.
They have moved into second place overall in front of Team Tate Motorsport, albeit with a gap of, that's still fairly tight, isn't it, at 1.3 seconds. Mason Barker's still then at the wheel of that 133, despite it having been through the pit lane, so that's a double stint for Barker. And certainly something, a tactic we see employed quite a lot in the early phases of this race is double stinting drivers. Now we see it again later on, but through the night we see that into a much more regular rotation. We don't often see double stints in the night, but one thing we have seen this year, a lot more teams, I think, electing to go with 5 drivers rather than 4, and I think that potentially gives them a bit more to play with on a strategic side of things, and hence why I think we'll see a lot of drivers that will do they'll do a double, then they'll miss a double, and I think we'll see them back in at around 5:30ish, maybe putting in another double stint after that.
Yeah. I shall pose the question of the dear viewer. Why would that be that they go for the doubles more during the day than during the night? Is that a focus thing, a logistics of the sleep, or?
I think possibly so. We certainly see, what we often see is we see drivers only race in the daytime.
Yeah.
You know, and they sort of like, the 2 of them do the first stints, and then they have got, drivers that go out at night time and just do the night stints, and then we see other drivers then come back in the daytime and finish the job off.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's part of again, it's the way that the race evolves. It's the way that this isn't a 20-minute sprint race. This is the 24 hours, and it's the way that you approach different phases of the race. is crucially important. Crucially important. MS Soko Select then leading by the 6.3 seconds from Rossa Corsa in the 133. Team Tate Motorsport in third in that 318. Just a couple of seconds back, and that is a kart off in the gravel. That's the 213.
Core blimey, they've had plenty of issues so far.
Yeah, indeed. This is one of the Core blimey karts. That's on the exit of Rib Bend.
The issue they might have there is getting that up. I was about to say getting that up the hill with the driver in it, but it seems to have worked okay. Because the gravel does run out onto a bit of soil there before the gravel reappears. So wasn't sure they'd be able to get it up. I thought the front end might catch that, but they did get it up and out of the way and back on the track.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And as David alluded to earlier, I wager we'll see a few more of those as the race develops later on. As tyres start to wear and as braking conditions change for the various different classes as well.
Well, remember with these hire karts, they only get a new set of fronts later on.
We are at the bottom of the hour. Are we due a hire kart or an owner one this hour?
We're going with owners this time.
Going with owners. I sort of preemptively did it a few moments ago, didn't I? MS Soko Select lead by just shy of 7 seconds from Rossa Corsa in the 133. Team Tate Motorsports 318 kart is just a couple of seconds, 2.5 seconds back from them now. I should mention, by the way, Rossa Corsa, the highest placed of your pro class within the owner category. Red Graphics are there in fourth. They're 21 seconds back from TTM in the 113, and then it's the number 11 of MS Car Shop, another elite class car there in fifth place. MSJSR is next. They're 17 seconds back from the MS Car Shop kart, and then you need to go just over a second back. I love how close this is after 4.5 hours of racing. Just a few more seconds, just a second back to Offline Motorsport, 7th overall, second of the pro subclass runners. MS Lucas Racing are a further 9 seconds back, and then our first significant gap of a lap back to the number 8 of GrabX Pro in 9th place. But if you thought, oh, it's a lap gap, there's, what have they got to entertain themselves? Well, 2 tenths behind them last time around was Omega Racing to round out the top 10. So even those who are not on the lead lap have plenty to occupy themselves with. Nexus Sport are then 39 seconds back in 11th place to number 17. JDM, recently out the pits in the number 22, are running there in 12th as it currently stands, some 8 seconds further back from the Nexus kart. The 88 GrabX Racing kart is then 15 seconds back in 13th place overall. And excuse me, I should mention this JDM GrabX Racing and 303 Racing, those are the top 3 in the clubman subclass as well, so that one's nice and close. Then it's a lap back to DWS Racing, the number 58 in 15th place overall, and then it's 24 seconds back to the 881 of Blue Speed Racing in 16th place. Both of those last 2 karts were a pro subclass. 2 more seconds back then, a whole 2 seconds after 4.5 hours of racing, to the number 10 of X Racing in 17th place. The number 44 of MSDLCR is just 4 seconds behind them in 18th place. And then it's another lap back to the 959 of SMJC. 13 seconds back then to Joe Paston in that world record attempt in the number 24. Another lap back is another GrabX kart, the GrabX Motorsport kart, the number 36 in 21st. MS Scorchio, a further 14 seconds back from them in 22nd place. 28 seconds behind them are Harry's Hot Wheels. They've pitted within the last 10 minutes as well in the last couple of minutes, last 10 minutes, excuse me, for that number 94 kart. 3 seconds behind them are the A66, one of our class winners from last year, the A66 squad there in 24th. Then it's Red 7, number 213 in 25th place. And they're in a decent battle at the moment with the 61 of Alessia, less than a second between them last time across the line. A further lap back to the number 81 of Team VPR, and then it's another lap back to Rethink Racing 2, the 104. Mad Motorsport, the number 40 is just making a pit stop now from 29th place in the race, and then that's going to put them a little bit further back towards Reckless Racing in 30th place. and then it's Rethink Racing 1, the 103 in 31st. That completes the main pack of the owner karts. Slightly further down the order, Prime 57, they're in 37th place overall, so they're working their way up through the higher kart ranks. They've just got the top 5 in higher karts to get past before they'll be part of the main owner class. TSG Karting, the 158, they've had a few trials and tribulations there, though they've just got up into 58th place overall. BRM Racing, number 33, are 70th in the motor race. Team HWR, the 529, having that dramatic impact with the tyres right in front of our comms position around about 10-15 minutes ago. They're 82nd, but still in the pit with all that was going on there. And 818, the car that's had a chassis change, all sorts of dramas before their race, but credit to them, they're going out there and having some fun. The 818 of Dazzle Racing. That's how they stand with just under 19.5 hours to go in the 2022 running of the British 24 Hours of Karting here at Teesside.
Howard, thank you very much. I'm going to ask you to just hand over your headset. I'm going to do a couple of shout-outs from the live chat, and then I've got somebody in to speak to here in the commentary box. Philip Clark's been on, saying that him and Stanley are watching Red 77, Rosso Mira's outfit. Alpha Live have also been on, just saying we were not too far away from 5,000 followers on Instagram, so have a quick look as well at Alpha Live on Instagram. We're just having a quick, other people are just having a quick discussion amongst themselves, which is great. Jamie Crees, who's been here before racing in the 24-hour, just saying that you'll see a lot of doubles with some teams as they'll pair drivers up depending on weight. There's less lead changes, that sort of thing. One person that will be able to talk to me about that sort of tactics is the man who's just joined me in the commentary box. What we will talk about first is his escapade earlier on. Seb Algieri, thank you very much for joining us. Great to see that you're okay after what was, we'll say, quite a big one on the way through the chicanes towards hairpin 1. Sorry, sir. No, you were muted. Sorry, mate. Now, so yeah.
Here we go.
So you obviously you had quite a big one coming through the chicanes towards hairpin 1.
Yeah. I think I got quite lucky with that. I've rolled over pretty softly, landed on my back. Even the helmet's come out with only a small scratch, which is probably the highlight for me. But
so I'm assuming that it wasn't just you involved in that. No. Generally, when you see issues there, it's where too many karts try to go in too tight a place.
Yeah, we were following through on a higher with Steve Tomo in front of us in the blue speed machine, and through the middle the highers let up a bit. He's taken avoiding action left, lost it on the curve. I had to go right and there wasn't quite enough space for me.
Just a quick one, Seb, before we come back to you. The 201 Full Throttle Racing, they're about to come into the pit lane because they've got a left rear puncture. They're going all the way around the outside of South Bank at a bit more of an angle to what it should be round South Bank. Seb, now we're obviously talking about drivers stinting, that sort of thing on weight. When you're planning your race out, which generally, is it done during the week, or do you just see where you qualify and then go with it? And then further into that, do you start pairing drivers up based on ability, weight, or is it a mix of everything?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it varies per team. Some of the more experienced boys that have been doing this nearly over a decade will have their plans done in their brain. They wouldn't even have to chat about it. But as far as weight goes, yeah, pairing up, or even more if you've got 3 drivers on the same weight, back-to-back them, and it's worth a lot in the stops.
So obviously we saw your kart go back out. Henry was in it. He'd only done about 20 minutes. It wasn't worth changing driver again. He's gone back out for another one. The second issue, what was that?
I think when I've gone over, the steering wheel's hit the floor a bit hard, and at the bottom of the column there's a small bearing that keeps it free. Unfortunately, that looks like it's popped out. Henry's gone out, bottom of the steering column wasn't in, and he's weaving all over the place trying to hold on to it.
So he's back out there now, seems to be going. Just a quick one, the race leader, the 43, facing the wrong way at hairpin number 1. They only had a gap of 6 seconds, and Team Tate Motorsport are through, which also means that TTM2 Rossa Corsa are going to be come through. Our race leader facing the wrong way at hairpin 1. The confirmation will happen on the screen in about 20 seconds time, but there will be a change for the lead here with 19 and 20 minutes to go. Seb, thank you for joining me. I'll ask you to hand the headset back to Howard because this one is going to get very, very interesting very, very quickly.
Yes, indeed, David. Great to hear from Seb there after his fantastic effort getting his kart back to the pits. But as you say, drama out on the track. A moment for the 43, which has handed the lead of the race back to Rossa Corsa. It was just obscured perfectly by one of the pillars of the comms box here. Did you actually see what led to the spin?
No,
for
but
that 43?
given how close they were and facing the wrong way to the tyres, I can only imagine, as we've got another bit of an off down there, Dazzle and Harry's Hot Wheels have tried to have an argument with a hire car, and that never goes well.
And
we've got a couple more hire cars. Is it rain? Is it rain, or is
it must be. Oh, there's some detritus on the track, isn't there, from the grass?
Yeah,
the 777's gone off in sympathy.
Yeah.
And is now back up under running as 2. I'm going to double check that on the laptop.
There is that one where everybody comes through and then one person hits the brakes too hard and then everybody else does the same thing.
There is that, and it's easy to do. The wiggles, it looks so simple, right? Keep it flat out and then hit your brakes for the hairpin. But you'd be surprised if you're following, as it looks like the number 66 of A66 are going to go into the pits. But it's really easy, as you say, to go off in sympathy. I always find as well, if you're coming to the end of the straight there, going into the wiggles, if you're in a train of cars, if you're by yourself, hitting that first apex of the wiggles, no problem. You do your little slalom through, job's good. If you're at the back of a train of several cars, that's unsighted. And it's so easy to suddenly launch yourself like you're auditioning for the Dukes of Hazzard off of one of the curbs through the wiggles. And it can, and all sorts of things. And yes, coming out of the wiggles as well and going into the braking point. Particularly if you've got an owner kart trying to come down your inside, it's a very small distance once you've got out of the single file wiggles. It's almost like the old was it turn 8 at Singapore, where it forces them into single file, and then if you do want to execute a pass, it's like, right, I better pull to the inside then quickly and nail my braking point. So it's all quite. It can happen really quickly, and it can come unstuck surprisingly quickly into that first hairpin.
That's Singapore, but that was where they had that tight left chicane, wasn't it?
Indeed, yeah.
Was it Raikkonen that year just launched off it and just... There was definitely something...
And
that's very similar to the chicanes here. It forces you into a single file, which is why Tom and I took some hire carts out on Thursday just to get a bit of a feeling for the track. And that's why, for me, in a hire cart, you go wide out the mountain section, but then you get to the inside as early as you possibly can. You don't want to be on the outside heading down towards the chicanes, because if there's nowhere for you to get back in, the only place to go is the grass.
Yeah, absolutely. We just saw the number 43 again. So clearly, nothing too bad there. Did you say it was Falcus in the car?
It is, yeah. Double stinting, having seen Connor. I think we had Charlie Bingham in it before that. Now, that car was saying it was so close to the tyre wall on the inside of hairpin 1 that it's either been hit by something and turned round or had the door closed on it as he was trying to go down the inside.
And for my money, you can really see on the camera shot that we've got here down at Ridge Bend that to me looks like the rain is more significant, at least at that end of the... you can see it out of the comms box window as well. So I think this is the interesting bit. Who is on for a pit stop due one anyway could benefit a little bit, because I think this time, David, you are going to see a meaningful drop-off in the pace around the lap.
Yeah, 113, it's already down to 114, and the wetter it gets, the slower they will go.
Yeah, absolutely. So, whilst we're keeping an eye on some of the action at the moment in the rain, I'm not sure I've ever crossed to myself.
No,
we're going to pretend.
Well, no, I'll cue it in by saying you did say that you had.
I'll tell you what,
you'd had
David,
a snooze.
I'm going to go and run really quickly out of the box just now.
Oh, wonderful. Well, you did say that you'd had a snooze, so I thought you just turned up here bang on 4 o'clock for your stint, but it turns out that you had done some work, so it's over. So Howard Mitchell.
Just thought we'd take you down and show you a little bit about what happens beyond the pit lane here. Obviously, you're hearing about karts that go behind the wall, go down to the paddock. Let's just take a little look at where everything is going on here at the circuit. So, obviously, you've got the pit lane here where they're doing the weighbridge and the fueling. You've seen that aplenty on the stream already. And then they'll come round, as we try not to get in the way of the drivers, The karts will come round. Here's the 555 of the renowned Vankels just doing one of their stops. And they'll come round the corner. You'll see the drivers have to push the kart round to the starting area. And then when they're beyond the cones, they can get the engine going, do their driver change and get on with the race. What happens if your race isn't perhaps going as planned, if you have to come down from the pit lane? So back here we start to get to all of our awnings. So here's some of the MS. We've got the MS Lucas squad's awning here, and if you're in the owner class, this is where your kart is going to come, and all of the respective teams in that owners class have their awnings set up in the paddock. So that's where the karts will come, and they'll get them fixed up off their own back. If you're in the higher karts class, then this is the place where, aside from in a service window, you don't want to end up, because that's where the Teesside staff are going to start fixing your kart. Well, I suppose if you've got a problem, you definitely want to end up there, because that's the quickest way you're going to get it fixed. But this is where the teams are going to be losing time over the course of this race. They'll come in, there's an opening in the fence there, so the pit lane's carried on around there. And what you hope doesn't happen for the sake of your race is that you have to hook a left down through here and end up on one of the ramps where your kart will get seen to. There's an example of a kart now getting the 57, I think that was. So there's an owner kart, and there's a member of the team who's very frantically going to assist with the repairs. So that's the story if you're in owners. These ramps are the story if you're in the higher karts. And that's the basics of how the repairs are going. And as you come down through the paddock area, you start to see all of the various awnings that the teams have set up, all the operations that you've got back here. This is the bit, we're cheating slightly, this is the bit that you can't always see because we can't always get the range on the camera, but we've tweaked it just for you so that you can. As the quad bikes just head back out, having recovered that kart to that paddock area. So general servicing going on of karts around about this bit of the paddock. And this is what it's all about, or not what it's all about, it is of course what's happening out on the track, but the support crew that you've got behind you. And I'm sure you've all seen plenty of awnings before, but this goes back a heck of a long way. It goes round the corner. There you've got the awnings for for certain teams up in the car park there, where you just saw the 57 kart being taken. So hopefully that gives you a sense. I mean, I could walk for another 2 or 3 minutes pointing out the various awnings we've got. In fact, let's just take a bit of a walk down, see what we've got. So we've got the GrabX Racing Squad. Their operation is down here. And prime example of an owner kart squad. They've got all the stuff set up in there, ready to go if the kart comes in with a problem. And it all carries on, as I say. You could walk another minute and a half and you maybe just get to the end of it. So plenty of stuff going on down here in the paddock, off the track as well. And that's the key thing about this format of racing. It's not just about what's happening out there on circuit, but if people's races start to become unstuck, how's it going to play out when they go behind the wall? So hopefully that's giving you some insight into the British 24 Hours of Karting.
Here, Howard, we've seen second place TTM have a spin down at the first hairpin. I think we might even have a kart at the mountain section that was needing recovery. That's a potential FCY, but if they've managed to get that sorted, then fantastic, because that means we keep the karts going. But the pace has dropped considerably down to the 127 region now. Just having a quick look on the live chat. People just asking how long till it gets dark. Well, roughly the lights will come on at about 9 o'clock, but without them you could probably make it till around about 1:30, as we see a lot of karts here now, Howard, going off at hairpin 1. This is the heaviest braking zone really on the track. Even in the wet, you're going to go flat out down most of the back straight. So it's going to start getting wet and very, very slippy in there.
And a Kart off wide at South Bank of all places as well. I think trying to do a sort of wet line round there or something. They went very high, but they actually skimmed the grass. And they'll not want to repeat that motion too many more times. I might just clock who that was, because that was a very heart-in-the-mouth moment for them. But yeah, definitely a challenge at the moment, this damper Teesside circuit. It was the 969 who did their excursion onto the grass. Kept it going, to be fair. Do you know what? In many ways, that might class as save of the race so far there for the Cheshire Cheeses. But they won't want to repeat that if they can at all help it.
No. Other comments coming in, questions as well. Adam Preston's been on just saying, keep pushing TSG karting from all the guys at NRG Sim Racing. Joshua Owen as well, just asking how much fuel do they use? Well, during Howard's interview, I did a little bit of a calculation. Approximately in the owner class particularly, they've got a 7.5 litre fuel tank. We've got a full course yellow, not sure why. Prime Racing is the reason. They've stopped on the outside of hairpin number 2.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye out as to whether we can find out exactly what the issue with that is. We'll find out in a moment. So yeah, I had a quick thing. 18 pit stops mainly, 7.5 litres per pit stop. So that's going to be around about 135 litres per kart that they're going to go through.
What does that take us up to now on the FC wise? Is that
that is 10.
That's 10,
we are
isn't
at
it?
double figures. Although I think Prime have caused about 30% of those.
Yeah, being loaded onto the quad bike trailer now.
The way that front right sat, having been put on top of a cart, on a trailer, leads me to think it's track rod related.
I'll say this. I've been in the unfortunate position of having to be on that trailer behind the quad bike. It's a funny old sensation once you're you've been just, so close to the ground for a long time. That's the thing to always bear in mind when people talk about speeds of go-karts. You're so close to the ground. And then all of a sudden, there's...
It's like carpool karaoke, isn't it? Where he's definitely not driving it. He's in the air in a car. Now, that is coming back in on the back of the quad. That is definitely a track rod, because that front left should not be turning that much.
No, absolutely not. So, drama for them. Several teams choosing to go into the pit lane at this time. Red Graphics, the 113, have pitted from third place, as have TTM, the Team Tape Motorsport Kart there. MSJSR
early,
as well. Yeah, that is early, isn't it?
Early.
So is that them trying to capitalise on the slow pace? This is the number 66
That's the
in
A66
higher kart.
higher entry. So this is the fuel bay. As the camera pan round there, you'll have seen them coming over the weighbridge. That's where they turn the engines off. Then it's in for fuel, and then they get pushed through as we're back green and racing again here.
See how heavy the rain is now in the pit lane, David. And this is do you know what? This is a difficult call. There are a number of uncomfortable things in this world. One of them is driving in the wet with no rain suit on if it really starts to bucket down.
You can tell the drivers that have only just got in.
You can, but in and of itself, that's an interesting call, because if it then starts to get really hot, I mean, this is quite a humid day, even though we've had some rain, we've got general cloud cover. That can have an impact too if you make, you might be laughing during the rain, but you might be seriously overheating towards the end of your stint. So, yeah, interesting times to make calls for, these long stints. As we look at the rain on our screens here, coming down at Rib Bend as the number 19 rejoins the race after one of their pit stops, that being the Newmarket Buzzing Hornets.
Yeah, I had an update from Tom in our commentary update group. 4 minutes apart. The first one was raining, the second one was raining hard.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, well, someone's got to do it, Tom. Someone's got to do that job. As, challenging conditions here at the moment. I know we've got a particularly warm position here in the comms box, but even out there, it's still quite muggy. It's not, it's not raining and cold. It's not umbrella and coat weather. It's umbrella, t-shirt and shorts weather out there at the moment. Rossa Corsa lead by 14 seconds as if we haven't mentioned it already, we've gone back into our green conditions now, haven't we? So people are underway again.
the red graphics kart that came in, who are now in 3rd place. Just have a quick look at see who's in that kart at the moment. They might have had a driver change.
And have TTM been in for a bit of an undue length of time there, I think, David? They seem to have dropped down quite a way there, so I fear this may be drama for the number 318 of TTM.
Yeah, I'll see if we can get an update on the team tape. They're probably the nearest awning to us, actually. I'm not running out there because, as one of the questions said, David, what have you done to your leg? I hurt it. Doing silly things in silly places.
Yes.
It's quite... And as I was rightfully reminded by my wife, I'm not as young as I used to be.
Yes. Oh, yes. Well, it's life's experiences, aren't they? Rain continuing to fall here. The lap times now, David, down into the mid 130s to the 137 that's just been put in by our race leader there. Just for reference, again, fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:12.1. So
25, 26 seconds. Mechanical flag
loss.
is coming out.
It is.
The 999.
The 999.
That's hires.
It is. It is one of one of our hires.
Straight through crew.
Yeah, one of our our hire pros, currently running in 73rd place, but with a mechanical about to be shown, as you say, the meatball flag, and we've got a kart stuck in between hairpins 3 and 4 as well, David.
Yeah.
As it's now getting underway again. But trundling around very slowly, so we're going to try and clock who this is as they come back, well, presumably to the pit lane, unless they're being extremely generous and giving way as they get back up to speed. It is that which is the 999. So it is the straight through crew. So I think that the mechanical flag probably not needed there. I think they've got the message as the rain here. Oh, we've got several hire carts off at hairpin 1. The 119 was one of them, I believe.
I was about to say to you, Howard, there's a few off behind the pillar.
I'm going to stop standing here. This is perfectly obscuring that, as I was reporting on the straight through crew. Is that the driver warning flag as well being prepared down here in front of us? Is that the 113?
It is. It's not shown on the digi flag, but definitely shown over start finish.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is driving standards flag is what I should be calling it, being shown to the 113 of Core Blimey Racing.
You get that for two reasons. Excessive use of the curbs, primarily on the exit of the D chicane, and excessive use of your front bumper into somebody else's rear bumper.
Yes, absolutely. So that's going to be one for them to watch. Team Tape Motorsport still in the pits. David, there is definitely something afoot with their race. As can I see there a spin? Is that the A66 hire entry that's just come out of the pits? Or I'm going to wait for that to come round.
That's the thing, is it? Where it is now is that...
It's the 23, excuse me. Sorry, only number 66 fans. So that makes it the 23 of the Optimist, who will have to be using their high powers of optimism to spin that one into a positive there, but they are underway again now.
Yeah, just had a quick look at the 113 entry of Red Graphics, and it has Adam Willis double stacking that one.
Yeah, the number 56 is off at hairpin 1 and now coming back underway again.
That will be the piston broke entry.
Yeah. And we've got the 119 again. I think that's the second lap in succession, spinning around at hairpin 1. Clearly a challenging part of the lap. In fact, we've got spins aplenty out of hairpin 3
Oh, that is Red Graphics, actually.
That is.
At the moment. They were involved with a hire cart there around hairpin. And Adam Willis has just thrown his head backwards. Don't know if there's a problem as he's looking down to the left-hand side of that. Could he be coming into the pit lane here in a moment? He's just weaving the wheel left and right, I think. I think he's trying to see whether there's a problem. He's looked down to the front left. It's handling not at all well. It's handling like a trolley that you'd find on the side of a canal. And the looks like it could be a bent track rod.
He's committed, though, hasn't he? Now gone on to another lap of this one.
It's one of them now, isn't it? Is that, do you come in now whilst the pace is slow, or do you just stay out and not lose them laps? But later on, you're going to have to come in for tyres, things like that. Do you do the track rod then, or do you do it now, whilst things aren't quite as quick? Now, out of the commentary box window, Howard, it doesn't look that wet.
I'm wondering...
This camera angle says different.
It does. It does. That's very true. It does look to me like it's lightened, though, if I'm just looking across to the tree line there, up at South Bank. It definitely looks like the rain has subsided slightly, albeit not completely ended here at the track, as Offline Motorsport go into the pits. And TTM have emerged from the pit lane, but they've lost a significant amount of time there. So do you know what? I'll wait to see what their next lap time is across the line, because I fear the TTM squad, Team Tape Motorsport, have lost a not insignificant amount of time there. The number 43 of MS Soko Select flashes past our comms box window, and indeed past our camera. We were synced up then, as we are past the end of hour number 5 here in the 24 hours of Teesside, the British 24 hours of
Red
karting.
graphics are in, Howard. So Adam Willis, who came past last time, pointing at the front end of that, I think he was telling the team he needed a track rod. They are into the pit lane. Now, it's here whether if they've bent the track rod, that's not so bad. If they've bent the stub axle, there's a lot of work to be done there in changing that one. Surely they're going to refuel it, they are, but then there's going to did they refuel or did they go straight through there? They've only been actually out for the best part of 8 minutes or so, but that kart is being pushed through and will be pushed back to pit lane. Now, we are at the top of the hour. One thing I am just going to rush is Joe Patterson. He's at 2:22 in terms of laps. The number of laps he needed to be at 5 hours was 193. So he's got a cushion of 29 laps, but now he's going slower. That's not going to help. Hence why he went big guns to start with, and the pace was so good that it's still got him now in 18th place, effectively 6th in Clubman.
And you totally want that cushion. What have we just been talking about? How much the pace drops off in the wet. All of this mass. So to have that cushion, I think, is going to be, that's exactly where you want to be. Just want to follow up on that Team Tape Motorsport stop. I reckon they've lost 7 minutes in that stop, fixing whatever issue had befallen that number 318 kart.
A couple of things coming in, and it's some fantastic help coming in actually via the live chat. Joe Gainford, he lives close to the track, but I'd like to know exactly where, because apparently the weather's hitting there before it's hitting here. So, do you remember like in the late 90s where Jordan used to send a man at Silverstone like 3 miles into a field at one direction of the track, and he'd let them know when the rain was coming? You're going to do that job for us, Jake. Let us know where you are. And Seb Pereira, he's out there. He's been racing in the CSM kart. He's a lot closer, but he's down on the west track in the overflow car park. He said the sun's out down there now.
Okay. If the rain's hitting him first, though, he must be living on a hill, David. That'll be it. He's closer to the clouds, you see.
Oh, of course.
That'll be it.
I mean, there is a big hill on the right-hand side of the A19 all the way in.
True. Yeah. Here's your leader, Rossa Corsa, the number 133, 229 laps in the books and 10.8 seconds their lead at the moment over MS Soko Select. The lap times starting to creep back up again now, David. It was a 134 last time around, as the 133 comes through dogleg, coming around to the end of another lap to put 230 in the books. I'm wondering if this one will be faster again. It is by another couple of seconds, so the circuit coming back in now with the worst of the rain, if not all of the rain, now having passed.
Helps as well when you've got 96 carts going round to really dry it out for you.
It does. I can see the customary shaking of umbrellas being done in the paddock as well, as everyone puts them down and shakes them off. We've got a stationary cart on the exit of hairpin 3 again. I'm going to use my. I've never bought one of these before, but
Howard's broke out the binoculars here in the commentary box.
And just as soon as I found them, they're underway again. That was useful, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, but at least you can. I'd say you could probably track them, but there's 8 hire carts all coming through together, so you've got absolutely no hope of picking out which one it was. Somebody asked earlier, actually, in the live chat, who's in the Garage 29 cart. Well, I've just seen that whiz past. That's got Paul Watson behind the steering wheel once again in that cart.
DWS Racing, I want to say, have been in the pits for a little while as well here. David, it feels to me like they... I want to say that they were just pitting as I finished the... as we just acknowledged the top of the hour, actually. So I'll keep an eye on that one as well. Team BPR also in the pit lane. In fact, I'm going to do a quick shout out to Team BPR in number 81. I'm indebted to Alex Holloway, whose brother's on that team, Adam Racing, that are making their debut as running an owner kart here at Teesside in that number 81 BPR kart. They had to do a lot of, well, they've had quite the story to their week because they had a cracked chassis on Thursday, and as I understand it, they've bought a spare chassis off of MS Lucas and had to move everything across. These are the kind of story, what we were saying earlier, of every single team has a story to them behind their effort. So apparently it's been a mad couple of days for them getting ready for this owner debut. So shout out to them, that 81 team of BPR.
Well, they obviously raced in Hires last year, 53rd overall last year, 9th overall in Hires, 3rd in their subclass. So they did get to take some silverware home, being 3rd in Hire Clubman. So 3 of their drivers transferring over in Adam Holloway, Sam Hooper and Sammy Gunston. Joined as well by Ernie Jetson to complete that 4-driver lineup in the 81.
Yep. Ran as part of that, ran under that name of Hopeless Disaster in the higher kart class. But good to see them taking on the challenge of the owner kart series. But they've definitely had a baptism of fire with all of those kart changes they've had to do.
Willis is back out in the 113 red graphics. Just saw him sliding it down the inside of someone into hairpin 1.
And now look at the times coming back up again. We're into the lower 120s here, 123.9 the last time round for Rossa Corsa. Close battles out there. Offline Motorsport and MSJSR battling for 5th place at the moment. That's the 77 and the 111 in owners to look out for. And an even closer one actually is Grabix Pro and Omega Racing, the number 8 and the number 3, battling over 8th place out there. So as I can see, SKA Racing, I believe, going into the pit lane there. And they're pitting from 3rd within the higher kart ranks. And the highest place of the pro karts at the moment, as the number 36 has a brief spin in hairpin 2, but is underway again. That makes it the BCW Mulsanne Racing squad.
They lost a driver earlier on to illness. He was not at all well, whilst behind the wheel, in fact.
Oh, never good, never good. Thoughts go out to them.
Oh, just having a quick look at drivers sliding down the inside of each other into hairpin 1. That's the thing now in terms of it being wet, is that the lines differ quite a lot between the owner karts and the hire karts.
Yes.
As to what is the optimum line. Obviously, the hire karts being a lot heavier can generally get onto the normal racing line earlier.
And we're getting to that crossover point where if you've been doing the wet line, maybe it's time to start experimenting with dry lines, but then that means that you've got no idea what the next corner is going to feel like for you. So it's that challenging phase now as the lap times start going back down again. I always have to think that before I say it. The lap times are improving in quality because they are going down in time. There we go.
Back into the live chat as well. Aaron Crosby on to please shout out the 67. We've just spoke about them a moment ago. Best performance so far for SKA.
There's red graphics on the pit lane again for the 113. That's showing on timing as being in the pits again.
Don't know.
And they've only been out for a couple of minutes, so keep an eye on that story there.
Keep an eye out on that one for Adam Willis. Other people come on and say Jack Collins has been on saying looks brilliant, 90 plus karts. Yes, it is, Howard. Back into the pit lane once again for the 113. So whether it's a carry-on of the previous problem or whether it's a new one, we'll try and find out as well. I think we've got some reporters down there as well. Janie's been on just saying no, come on to her brothers who are in the 619 Reckless Racing. They're in the owners. Thomas Harper's been on just asking whether they changed drivers. Well, most of them do, with the exception of Joe Patterson and one in Hires that's also doing it as well as a solo effort, the 24 Hours for Diabetes. Most other teams have between 4 6 drivers. That's generally the optimum. We find most owner kart teams going down the 5 route. Just a quick one, I think I've just noticed the 58 DW Racing, Howard, coming out of the pit lane. So if you can keep an eye on their time, we might be able to find out just how long they were in the pit lane for, if it was them that were in for quite a while.
Will do indeed, as Red Graphics are still down in the pit lane. I think we've got, I think Andrew's in the vicinity down there, so we might be hearing something about their race soon. Looks, yeah, they're having a look at the front of the cart. I'm intrigued by this one, David. I want to. We've obviously got a few people solo racing this one for some very good causes. We've got the world record attempt. I want to know. I'm not expecting you to know off the top of your head. I want to know what the highest number of drivers, like ever in a team here, must have. I'd really love to see a record attempt for it as well. Just pit every lap. That would be highly entertaining.
20.
20?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I can't remember what they were called from either last year or the year. It was last year.
Okay.
They worked at Lark Hall circuit in Scotland. And
okay.
Half of them did the Saturday here for the first 12 hours and went to work on Sunday. And the other half worked Saturday and raced Sunday.
I think I heard about this at the time. Yeah, fantastic effort there, and good way of playing that. You asked about DWS Racing on that one, mate. They've lost, if you account for the lap time, they've lost a good 18 minutes in the pits there. So costly time for them, but they have now emerged back out into the race.
Quick update on the 113, hearing stub axle and column after contact with another cart. Now, don't know whether, let's say, they've tried to just change one component, be it the track rod earlier, and drive round the issue of the bent column and the bent stub axle until later on, and that's not been possible, or whether they got sent back out after the first one and have had another issue later on. Not quite sure. We'll try and find out.
Yeah, absolutely. Another brief yellow down at hairpin 3, which is now cleared. Quite a bunched up pack of carts actually here, just coming through to start the new lap.
The marshal went and picked something up, Howard.
Yeah.
Come off a cart that was on the racing line.
Now what can happen here over the bumps, I've seen this happen before, is if people have lead ballast on posts, if they've not... there's a technical defect flag being shown for the 119 Dukes of Stafford.
Well, if you're missing a bit, it's in Marshall's post on the inside of hairpin 3.
Yeah. That probably undoes the point I was going to make. Sometimes you've seen lead ballast that actually will shatter here if they've not put some bushing or something that supports it properly on the posts, particularly down into Ribs Bend. As you're going over the bumps to see that. So Meatball, this one is shown on the light board.
This one is, the technical deflect is on the digital flag.
Yes.
Just a report back in as well from Andrew Dowd in the paddock. 81 Team BPR, they've been in the pits with a problem, they're coming back out. Red Graphics, the 113, same issue, couldn't get it fixed the first time, so they're back in. I think they tried to fix it and send it back out and drive around the problem. The pace, not enough though, they're back in for the second time with the same issue.
Yep, number 22 of JDM is going around to take some fuel, after which you'll see the driver and one other pushing the cart round to the point where they can start the engines. Obviously the point where you start the engines is away from where the fuel is.
We've had a change for the lead, Howard, as the conditions continue to dry here, back down to 117s. It's only 5 seconds off the normal pace, and MS Soco Select have taken full advantage of the drying track to really take advantage of that. And by that I mean, if you're confident enough that you can, take that dry line you were talking about 10 minutes ago, and Josh Folkers has now opened up the gap to just under a second on the TTM2 Rossa Corsa kart.
Yeah, just starting a new lap now. Obviously, Folkers feeling the confidence in these drying conditions, and as you say, he's just been able to get on it and buy by the 133 to take the lead for the MS Soko Select squad. As they're currently working their way through the outfield section of the lap. Red Graphics still in the pit lane in that 113. As we were hearing with their trials and tribulations down there. Team BPR, I believe, have emerged back out. Oh, yeah, sorry, we covered that a moment ago, didn't we? That the number 81 is back out. I haven't covered too much of what's happening at the sharp end of hire karts recently. So 31st place overall for the number 25 Honolulu by Santa's Kart. With Race for Ruben 40 seconds back. SKA Racing pitting not too long ago. I should say, when you're seeing this camera shot, by the way, on the stream, the weather isn't as bad as that camera makes it look. I think there's some residual water on the lens there. Now that I've said that, everyone will go off at hairpin 1 because it's I've commentator cursed it. But yeah, so Honolulu by Race for Ruben. SKA Racing is a lap down there in the hire karts. Who's having a close battle in those hire karts? Core Blimey Racing, the 113, had just got by another one of the Honolulu Friend by Saints into 37th place. So 37th place, excuse me. And ABC Racing, no, that's they're about to be passed by Team BPR, who are working their way up through the hire kart field. Who else is having a close run? Receding Racing, the 172 and 65 of Boom out there battling over 56th place. They're not too far apart. And Honolulu Juniors being chased quite closely at the moment by Tockwith Motorsport and the number 78. That's for the bragging rights over 59th place.
Well, Boom, of course, Howard, leading the way in our novice class in 57.
Yep.
And there's I won't say a tight battle so far, but CSM and Maple Motorsport, who are the front two in Clubman, are on the same lap. But they're at other ends of the circuit. There's about 40 seconds between them. Second place, TTM2 Rossa Corsa, pit with a gap of 2 seconds off the back of MS Soko Select. Mason Barker, having double stinted that one, comes into pit lane at 1 hour and 6 minutes, which I think could be slightly earlier, but as the track starts to dry, might be the perfect time to send out a fresh driver, with Mason having done the best part of 2.5 hours in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice healthy stint out there for them. I'm just trying to see actually if the 119 is coming to serve its mechanical. Yes, it has. So the Dukes of Stafford are in the pit at the moment, getting that seen too. Here is your race leader on your screens here. The MS Soko Select Kart scything its way through some of the traffic. And second place in the race is in the pits now, David. The 133 of Rossa Corsa are in, as there's a contact warning as well for the number 629 of Garage 29 Graphics, so they need to watch their conduct out there lest they attract the attention of the clerk of the course once again.
What you saw on screen there, Howard, obviously as Josh Volkus ran round the outside of 2 hire karts, was him just put his hand up, and that's his way of saying thank you. It's like the light flash or some sorts at Le Mans. You know, he's put his hand up there to say thank you to those hire karts. They've kept it quite tight on the way in, knowing that he's there, and allowed him to come through nice and cleanly through that traffic. Contact warning, they say, for the 629 is conveyed on the digiflag straight outside of the commentary box.
I feel like my long pit stop sensors are tingling again. The 22 of JDM is still showing as being in the pit lane, and I feel like we saw them at the Fuel Bowser a fair old time ago.
Well, they were third when they came in that class, I think, and or fourth, I think, and they're certainly not there anymore.
Yeah, one of our Clubman runners there. So that, along with the 113 Red Graphics kart, which has just crossed the line. So Red Graphics are back out, and they've lost, once you account for the pit time, David, that's a good 9 1/4 minutes, 9.5 minutes that they've lost there.
Yeah.
In the act of repairing whatever issue they had with their steering on that kart.
Column as well, apparently, on the 318 kart, the Team Tate Motorsport 1 entry.
And the 22 is back out as well, having had repair for accident damage is what's happened to that kart. So the 22 JDM effort back out on track as the GrabX Motorsport, the number 36, are into the pits now for their stop, which looks to me like that's on schedule. That's there's nothing concerning to me about that.
Rick Loftman's been on in the live chat saying, can I get a shout out for the 29 Chadwick Racing for their support karting with disability? Yes, you can, and there you go.
Self-fulfilling comment, that one, isn't it, if you read it out? But no, great to hear of that effort, and yeah, kudos to them for supporting that. So, a few karts that have been in the pits for some time back out there. Red Graphics, JDM, back out there. Rossa Corsa, not been in the pits for too long. They had a standard stop, but they are now back out into the race. They've retained that second place, we should mention as well, such as the cushion that they had over Emmis Lucas. As it looks to me, David, like the rain is coming down again.
Yeah, I'm just looking out the window to see if I can see who's in the Rossa Corsa car. Rain definitely out at Rib, though, as we see one of the higher karts confirm that by going round down there. But yeah, rain at the early part of the track down at Rib.
And a driver getting all crossed up there into the corner and had to choose to go to the outside of that higher car. It's challenging conditions out there.
Yeah.
Medium intensity is the message that we're getting from Andrew down in the pit lane. I do wonder if that's going to be out of date information in a moment's time, as there's a yellow flag out.
I think we're going to see a lot of yellows for the next 5 minutes, certainly local ones, as everybody gets used to, once again, what the track conditions are like. That's the piston broke entry with the 56. See if I've got, see if I can see who in that one at the moment. I think it's Andrew Pybus, actually, in that kart at the moment, just having a little moment down there at 3. And Reckless Racing are also facing the wrong way down at the same corner, because they've got a very distinctive kart. It's black all the way round, apart from the nose panel, which is glistening white.
I will give it to them. Facing the wrong way on the racetrack is fairly reckless at times, but they are now back underway again. And yeah, as you say, very distinctive design, isn't it? That's I like that.
Yeah, still trying to find out who's in that TTM kart, the TTM2 Rossa Corsa, because every time I go to look, something happens out the window.
As we've got Spinner there in the... Is that into the reverse corkscrew, I think?
It is, yes. Down there we've got...
Now underway again. So lap time's falling again. We're into the... As that's the 33 squirreling around for grip at the bottom of the reverse corkscrew. That being the BTM squad trying to find some traction, as we've got a kart off to the side of the Bob Pope Straight, just as we're coming over the crest onto that straight here, and they're underway again as well. Little bit of rallycross going on out there at the moment, David, as the conditions are changing on them once again.
Oh yeah, we've got a couple of hires off at 4. But yeah, it definitely has gone out again in terms of lap times. We're over the 1.5 minute mark once again, having been down to like slick normal race times down to 1:13s, 14s again before that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the drivers again returning to. We've gone into it again. If they were on the wet line about half an hour ago, it's time to go back to it.
That's an Alfano that about 5 seconds ago was worth £500 and is now worth 5.
This is in front of our comms box position here. That was off the 818 kart, I believe, that it came off.
Yeah, and what that is, that's the lap timer off the kart, and most of them are on a bracket. It sits in between the spoke. Rather than the spoke being up the middle, it sits on a bracket, and that is on the outside. Now, what we don't want is we need a bit of space in the track, and we do have it. And the marshal's been able to retrieve that, but there was bits bouncing off it, and I don't know whether there's going to be much resale value into that unit.
Yes, so that's I'm pretty sure that was off the Dazzle kart. So that's do you know what I have to say? Just looking at it out the window, it's held up surprisingly well to that. We're looking at the 303 racing kart on your stream. That is, as our helpful little graphic is showing you there, the clubman leader in owners, running in 10th place overall. running at the moment in that very nice fetching red livery. Is it Slavik in the car?
I believe so.
Piss course. Do you know what? I caught him in the paddock earlier. Great to see him again at an event. It just so happens that we've not been in the same paddock for quite a while. So great to see Slavik and great to see him out there now.
Should be able to see if it's him because you should be able to see his big long beard poking.
Yes, indeed, indeed, indeed you should. So good to see him out of the back. I didn't look for the beard. He's gone past the window. He's going too quick. Oh, backwards is the 529 there in front of our comms position.
Yeah, HWR. Does the transponder work if you cross the line the other way? Does it add a lap on or take it off?
I think they've just crossed on the. I think it counts. I think it counts.
Yeah. The problem they have generally here, if you have a spin in a bit that's quick, is you have to make sure there's space. Credit where credit is due there to the 529 car. Rejoined the track and then went really wide and pointed everybody through until he was up to speed.
Yeah,
fantastic there for the 529. I'm going to see if I can find out who it was. I think it's George Davies at the wheel of that.
Yeah.
Fantastic there from George. Just the awareness that he had after that spin to rejoin, but to rejoin safely.
Yeah, absolutely. What you don't want when you have one of those moments is to get flustered, and not think about the rejoin, because that's what can take a dodgy situation and turn it into a disastrous situation. So, as you say, very well read there by the number 529 there. Although I think am I a bit of a jinx here in the comms boxes? Oh, they're almost going four wide here in front of us here in the comms box.
You mean every
time
they all
work their way out?
By a jinx, you mean every time you say it's drying a bit out there?
No, I mean that's the second drop the 529's had in front of the comms box. They've come into the tyres. They've gone backwards. I think they've only got sideways to go during my stint in the box. Change for position out there. Sixth on the road has changed because Omega Racing in the number 3 has got by the number 77 of Offline Motorsport, and that is not only an overall change, but that is a change for second place within the Pro subclass there, the red number-plated karts within our owners. So that's good stuff there as we are looking here at the 133 was in the background of shot, just coming up onto the back of some of these higher karts in your shot. As just looking out actually for where on the track is that that battle that just went through. They're coming through the last sector now. The number 3.
Omega and Offline.
Yeah. I was just seeing how close together they were. There they are. There is Omega.
Omega, I think, have managed to get through a bit more traffic there, but I think just trying to figure out who was in that Omega kart. Then we'll try and find out when they come back through next and we can pick them up, because we see the Dazzle entry, the 818 kart, making its way round. Just having a quick look. I think we've got Hock Chan in that kart at the moment, and Howard was lucky enough to catch up with the team earlier on.
Down here at Dazzle Racing, just a good example here of the kind of repair work that, I don't know if you call this repairs or an entire, rebuild it, absolutely. I'm here with Hock from the team. Do you want to just talk us through what's happened to the 818?
Yeah, so we've had a cracked chassis, completely snapped on one side, cracks have gone underneath the chassis and out the other side. So in a way, we're very lucky the kart didn't snap completely in two. And that's just wear and tear on this track. So we're now taking everything off this kart and rebuilding onto our T chassis and hope to get out for a bit of fun later, but very disappointing.
Yeah, and as things go, that's about as major, or this is amongst those major things that can befall a team when they're doing this type of racing, right?
Yeah, we've been doing the racing for quite a few years. And it's very rare for us to have a snap chassis, certainly to this extent where we completely write off the chassis in the middle of the race, and so early on, only 2 hours in. So very disappointing, especially after Connor put it on third place on the grid at the beginning, and we're running a good steady race and only into the second stint, and hey, that's racing.
Yeah, I don't know if you've been able to catch it, Ollie, but it's the bits like this right here, right, where you've got the cracks.
All the way through. There's cracks here as well on this side, and the cracks also go right underneath this bar here. So this is ready to snap into 2 pieces.
And we're very grateful for you to talk to us, because I daren't ask any of these folks here, because they are going hell for leather to get you back out there. So
yeah, what you're seeing is hours and hours of meticulous kart prep being condensed into as few minutes as possible over there during a race. So we'll see how we go, and hey, we've still got another 23 hours to go, so hopefully we'll be able to get out there and join the fun.
Yeah, still a long way to go, and you win some, you lose some, but all the best for the rest of the run, and yeah, hope you have some fun out there.
Thank you very much.
Howard there with the Dazzle entry. I'm speaking to Hock Chan, who is now actually out in the kart as well. Now, whilst we've been away with that interview, the 104 Rethink Racing, they've had quite a big off into hairpin 1. That kart has come down into pit lane for, let's say, precautionary checks at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. It was quite a moment off there for. Well, do we know who was in? Was it? Both Travis and Harrison have white helmets in that kart, so I'm not entirely sure who it was who was involved in that moment. But
I think it was Harrison Dunstan, because the black, it looked like a black suit rather than the blue one.
So that
but it can't be 100% sure on that.
That was an interesting off for me, though, David, and I've seen a couple of karts have this actually already today. It's happening a long way around the corner, and is it that they're just taking the wide wet line and then there's a drama and there's no extra tarmac, so they just end up on the
with
grass?
That Rethink one, it just looked like they just took that wide line around the outside and then ran out of tarmac. It was very much a straight in off rather than having a spin late on, but just potentially just too much speed carried in. I've seen the 881 Blue Speed entry almost doing the same thing actually, but they managed to find the grip just before it ran out.
Yeah, absolutely.
The 61, that's Alessia, have got themselves a contact warning. It's coming in right in front of us. Bottom of the hour, yellow flags are out down there, so it's time to have a quick look at the higher kart class. Andrew did us, so Howard did us the owners, so I'll run us through the hires. There'll be 1 or 2 missing because we have got a few owner karts that are further down the order. So at the moment, Honolulu by Saints lead the way in 31st place overall, with Race for Ruben in second. There's a lap between those two. SKA Racing and Honolulu Racing, they're both in Pro, 33rd and 34th respectively. Once again, a lap between the two of them in front of JS Racing and Teesside Tigers in 36th. Then we have an owner entry, so it's down to Core Blimey Racing in 38th, with Honolulu Friend by Saints in 39th. Then in 40th, our leading hire club, as Howard has a quick look out the window.
Sorry,
at some
that was for the that was for the number 8 that did some serious rallycross. That's GrabX Pro, who just went by. They did very well actually not to end up in the tyres next to the Marshall post here. They were out wide, out of dogleg, which you can only think is because they were trying to duck around some higher kart traffic. Sorry, go on, David.
No, keep them coming, and if anything exciting does happen out there, feel free to cut across. We do have a couple of karts off at hairpin 2. They're just trying to find some space to get in. Both of them actually there, Howard, have lost nearly a minute just waiting for some clear track to get back in there, which is unfortunate for those. One of them was the Garage 29 effort.
It's the 629 and the 541, I believe.
That'll be Bottas Boys, the 541. Now, Garage 29, I was about to get to them in a few moments because they are third in higher club. Leading the way, though, in that class, 40th overall, is CSM, with Maple Motorsport a lap behind on in 42nd. Then ABC are 43rd. Then we've got an owner runner before Simtex Pinella in 45th. EDKT are 46th. With Scenario 77 in 67th. Then we've got the Garage 29 effort, who've just had an off. They dropped 2 places because of that and dropped to 4th in class in 49th. 50th is Newmarket Hornets, with Boneheads behind them, with TYS Racing in 52nd. Simtech UK and Porsche Sport 53rd and 54th respectively, in front of our leading novice runner, which is Boom, the number 65 kart. Receding Racing are 56th in front of Team Norfolk in 57th, with Badger's Best Racing and A66 higher in 58th and 59th. Honolulu Juniors second in our novice class, along with Coulda, Woulda, Shoulda. 42 seconds between those, both on the same lap in second and third, with Bonato in 62nd. Top with Motorsports, they've just come into the pit, so they're going to drop a place or two in 63rd, in front of V3 Racing, who were our early pace setters in novice. Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat are in 65th place, in front of LC Racing, Newmarket, Buzzing Hornets, and then it's a Core Blimey Racing double in 68 and 69. The 413 kart in front of the 313. Still plenty more to go through. BCW Mulsanne Racing is 70th, Good Chip 72nd, with an owner kart between them. Lockstock are in 73rd, with Core Blimey 212 in 74th. BTM 75th, with Lads Racing in 76th, with Cheshire, then Super Pink up the rear, and Steel City Racers running in 80th place. Chadwick Racing recover from having an off in the gravel on the opening lap to run in 81st, in front of Bart who are 82nd. The Piston Broke team, they've just come into the pit lanes for fuel, so they'll be taking maybe a drop, although they do have a bit of a gap back to them to the Optimist, with Century Sim Racing now moving up into 84th place after their tribulations earlier on. Renowned Vankels, they've obviously had some issues because they started the day very, very well with pole position in the hires, and now they're in front of Straight Through Crew, who we know have already been in for a mechanical issue. CFK Granada are in 88th place, with Century Sim Evolution in front of Full Throttle Racing in 89th and 90th. Veterans Motorsport UK are in 91st. Stilts Racing 92nd. Dukes of Stafford in 93rd, with the 24 Hours for Diabetes, the solo effort, running in 95th, in front of Bottas Boys, who are 96th. And that completes our higher runners.
That's how they stand, with just under 18 and a half hours to go of the 2022 running of the British 24 Hours of Karting, here from Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough, England. Howard Mitchell and David Sullivan in the box, and Adam Sears is joining proceedings.
No, well, it says Adam Sears into the abyss, and that normally means that the cart's got a problem.
Oh, I see.
And is heading down towards into the paddock. Now he's in the 103 Rethink Racing.
Yes.
Neither of those carts have run trouble-free so far. We know the 104's had issues because it went in the tyres. I'm not sure whether that has rejoined, has it, or is it still showing?
It has, yeah. So they're both showing on timing as circulating. Presumably the 103 is back in some shape or form.
What I have noted...
Or does he mean that he's had a big off in the 103? Went into the abyss, is that...
Oh, normally that means he's gone... It used to be through the top gates and down the hill.
Oh, of course, yes.
But now the top gates are closed and you have to drive round to go into the abyss.
Yeah, but they're not showing us in the pits, I think, is what's confusing me on this.
Now, one thing to note is that, and don't worry anybody at home, on the timing it shows Guinness World Record. That's Joe Patterson's solo effort. He's currently in 26th. He has been in the pit for a long time. That isn't because of anything to do with the car. He's built up enough that he's taken an extended comfort break at the Iraq just before 6 hours. So that's all part of the strategy. Don't worry yourself at all.
Whilst David was going through that high kart run through as well, there was technically a change for third place, and that happened because the MS Lucas Racing number 42 car had a pit stop, which as far as I could tell was nice and scheduled for them in the number 42, but it does mean that MS Car Shop have been promoted for the time being in that number 11 kart to third spot in the race.
Couple of pit stops that are due in the next 10 minutes or so that we need to keep an eye out on. One of them is the race leader MS Soco Select. They're due in. They're currently at 1 hour and 9 minutes. MS Car Shop 1 hour and 7. Further down there we've got Amiga Racing as well, who are second in the pro class. They are at 1 hour and 13 minutes as there's contact. Bihok Chan up and over the curves. They went 3 wide into the D chicane. At best it's 2. Ideally it's 1.
Yeah, what that was it was caused, well, I say caused, that I I mean that not to apportion blame, but it was the triple.
The triple one, the MSJSR outfit, trying to sweep round the outside and get in before the door closed.
Yes, and sadly the door, well, they decided to close the door, and that meant that Hot Chan was riding up onto the curb of the right-hander that leads into this D chicane, and that is, I want to say, it's been a couple of years since I was last here at Teesside, David. I want to say it's slightly less slab-sided, the initial part of that curb, to when I've seen it before, but it's still not a curb that you in any way want to be going up over as you go into that D chicane.
You can use it if you put a wheel on it, but if the under tray's dragging along it, you're very aware of it underneath you.
Technically, he did put a wheel on it. It was just his left side wheels rather than the right, and that's not what you want there. So, yeah, a bit of a heart-in-the-mouth moment for the 818 Kart, which is having a dramatic time of it there, the Dazzle Racing Kart, but yeah, as the 303 Racing Kart is into the pits, as our MS Scorcho, they're in the pits at the moment. And I think David mentioned a moment ago the Guinness World Record of 10 Patterson in the pits at the moment. I suppose I'm not sure we ever sort of fully clarified this one, but rain has stopped, drying out has happened, lap times are back into those teens, the 114s, just set by those at the front in owners, and into the low 1 minute 20s, 1:22 just set by Honolulu by Saints. Number 25 leading the higher cart. So lap times now back to those dry conditions, and anyone who's wearing a rain suit right now is wondering why they are getting a little toasty out there.
Yes,
maybe I just need to get a better rain suit. Maybe mine just doesn't breathe enough.
Oh,
but,
no.
As carts riding up over each... sorry, there was a brief moment there where
that's a Honolulu cart, because they've all got the same Nauseo panel with the exception of a tiny bit of colour.
Hairpin 2 for those of you on the stream. In fact, you can just see on your shots the big pack of carts now heading through the South Bank curve now. They all had a bit of a contretemps there in Hairpin 2, and there was a brief moment where one of the carts rode up over the bump, which is hard to do in the higher carts, because they're, the bumpers on the side of these things are really designed to make that very, the wheels aren't exposed by the bumpers around these higher carts. So that was a dramatic moment there. The 36 of Grabex Motorsport is in.
Unscheduled as well.
And you know what, David? I think that might have been because they were involved in that contact at Hairpin 2 there. I think they may have some damage to examine on the rear of that cart after it all got a little bit too close for comfort.
16
into
minutes
that Hairpin
they were out.
2. Yeah, absolutely. So that's an interesting one there, and hopefully that's going to be a quick check over and they can carry on. But yeah, drama there, as Omega Racing as well are in the pits from 7th place in the race, which means that Offline Motorsport has gone back by them into 6th in that number 77 kart. As usually I discern something of use from if you go to live.alphatiming.co.uk and go to the 24-hour kart series page, you can select specific teams, as I know we've mentioned before on commentary. If you don't do that, though, it's so busy that I can't discern anything from it. This is the thing I love about this race, with the 96 karts in this race.
Well, Tom and I we worked it out really. It's one kart every 8/10 of a second. As HWR
Really?
have had a spin on the inside of hairpin 3, and
indeed.
they're going to struggle to get that going again.
Yeah, tough.
They've got to wait. They've got to get some space. Yeah, one kart every 8/10 basically means that the kart tracker in the top right-hand corner, you can barely. We can see a little bit of track at sector 1 down the back straight, but at the Bob Pope straight before the chicanes. But other than that, it's just basically just dots of karts.
Yeah, absolutely. But as we say, if you want to follow a particular team, that's ideal. Head on over to that page, click on the number board next to a team that you are there to support. Maybe you want to highlight a kart that they're close to or chasing, or building a gap on. If you click again, you get a different coloured dot, so you can highlight, karts that you're supporting in blue and karts that they're chasing in red, or whatever you want to do within that screen. So head on over to the live timing page, live.alphatiming.co.uk,
/24HR. That's the number 24HR.
Updates coming in from the paddock regarding the issues that have been had by the Rethink Racing duo of karts, the 103 and the 104. 103, bent track rod on that one, and potentially an injury to their driver, Alex Bomberg. So they could be down a man on that one. On the 104, it was a bent steering column for Harrison Dunstan, and we thought it was him going off because he had a black suit and a blue one. That kart, though, is back out and running again. Another kart that is back out and running is that of Joe Patterson in the Guinness World Record attempt, now down in 29th place, having run at times as high as third in club by himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting then about you saying about Bomberg potentially, that maybe it was that kart that actually I saw have somebody ride up on it, and that would make more sense actually, because the owner karts do have slightly more exposed flanks. It's still very rare to see karts riding up on the side pod of each other, but yeah, that would make a bit more sense if there is sense to be made of that sort of occurrence.
Still waiting.
So hope for the best for him, of course, that he's not too bad.
Still waiting for our leader to pit. They are at 1:15 now, with Josh Volkers having double stinted that one. Trying to have a look who's in the second place kart, TTM2 Rossa Corsa. Do get a feeling it's David Brown now out in that kart. Then there's a lap back to MS Car Shop, and then a further lap back to the MS Lucas Racing 42, which at the last time of checking had Jake Brooker behind the steering wheel of that kart.
Do you know what? I'm just scrolling through. There's only one kart in the pit lane out of all 96 of them, so it is an extremely busy track.
And they've gone out
as well. And it was the Core Blimey Racing Kart 313 were briefly in the pits, but right now, at this moment, as far as I'm aware, everybody's out. Everybody's circulating of our 96 karts that are out there in this 2022 British 24 Hours of Karting, which is 5 hours and 46 minutes young. So plenty to go yet. We've got changeable conditions we've had so far today. We've had the rain. It's now dried out again. I think that cycle has happened at least. I think it feels like it's happened at least 3 times so far in the race. Obviously then, you know, with those changeable conditions, we might see more rain going into the evening and into the night driving, as you've got the lower light conditions there. Will we still have this cloud cover during the night as well?
If we do, that's when you often see the fastest laps come in for the higher cars.
Yes.
Because they get new rubber at 11 o'clock at the service stop. It's a bit cooler. It's still warm to the track temp, but the air is cooler, the air is thinner, so the engines work better, and there's 2 really long straights. And by that I mean the Bob Pope straight is really long, and the back straight and South Bank are also flat out as well.
Yeah.
Which basically means that all in total, you're probably at full throttle just in them 2 sections alone for 30 seconds, which is 40% of your lap.
Yeah, exactly that. A large portion of this lap. So it's just, I like that. It sort of shares it with Le Mans of like that sort of 24-hour race at a big venue that has a lot of on-throttle portion to the lap. But the other thing I tend to find if you've got cloud cover in the evening, David, is if you've got a nice clear sky, you get a long twilight time. If it's cloud cover, it can go dark a lot more quickly. Obviously, we'll have the floodlights come on, but that can happen quite rapidly.
Just noticed Adam Sears back out, so the 103. We knew they'd gone down to the abyss. We had the update; they are back out and running, which is great to see.
That is indeed good to hear.
But yeah, normally I think I've wrote down it's on the schedule somewhere. I think Andrew's brought it as well on his book. We're looking at around about 9:10 for sunset, and then just after 5 is it for sunrise. I think in the morning, about 5:15 by the look of things.
Yep.
So, and by that I mean it does start getting light about 4 o'clock, but the sun doesn't come up. But that's when it really, and for me that's when it starts. Even if it's warm, there's a tinge of cold in the air at about 4 in the morning. I don't know whether that's because the body's starting to shut down after putting in such a stint.
Yeah, there is that. There is definitely that.
I know I will save this all. Well, I'll probably say it again, to be honest. But the darkness for me is such. Oh, as we've got, is that a driver going slow through the wiggles? The 61.
Alessia
is
look
going,
like they've got a problem, and generally, if it's going half speed, that means that they've had an engine down.
Yeah, half as many engines giving them some grunt. So, and there's the customary driver looking down at their cart to see if they can diagnose the problem. So they'll be
I've
heading
had
back
somebody
to the pits.
pop in the commentary box just with a quick. They want to give a big shout out, and I've just seen one of the drivers go through. So, Bottas boys, who are currently running right at the back of the higher kart grid, are having a lot of help from GrabX, the owner karts. They've had a couple of drivers go down, have Bottas boys. GrabX have jumped in, and even though we are only 6 hours in, they're going to sort of rotate the stints as well and try and get that kart to the checkered flag at midday tomorrow. Alessia are in. He's still looking down to the right and the left, actually, so not quite sure what his personal diagnostic is on that one. But, yeah, problems for the 61 of Alessia.
Oh, and is that... Oh, and then look, I'm gonna guess once again that the number 33 of BTM is probably going to pit soon, because I've just seen their pit bull go out as well. So they'll be going to the pit lane soon.
Still waiting for MS SoCo Select at 1 hour and 20. It has rained, so that means that the fuel economy can be stretched ever so slightly, but at some point it will run out, and so we'll expect them in the next 5 minutes or so. I believe they are just trying to find out roughly where they are on the track. But using the tracker that we've got, there's a line that goes across each one that gives you an approximate track position as to where they are, and they're normally out of sight, Howard, aren't they, for around about 30 seconds when they go over start finish to where they reappear halfway down coming out of the Bob Pope straight before the wiggles.
Change for position, third place in Clubman Hires. Newmarket Hornets now up to third within that subclass, and that is courtesy of the number 74 Maple Motorsport squad making one of their pit stops. That Maple Motorsport effort, the one that finished third in novice hires last time, as that's someone well off the track there in hairpin number 1.
I just saw, and I'm just going to ask Andrew, who's getting himself ready for his stint in about 8 minutes' time, just to go back to live chat. I've seen somebody watching from Nova Scotia in Canada. That's Tammy Rogerson. Now, I don't know if Tammy knows anything about our Canadian driver that's out there, but if not, there is a fellow countryman for you to follow, Hassan Al, racing in the V3 Racing novice entry in our higher class. So at least you've got somebody from your country to follow. They're currently not doing too bad at all. They were leading the way in early doors in the higher class. I think they've dropped down into 4th in that higher novice class at the moment. So they were running very, very well. I'm just having a quick look on that higher novice as to Boomer still leading the way. V3 are in 4th behind Coulda, Woulda, Shoulda, but are on the same number of laps, albeit some 44 seconds down, so that's around about half a lap at the moment.
It's now officially declared useful that I packed the little monocular there. It was the 96 of Veterans Motorsport UK who had that off at hairpin 1.
Race leader, though, is into the pit lane, as is MS Car Shop, who were in 3rd. So they've been now overtaken by both MS Lucas Racing and MS JSR. There is your race leading car in the pit lane. Driver who's done a double stint has handed that one over, and it is being pushed back in under the capable hands of David Folkers. Now we're going to find out who's jumping into that 43 kart, because Josh Folkers has double stinted that kart. As you were rightly pointed out, the 33, the BTM higher entry, has come into the pit lane. The gap was over 1 lap to TTM Rossa Corsa, and with the lap times being down slightly, although they are now heading back towards that full slick at around about 1:14 for our front runners, it's how close will TTM2 Rossa Corsa be to MS SoCo Select. It adds around about 30 seconds to your lap time. Maybe a little bit longer for a pit. So it was about a minute, wasn't it, before it adds. So we need to be looking really at the overall lap time when MS SoCo Select, because it's around about 1:14. We'll see what their time is when they come over.
It's interesting to me, David, how at the front of this one, everybody's people aren't in sync. So
no,
the teams at the front have already, I say already, we're over 5 hours in, but they're off strategy already. All of the teams in that top 3, as MS Car Shop have come back out behind the MS JSR cart onto circuit.
Rib Bend looks like it could be raining again, Howard.
It does, doesn't it?
Let's keep an eye. And the problem is that if it's just that corner and everyone comes over, start finishing, it's dry, that's a big surprise.
Yes.
MS SoCo Select have come out, crossed the line, and look to still be in the lead. How close are TTM2? Connor Lucas back at the wheel of the 43 MS SoCo Select entry. We're awaiting the arrival of that of the Rossa Corsa kart, just to see whereabouts they are in terms of time. And it is raining quite heavily, although we know that we have got some residual on the screen there down that back straight.
That's officially the pessimistic camera now in terms of rain, I think. But yes, I do agree with you, the general point though, David, that conditions are changing somewhat out there once again for our drivers.
Rossa Corsa have come over the line just now with a gap of 46 seconds. So with that rain coming down, the lap times have gone out ever so slightly. MS SoCo Select with a lap of 2 minutes and 18 seconds. So that means that in terms of its dry comparison, that's roughly 1 minute and 4 seconds of that kart being in the pit lane. Reckless Racing are off.
Yeah, that wasn't me just casting aspersions on my comms colleague there. That was the noting of the Reckless Racing
With him
kart.
rolling that kart back, Howard, that seems to suggest that it might not be able to get going under his own power. Although
is that on the inside over the crest?
No, that's on the bottom of the hill. Yeah, there used to be where that hill is now.
Yes.
There used to be a tarmac run through there, so you didn't have to do this bit. And they used to they used to keep a couple of track day cars in there back in the day, but then they filled it all with soil, and so there is tarmac under the bottom of there, through into the middle of the back straight, basically cuts through. In fact, we've got on our track map. There's a slight picture. You can pretty much see where it is, and then it stops because there's a tyre wall there, then through.
I know exactly what you meant. The way you said it, then my brain already the TARDIS a second. I was like, really? They buried 2 track cars under the soil? But no, yeah, that is interesting. Very obvious, as you say, from an aerial shot above the track. If you take a look at that from an aerial view online of this fabulous Teesside Autodrome, the 529 coming into the pits of Team HWR, a team that we've seen have a few dramas over the course of the last couple of hours, but they've been steadily working their way back up through the higher kart classes, as are, do you know what, I'm going to give a shout out to these owner kart teams that are almost through that higher kart. It doesn't, obviously they're still, you know, a lap or so, several laps off the back of the rest of the owner cars, but it's a bit of a psychological boost when you get to the front of them. So shout out to TSG Racing, TSG Karting I should say, who are getting onto the top 3 of higher karts now. They'll be going past SKA Racing soon. Team BPR, the 81, working their way back up. Prime 57 as well, getting there. They're just coming onto the back of the top 5 now. The next target for them is the Teesside Tigers. So, yeah, those teams trying to get themselves back up into the main body of owner karts within this race.
Yeah, and Prime 57 as well. Big shout out to them. Now selling sponsorship opportunities on the underside of their floor tray.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Didn't Jason Plato do that a few years ago in British touring cars? Absolutely. Boneheads have just gone into the pits in the number 200, and it's promoted the 420 of Simtech UK up into 51st place overall in the race, which puts them up into that 6th place within the Clubman Hires class.
Yep, there's not too much. Clubman Hire actually only has a gap of 37 seconds between the leading duo in that class. It's the closest battle in terms of in class, because at the front of the elite class there's a bit of a spread as well. In pro there's a bit of a spread in that as well. So just as I head towards the final minute of my first stint on comms,
indeed, yeah,
I just wanted to scroll towards Joe Patterson, because at the top of every hour we've sort of been looking whether he's up or down on his delta.
Yes.
It's it works as a strange average at 38.666667 laps per hour that he needs to do. So after 6 hours, that's 232 hours. He's currently at 256. So he's built himself up sufficient window. He's got 24 laps, roughly half an hour to 35 minutes of rest time later on. Or if he's good to go, just even more cushion should the weather be turned bad. The kart, we know they're going to have a big service stop later on to basically just check that kart over, give him enough time to recover, but also make sure the chains are good, the clutches are good. That's one thing that they can do that the teams that are racing for the win can't. You know, they could bolt brand new clutches on if they wanted to make sure that kart's good. They could, you know, put different things on that kart. You know, that we know they're going to change the tyres later on as well, but they can take a little bit more time. You know, they don't have to rush through things because their target is laps and getting Joe to the end, not racing anybody else, as the 85 gets a curb warning.
That's the Honolulu's junior squad.
That does mean that I now have to hand over the reins, so it's time for a pit stop in the commentary box. I get 4 hours of break, so I'm off for some nourishment and a little bit of rest, and it means that I can hand over the reins to Andrew Mather.
Yes, indeed. David Sullivan finishes his first stint in the box. First of 3 stints, I believe. And I will be joined in a moment's time by my partner in crime of DDM. And mate, it's been a long time since we've done this, actually. Hello there.
It's only a couple of years.
Yeah.
I've not switched you off, have I? There we go. All good.
You've not. No,
I'm going to ask you to continue keeping talking because we're going to do a DDMM comms box cam reset.
Okay. Well,
for the stream
actually,
purposes, and we've made some technical changes.
Indeed.
So whilst I'm doing that,
well,
and then I'll reintroduce myself.
What I'm wondering actually is if maybe whilst you're doing that, maybe not the best segue in, but we did see a contact. We saw a curb warning there for the Honolulu Junior squad. When I was going around the paddock a little earlier on, we've seen a few bits and pieces from that already, but there was another section to the paddock that we wanted to show you, and in amongst all of that, we also got a chance to have a word with the Honolulu Racing squad. So let's take a look at that now, as we're just under 18 hours left to go in the race. So here, just another bit of the paddock. We've moved round a bit now. We've got the pit lane where everyone's doing their fueling is just down there, behind the reception. We'll just show you some more of the awnings and the general setup that people have. We're outside, I believe. This is the Nexus. Yes, indeed, it is the Nexus Sport tent and setup there. Tent isn't very charitable, is it? The massive awning they have here, and then we've got the Team Tate Motorsport setup over here, and if we just keep tracking down here, we've got a few more squads. The unmistakable awning of Honolulu Racing is the one that, well, it's kind of difficult for it not to catch the eye, really. Squad with a lot of experience down here. As I say, just another area where there's awnings of all these squads. And up onto the banking, you've got the people who are sat out as well, waiting for stuff. Should we be let's be a little cheeky, Anyone want an interview? Anyone in the mood? No pressure. That's fine, they're all tired, who can blame them, they're doing an endurance race. But Honolulu, with their 3 entries unless, oh yeah, hello, let's go for it. So, what's your name?
My name is Chiara Kouwenberg.
Chiara, good to meet you. Honolulu Racing, a lot of experience at this format of racing, and I'm going to embarrass myself if I get this wrong. The 3 teams entered this year?
4 teams, actually.
4, my mistake, very sorry. But a lot of history and success with this team. Tell us a little bit about Honolulu. Tell us about what brings you to be sitting in their karts.
Yeah, so Honolulu is, in my opinion, one of the best teams in Belgium, really. They have won a lot of 24-hour races. They wanted to make a project with juniors, and they chose me, my brother, and a couple of other people. For me, this is my first year driving the 24 hours of Teesside, so it's really exciting. But I've driven already with the twin karts though, in the 24 hours of Spa, and in Le Mans also.
Yeah, so plenty of experience around that. How do you find Teesside then? It's I always find there's a bit bumpy place, a bit of a challenge on the body physically. But how are you finding it?
It's really fun track though. First, it was like, yeah, you had to get used to it, like with the bumps. But when you found your way, it's a really fun track. Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Now, pretty big operation as one of our international teams coming here. What's the setup like? How much stuff have you had to haul here, and how big an operation is it to come and compete here at Teesside?
Yeah, it was a long way to come here. We first had to take a ferry of an hour and a half, and then it was more than a 5-hour drive to here Teesside. So it was a long day, really.
It's a big commitment. What are you hoping for from the race?
Not much, really. We, the junior team, really is here for experience, and yeah, it would be just really fun to get maybe a podium in the category.
And a big thanks. The Honolulu Racing team there, and a big thanks to them for having a chat with us. Always got to be cheeky and see if someone's up for an interview, so thank you for Gareth for coming out and speaking to me. Honolulu Racing, as we alluded to in that piece, a squad with plenty of success to their name. And plenty of experience, and I believe I'm right in saying good to see them back this year as well. I don't think we saw them last year, so great to see them. As it's happening to me already, Mr. Mather.
Hello.
Did I miss a piece of drama there?
Yes, there was a cart with a rear right puncture just going round shot.
Oh, big moment as well on the exit of Hairpin 2. I can just see out the window, Andrew, actually. Contact as a few carts bunched up. Now, we saw something not too dissimilar to this within the last half hour, actually. It's not the first time we've got a slow-moving cart on the exit. So there's damage there for one of the carts. This is where this is a new one for us in the comms box. Yeah, I'm going to get
He's got a device.
I've got a device for trying to see who that was, and they're inevitably going to move too quickly for me to see.
The 119 is on the screen, getting back up to speed. Did you see that whilst it was down in the paddock, and just to say, my goodness, there was a lot going on down in that paddock in the last 30 minutes or so. The 119 actually had a bit of a delay. I think it was a case of driver wasn't quite ready to get in because it sat there for quite a while. As the 555 is in trouble, hand in the air aloft there for the renowned Vankels, and that was
is that the puncture?
I think it may be one of the carts that was involved in the incident at Hairpin 2, but that was the sign of an exasperated driver. It's just not quite, after a stellar qualifying from renowned Vankels earlier on in the race. It's just not that. It's just not going for them at the moment. Still early days. We have seen teams have bad opening quarters of this race and come back to get good results by 12 o'clock tomorrow.
So I think the ruckus at Hairpin 2 may have involved the Dukes of Stafford, who have just had quite a slow lap time as well. So but it was actually quite a hefty bit of contact. The one thing about these hire carts, mate, is that they're pretty heavy. If there's a shunt in these, they are twin engines.
And that's been the general thing that as I was down there and getting some of the stories of the race of what was going on and feeding them back to yourselves. The number of teams that I've talked to have gone, yep, we've got some form of steering damage, stub axle damage, because we've had an incident with another cart. It really has been a bit of a battle of attrition out there in the last 6 hours, in the opening 6 hours of this race.
And I think Mother Nature's played it. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, I was about to say exactly the same thing. That the weather really has played into that. I think these are the toughest conditions I think I've seen one of these British 24 hours in the years we've been coming here, because it's so changeable. Yes, I know we've had the famous ones like the monsoon that we had, was it in 2017?
Yes, I think it
What
was,
I always say about those kind of conditions, though, is they're stable. They're terrible.
Yes.
But
you know what you're getting.
You know what you're getting. Whereas out there, it's changing lap by lap at the moment. It's the rain's on. Sometimes it's that psychological rain. Sometimes it's proper rain. It's a shower for 10 minutes, then it's drying out again. Then it comes back in again. It must be an absolute nightmare out there for the drivers, and full credit to those who are able to get through this phase of the race with relatively little damage. My hotspot of hairpin 1 seems to be delivering again.
It certainly is, yeah, as there's another kart out stationary there, just getting underway again, and I'm going to say...
Whilst you're finding that, I'm going to say hello to our viewers on Double Dash Motorsport Media, the YouTube channel. We've got our comms box cam now onto part 2 of the stream. We've had a little bit of a fettle with it. I think the sheer amount of data that we were trying to put on the screen in part 1 was making it very poorly, so we apologise for that. So we've scaled it back a bit, but you can still see our ugly mugs if you particularly want. I've got the commands there for accessing the main stream and the live timing. We've also got a race timer on there, which is what we want to know, and we're 6 hours, 10 minutes and 42 seconds into this race.
Perfectly stalled there, sir. It was the 696 that was spun at hairpin 1. I think it was Adam Armstrong at the wheel, if I'm going off of my spotter's guide here in the box. There's a yellow flag out that's now gone in. Heading into the D chicane.
Fantastic news has just come into us. Thank you, David, for letting us know that. Joe Patterson, our driver out there, going for the world record for the longest distance travelled in a go-kart in 24 hours. He's not just doing it for a world record, of course, he's doing it for charity. And he's just hit £5,000. That is an absolutely incredible effort. I love this community because it's a community that comes together in times of need, and that is £5,000 raised by Joe and the team for Doddy's journey. Absolutely fantastic. Please keep your donations coming in.
Rethink Racing 2, I was just looking at where he is actually. He's just gone by Rethink Racing 2 in the order, who has actually just been overtaken by their sister car as well. And the reason why is the 104 is in the pits, Andrew, after they've only been out there for around about 25 minutes since they last pitted. So that's an interesting one. And this is a kart that we saw going into the tyre barriers late on around hairpin 1 actually, and it was whilst we had the changeable conditions that I think well, drivers who were going out wide at hairpin 1, if they went on to have a drama, because they were already on the wet line, any drama was going to send them into the wall, and so it did. So I don't know if they're carrying any kind of enduring issue from that contact with the tyre barriers, because it was quite hefty into the tyres that the 104 went. Honolulu Juniors.
We've got a viewer waving to us on the right hand side. Hello to Paul, who says look to the right. We look to the right, and he gave us a little wave.
Lovely
Hope
stuff.
You're enjoying your afternoon and early evening here, Paul. Thank you to postcode Tom as well, who subscribed at DDMM. Love all the charity efforts in this race. Century Sim Evolution are racing for the Lilly Foundation in their first shot at the 24-hour. Full credit to him as well. Race for Ruben also, and yeah, great to see a good number of the Century Sim racing teams back for another year. There we go. Well, there's a straight away. There's a commentator's curse. Bang! How many minutes did that take? 13. I mentioned a team and they got a curb warning.
Yes, and yeah, particular shout out to them. So they're...
I've just realised something as well. I'll let you finish your
They're an Xbox Racing League.
Yeah.
And this is their first kart race together.
Excellent.
I like the ambition there. That's I appreciate that. Fair play to you there, but stop hitting the curbs. With that being said, it's a long way to go yet. You want to try and preserve both yourselves and the kart.
So the last time that there was DDMM involvement in one of these 24-hour races streamed by Alpha Live was a few months ago, down at pretty much the opposite end of the country.
Yes.
At Buckmore Park.
Yes.
This is where I have to make a public service announcement to everybody. We're approaching the witching hour, ladies and gentlemen. I will take bribes, mainly in cake form, for me to not talk about your team, because it was this period of the race that every single time I opened my gob about a team and doing well, or generally giving them some praise, something bad happened. I was getting everyone. Jimmy Broadbent, Steve Brown, the sidemen, the leaders, the not race leaders. I was on a roll. And judging from that, from just mentioning Century Sim Evolution and bang, straight away they get a curb warning, I think it's going to happen again.
Now, how do you play that? Do you put in your rival's name to us to shout out, or do you throw caution to the wind and believe that if you get it shout out twice, it will undo the first shout out?
The polarity.
Full course yellow. Let's talk about that. So full course yellow going out, and I'm wondering why that. That'll be why. We've got a kart at the end of the. In fact, we can just see it from our comms position. This is at the end of the Bob Pope Straight.
Now, all I'm going to say here is that was one of the cars. Don't get me wrong, there's not the only one. I would say probably about half the field were doing it.
I think I know what you're going to say.
I was stood down in the pits when we had that last little rain shower, and it was. This is why I was saying it's really tricky for the drivers to read what the circuit's doing. The number of karts that were getting it wrong on the exit of the D chicane and running over the curb to driver's right. And it's not just that you've got a bit of a nasty curb there, but also the entry back into the circuit isn't particularly pleasant either. And I was thinking, it's like, some of these karts are going to break. And that was one of the karts that I saw having a bit of a moment through there, a couple of moments through there. So I'm not surprised it's broken down.
I'm going to pose some additional questions.
Yep.
How long do we think the fuel tank should have lasted? Because they haven't been in the pits for an hour and 37 minutes, according to my graphic here. And what does the weather do to your fuel economy?
Well, generally it makes it better.
Yes. Yes, but does it mean that people have pushed their luck in a way that means that they can misjudge? This is me pure speculation.
No, I think I will cancel my previous statements. I think you're onto something there. That looks like your classic run out of go juice.
And also, it's at the end of the straight, which is where you're going full throttle, and it's going
to lose the pickup, and etc. etc.
You can't lift and coast down that straight. So.
Quad bike of shame is out. Is that 11? Is that our 11th full course yellow?
It is, yeah. That is our 11th FC. Well, do you know what? We'd gone quite a long time. We had a period of full course yellows breed full course yellows a couple of hours ago. Probably 3 hours ago now, before I came on. But yeah, that is number 11, I believe.
MSJSR in the pits. There are definite spots of rain down there at Rib Bend again. TTM are in. That was really one of the dramatic moments whilst I was down there as we go back to green. I've seen angle grinders out. Angel grinders have fluttered their wings at karts. Such has been the severity of some of the bits of work that have been needed to be done on the karts at this stage of the race. We've not even got halfway yet.
MSJSR in the pits, Andrew.
Yep.
And I wonder if they'll have been a beneficiary of getting at least some of that stop done.
Yeah, a little bit.
During FCY. They were due to make a stop anyway, according to the numbers I've got here in the box. The A66 Clubman Owners entry as well, pitting, as well as the 113 of Core Blimey Racing and the JS Racing, the number 111 in higher karts. Bear in mind that some of the numbers that we're saying, the same number can be represented across hires and owners.
Yep.
So do just bear that in mind when we're saying that. MS Scorchio now shown as past X Racing, not too surprising, being as we've just seen what happened to X Racing.
Joe Patterson on your screens then, the number 24, had a comfort break about half an hour ago. A little bit of care to the kart as well.
seems in good spirits. Had a little chat with his team. They were. Oh, he's not worried about grip there. The rain is concerning them because, of course, when the rain comes out, the pace starts to drop.
Absolutely.
The pace at the moment is not too bad generally across the field as we come back out of that full course yellow.
Well, as we did hear from David as he was going out in his stint at the top of the hour, he did have a decent cushion.
Yes.
I think he needed to have had 2.32 laps in the books, and he had, at that point, I think he had 2.56. So he has a good cushion. He's currently on 271 laps for that one.
As we say, you can donate to Dottie's Journey there. Scan the QR code for the link. GoFundMe with the link there. And we've had a flurry of black flags, have we not?
We have indeed. Dazzle Racing, the 818, the drama continuing for them. The 213 of Red 7 as well. And Honolulu Juniors in the number 85 have been given a black flag as well. Not sure what those are for.
I'm going to speculate that is full course yellow infringements because it's suspiciously grouped together and not too far after a full course yellow.
Yeah, confirmed by the way X Racing were out of fuel, so that's the reason why they came to a stop.
Okay.
So that's the thing, isn't it? You're right, it does generally, it's not the same as driving on the road. Driving on the road in the rain, usually your fuel economy is worsened.
Yeah.
That's because there's speed limits, and you're probably, you're trying to achieve the same speed through standing water and stuff. Here, because the drier it is, the faster you go.
Yeah.
It has the inverse effect of, as you say, the fuel economy is better in the rain because you're going slower, but in the case of X Racing, have they got a fuel line problem, or have they misjudged it too much the other way and gone, okay, well, let's push our luck, it's wet right now, and they just ran out of go juice to get themselves around to the next pit stop. Boom have just gone past Simtech UK. That's for 50th place overall. Boom, that number 65 kart being our highest placed novice hire kart by quite some margin as well, you've got to say. So really good stuff from them. Simtech UK though, don't want to take away from them having a good race. They're still in the top 5 runners within Clubman hire as well. So that's all good stuff for them. We will. It is 2 laps at the moment that Honolulu by Saints have in hand over the Race for Ruben squad. So a really impressive run from the Honolulu effort, Belgian team, to be leading the standings overall within the higher karts. And Race for Ruben, as I say, 2 laps down from then, and it's then about 30 seconds back to SKA Racing, 3rd overall within the hires, and the highest of the pro hire karts. And if you thought that I was risking doing a bottom of the hour update, we're fine, because we'll be doing the owners anyway at the bottom of the hour. So I can talk about the hires as much as I like at the moment. But yeah, good to see what's happening towards the front of that. Red 7 still in the pit lane in that 213 kart, Andrew.
Yep.
X Racing back out, having filled their kart up with the rather important petroleum that will get them round. But either I've lost a sense of time, or my long pit stop sensors are tingling for that Red 7 kart, because it was off schedule as well.
Yep.
Going off of the track time that I have against them here in the box.
I think we just saw the number 96 rolling down into pit lane for what should be a scheduled pit stop.
Another black flag issued, this time to 213 of Core Blimey Racing. So they will be needing to pay. I'm just looking out of our comms position here, and as has not been uncommon at all, massive gaggle of karts there. That fact that David was giving me earlier, that if you take the length of the track and divide it by the number of competitors, or the track time divided, it's a kart on average every 0.8 of a second.
I like that.
Around this lap. So that is quite something that they're having to deal with. No 2 laps will therefore be the same for any of our competitors. Yeah, I love that stat.
Just looking at that shot there, I think we have got a classic Teesside situation. There are some brollies up just to our left. There's clearly some precipitation down at Rib Bend at the moment, because we can see that on the camera. But as I look out here at the top end of the circuit now, I can't really see anything of note falling out of the sky.
Yes, indeed, and this is something that this is something that we spoke about a little earlier, about the size of this track and the fact that it can be raining at one end and dry in the other. It is it's coming to an end though, supposedly, this rain, is it not?
Yeah, and the good news at least is that looking at the radar, there is then clear skies for, well, I would hope, at least a good few hours. There is another band of rain. The rain is moving from our position here from the southeast. There is, the southwest. Get me, because it was SW. I don't like mentioning SW. There's another band of rain that's kind of over Blackpool, just north of Blackpool at the moment. That might go further north than us here in the Middlesbrough and Teesside area. I hope so. Because I think we've had enough rain already in this race. So it looks like this is going to start to get into a period where the track condition is going to be pretty good. I can see a black flag being
yes,
though.
I think that's having to be shown
213.
Either to it is to the 213. We did see a re-showing of the black flag to the Honolulu Juniors as well, who I think hadn't duly reported to the pit lane. There's a yellow out at hairpin 1, and that's because we've got a spinner down there in Hires. It is the number 2, I think, of TYS Racing.
Yep.
And also, is that the
95 and the 96 of the Veterans Racing UK efforts.
Yeah. So that is that the number 2, or is that... See, this is my
7.
annual sight test. It's the number 7 of Century Sim Evolution.
Yep. I thought it was Century, because they tell with the Century Sim karters with their distinctive black and yellow suits, kind of nice mustard yellow that they have. More pit activity. You can see the number 19, the Newmarket Buzz and Hornets, a name I very much appreciate. They're going to be in soon.
Absolutely. I'm not sure we've mentioned that Team Tate Motorsport are back out and circulating that 318. If we hadn't, then they are back out on the circuit. As Honolulu Racing 1, the number 58, come in for one of their stops, and that looks like it was scheduled to me. So they pit from 4th overall within the higher standings and 2nd within the pro higher class. The English Deaf Karting team as well, the EDKT, are pitting as well in the 855 there. So they are taken to the pit lane, but they're running 4th within the elite higher subclass, and they are 7th overall, I believe. No, excuse me, 8th. Why try and call it whilst they're in the pit? They've just gone down a position because Core Blimey have got by. But running well, nonetheless, are the EDK team. And lest we forget to mention our pro hire winners last time out, and actually, yes, I should mention that in a correction to... no, they are showing correctly on the graphic. They chose to go up to the elite subclasses. On the original entry list, at least the one that we had, they were a pro team, so returning to the class that they won last year, but they've elected to take on the challenge of being in the elite subclass, and I like that. That's nice to see them go, no, yeah, give us the challenge. We'll be in amongst the elite subclass. Let's go for it. So that's nice to see.
A couple of questions regards who's in different karts. I can tell you that in the MS Lucas number 42, it's Ryan Cannon in at the moment, and that's not a bad peddler to have at the wheel of a kart, the current KZ2 British champion. He got in probably about half an hour ago. I saw him jump in the cart when it's down there in the paddock.
I must have moved the number 43. I know they're out there. I know they're circulating. It's one of those. There's so many karts out there. I haven't actually locked eyes on the 43 for a while.
They're in the last sector. In fact, I think that's them just coming through hairpin
there, yeah.
for now.
Race leaders siding their way through. Here they come. Just going to have a look at the back of the suit. Give me a moment.
Whilst you're having a look at that, I will tell everybody that BCW Mulsanne Racing, the number 36, are into the pits.
It's Colin Lucas in at the moment, I think, for them.
For the 43?
Yeah. Yep. Blue and white MS suits with yellow, green and navy helmet. The 3-time Teesside Sprint champion. Pace at the moment for Lucas, a 1 minute 15.783 last time around. Gotta say that the pace, and this is one of the good sides of the rain. Tyres will have been subject to a little bit less wear over the course of the late afternoon and early evening here, and it's showing because the pace. Cannon's just stuck a 1:14.841 in. Fastest lap of the race still. Colin Lucas is 1 minute 12.102 all the way back on lap 11.
Now, I've just seen out the comms box window, Andrew, the number 55 in hire karts, which is one of the Honolulu karts, as we'll get to that one in just a second. So, Honolulu Friends by Saints, rain suit on.
Yes.
Difficult calls to make in the changeable conditions we've had. If you don't put a rain suit on, you become a very water-sodden, soggy, unhappy kart driver very quickly in the rain.
Yep.
If you put a rain suit on, you might get a bit toasty towards the end of your stint because you're in a bit of a greenhouse.
Yes.
So tough call to make, but
I would risk it right now. I would say, having looked at the weather forecast, would go. No, I don't. I would.
No, I agree.
I would deal with a little bit of precipitation.
Yes.
Versus sitting in a steam bag.
We are, as you've rightly pointed out to me, though, mate. We are at the bottom of another hour in the 2022 British 24 Hours of Karting. We are due to do a run-through of the owners' classes, and therefore I will bring this up here. It's MS Soko Select, the number 43, leading by 1 minute and 5 seconds because he currently stands over the 133 of TTM2 Rossa Corsa. MS Lucas Racing are next, a further 1 minute 11 back. In fact, that's just gone down to a lap. According to, oh no, that will update in a moment. It is still 1 minute 11. Then it's 8 seconds back to MS Car Shop. But what's interesting to me is the different pit strategies going on here. Just out of the pits recently, and 1 lap behind MS Car Shop in 5th place overall is MS JSR. And then it's just 27 seconds back to the 77 of Offline Motorsport, 6th overall and 2nd within the Pro owner class. Grabex Motorsport, Grabex Pro, the number 8 are then 8 seconds back from them, and they're very close on track. Actually, I'm not sure if we can pick this up. The number 8 of Grabex Pro and the number 3 of Omega Racing, who are battling out there at different points in their stint, but 7th place being contested. So if you sat around the circuit, look out for the number 8 and the 3 battling over that position. 9th place is Nexus Sport in the number 17 kart. They're not too far off the back of that either, just 16 seconds back from them. And then Team Tape Motorsport, we've seen them have a few dramas, seem to have a long stop in the last hour. The 318 rounding out the top 10. There's just been a change of position for 11th place in the race. And for the lead of Clubman owners, actually, it was as I was doing the first bit of this rundown. 303 Racing have got past Grabex Racing, so the 303 ahead of the 88. That is a change on the circuit, and that has they were just a few tenths apart the last time around, so that's another story for us to keep an eye on. They've just gone on to another lap, and the gap's now out to 2 seconds between the 303 and the 88. The 44 of MSDLCR are next. They're a lap back from that battle, but still running well. They're 3rd in the in the Clubman owners class. SMJC 959 are next in 14th place. They're just some 30 seconds back from MSDLCR. And then another 17 seconds back from them is the 881 of Blue Speed Racing. Then we go back another lap to MS Scorcho, running 16th overall and 5th within the owner Clubmans. 10 seconds behind them is the 22 of JDM. And then it's 37 seconds back to the 36 card of Grabex Motorsport. themselves just 9 seconds ahead of the 19th place 113 of Red Graphics. They've had a few issues over the last couple of hours, but they are circulating at the moment, that elite subclass kart. 16 seconds back from them is Harry's Hot Wheels, the number 94, to round out the top 20. And then it's 25 seconds back to the, now with fuel on board, number 10 of X Racing, but we saw them conk out with a lack of the go juice within the last hour. They got recovered back to the pit lane. They're now underway again in 21st place. 2 laps back from them is number 66 of A66, and they're running in 22nd. 23rd is Mad Motorsport, 1 lap back from them in the number 40. Then it's the Red 7 kart, which I think also had some dramas within the last hour, or certainly within the last 2 since we last did an update of this class. 1 lap back from them, the number 213. The 61 of Alessia as well are a further lap back then in 25th place. And then we get to Joe Patterson in that 24 Guinness World Record kart, just 30 seconds off the back of Alessia, actually running well at the moment. 284 laps in the book. Then it is 36 seconds back to the first of the Rethink Racing karts, the 103, and then it's another 34 seconds back from them to Rethink Racing 2. It's been a dramatic couple of hours for Rethink Racing, but hopefully things now running a bit more smoothly for them in 27th and 28th place respectively. Is then 1 lap back to the 58 of DWS Racing, and Reckless Racing in the 916, the distinctive white nose cone with the rest of the kart black, to round out the top 30, albeit they are a little bit, they're working their way through no man's land at this time. They're 7 laps off the back of DWS Racing, but it does mean that them and DWS have finished that psychological boost that comes from getting to the front of the higher karts. So Reckless Racing is the last of the karts of the sort of main pack of owner karts on the timing sheet, working their way up through the higher karts. As I say, it still means they're, you know, potentially a few laps down on the main pack, but it's psychologically a big thing to get through that traffic. TSG Racing is the first, or TSG Karting, the 158 in 32nd place, working their way up through the higher karts, as is Team BPR, the team who have had a very busy week transferring everything onto a brand new chassis that they had to get after discovering cracks in their old one. They're in 34th overall. Prime 57 in 36th overall, working their way up, as are BRM Racing in the number 33. It's then away down to the 529 of Team HWR in 56th place. They are circulating, but they've had a few dramatic moments, not least I've been a bit of a bad omen for them in the comms box. 2 dramatic moments. We saw them collecting the tyres in front of the comms box a couple of hours ago, and we saw them doing a very stylish but not particularly rapid backwards manoeuvre across the start-finish lines in front of us here. And then further down the order, they are circulating, hopefully having a lot of fun out there, but it's been a difficult race for the also having to change chassis team of 818 Dazzle Racing. That's how they line up then in the owner category. That was but the owners of this 96 kart field contesting the 2022 British 24 Hours of Karting here at Teesside Autodrome. There are 17 hours and 22 minutes left on the clock. Myself, Howard Mitchell, and Andrew Mather of Double Dash Motorsport Media currently in the comms position for you here.
All right. Very good stuff. Mechanical flag for BTM, the 033. So that's one of our higher categories. And another team that have been here in previous years. But yeah, they're going to have to come into the pits. We'll try and catch a sight of them and see what that would be. That's the team of Alan Ball, Wayne Trinder, Ryan Townshend, Lewis Munshee, former BUKC driver is Lewis, and Matt George. So the technical defect flag, the meatball flag, out for them. Where are they running at the moment? The 033. There they are, 74th, BTM.
Good spot there.
38 laps off the overall lead.
So that is the 033 of BTM, not the 33 of BRM in the owner kart. Let's get that
That's
one
our
nice
panel
and clear.
collapsed.
Ah, yeah. And they now head into the pit lane to have that dealt with.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that one straight away. On the driver's right-hand side, just in front of them, that looked like it's had a bit of a bump somewhere. Not in the night, because we haven't got to the night yet, and
And this is the period. This is a period of the race, of any 24-hour race, that I really enjoy, Howard. It's you're in that rhythm now. You've got through the first 6 hours. You can start to smell when you're a driver. Not just here, at lots of different places that do 24-hour races. You start to smell barbecues. You start to smell cooking as it's approaching that time of day. What I will say is that the chili smells very good. I will be having that later. But the light just starts to go. Temperatures cool a little bit if it's been a particularly hot day. This is the point at which I feel either this or maybe another hour or so. Once we start to get some really longer shadows, this is when the race starts for me. You've kind of got through that first phase of just survive, just keep it running, don't have any major issues that put you out of contention. Now you can start to think about how you're going to approach the night time, and that point when the pace is really going to rocket up.
Yeah, and for some of these teams, Andrew, who are contesting their first, we mentioned earlier, teams contesting their first kart race together, but in some cases, but first 24-hour race. The psychology of this is a big thing. When you look at the time and you go, a quarter of the race has gone. That's all that's gone, though.
Yeah.
And that it's a real mindset that you've got to get yourself into, as you say. It's kind of like, right, the race kind of starts now. Or you set these little waypoints along the course of the race where you feel that, okay, that's a new, as we've got a spinner, hairpin one, that's the 92 in higher karts. That's being the Stilts Racing kart now.
Oh, that's a long way off. That's the number 18.
That's down at
Badger's Best Racing.
It is Badger's Best Racing. That's a long way off down at Rib Bend.
No, that's at South Bank. I have never seen a kart that far off at South Bank before.
So we saw a kart earlier in the wet have a bit of a heart in the mouth moment where they were trying to do a high line around there and skimmed the grass. But that, I agree with you, mate, is extremely unusual. The driver...
Has that been encouraged?
We did see... I'm going to use the Howard Mitchell buzzword. We did see some gesticulation from the driver as we cut to them there on the camera. Underway again now. No obvious damage to the kart. But, that was an interesting one. Red Graphics are in the pit lane. And again, Andrew, I'm just going to give my timing page a bit of a refresh, but I think that's a little ahead of schedule from what I'd conventionally expect from Red Graphics. And this is a team that we have... Oh, no, excuse me. My apologies. Sorry for the false alarm there. That is exactly on schedule for the 113 of Red Graphics. So good to see them back on their normal pit cycle after they lost a lot of time in the pit lane with steering issues.
Yeah, it was a two-phase problem of sorts as TTM2 Rossa Corsa, the second place overall kart, comes into the pit.
Gravex Pro as well.
Gravex Pro from 6th.
Close battle that they've been having for a number of hours now with Omega Racing.
So when I went and I'd had a chat with Sam Spinale, who we know from the BUKC and various other things, and there's a lot of racing, of course, here now in Pro Kart Endurance competitions. They had Adam Willis, I believe, out in the kart, and it was another one of those where there'd been an incident, not of their fault, not their own making, just one of those bits of racing that had damaged parts of the front axle. They'd come in, repaired that, or had a go at repairing it, thinking, yeah, let's get it back out, and it wasn't good.
Yeah,
it wasn't sufficient to repair to keep the kart competitive, so they brought it in. May seem to some a little bit extreme. As I say, had the angle grinders out and all the rest of it, sparks flying and everything. But thought, no, this is one of those issues where it's actually better to bring it in, do a full repair on it, do it now when you've still got enough time remaining in the race to claw it back. How many laps down are they? They are. Where are they? Disappeared off the screen.
They're a good 20 off of the leaders.
Are they?
Sorry, which car, mate? On this
the 113.
Yes, the one with
11 laps off the overall lead.
11 laps off of the leaders. Sorry, I can maths. There you go.
But that's. It's going to sound strange to those who are probably watching for the first time of this race. That's recoverable.
That is
seen,
very true.
They've got to have a lot happen and they've got to keep pushing themselves. But we have seen teams be in a very strong position going into the night. We pop off for some sleep. We come back 4 or 6 hours later. And they've lost 20 laps.
Yes.
Because something's happened to them. So at the moment, if you read graphics, you've just got to keep pushing along. More pit activity. Offline Motorsport, the 77 are in. Graphics Pro have also been in. That feels like a while. Why am I just getting nervous? JDM are in as well, the number 22.
We'll keep
We're
tabs on
17th place.
We'll keep tabs on that with the Graphics Pro. Them, Amiga Racing, and Offline Motorsport. Actually, I should have mentioned that as well. All of those 3 teams in a really good battle over second in the Pro owner class and 6th place overall. That's been good to watch for the last couple of hours.
Also to note, one of our junior drivers, claiming as one of our own, is in that number 77, Josh Adams.
Yes.
Young driver in the BUKC who did his first bit of endurance racing with our Club 100 endurance team last year.
Indeed.
The year before. 2020 and 2021 kind of blanched into one in my head.
2021, I want to say. I think it was last year. Graphics Pro are back out now, so number 8 back in the way. And that looks like a fairly standard lap time, I would say, for a decent pit stop. So no concerns there. As the 22 of JDM are in the pit lane as well. I think this is a kart who did lose some time in the pit lane a couple of hours ago. It was whilst I was in the box. But I think they lost a few minutes there in the pit lane. Boom, our novice hire leaders, are also in the pit lane as well. They have 275 laps in the books there. In fact, that's a good point. Where are we at? 281 laps for our hire kart leader of Honolulu by Saints.
We could have a pit stop from the number 36 of Grabex Motorsport in a minute. Sam Nash on pit calling duties. Saw him waving a spare nose cone in front of us here. Thank you, Sam. Another one of our DDM Barnstorch drivers.
Indeed, yeah.
In years gone by.
Yep, absolutely.
They've just gained a position actually off JDM, so that's an interesting battle going on there between the 36 and the 22. In the teens at the moment, but that's one of those that teams of relative strength there. I would not be surprised if when we're 8 hours, 12 hours further down the line from here, that those two are still going at it.
You know what, Andrew, you haven't so far in this current stint in the comms box brought too many curses upon people. But I'm not sure you can claim that. I think that is the rain going away from us, because it was definitely a period when I came on a couple of hours ago where it seemed like every lap it was such and such a spun. We've got a spin there out the hairpins. We've got this. This is a relative statement because we're talking about a go-kart race, but it's calmed a little bit.
Yes.
Now in this phase, and that's good because I think there's a lot of teams out there who will want some solid running during this phase. You were talking not too long ago about that. 6 hours in the races. I always think of it this way. I don't know if there are. Obviously there are endurance racing fans in the pit lane, in the paddock area. We're here at an endurance race, but you're a World Endurance Championship event to the race. I always start dividing it by that. It becomes a bit obsessive after a bit. Randomly at the 10-hour mark, I'll say we're a Petit Le Mans in. Yeah, definitely is the 66. This is the higher kart 66. Effort comes in, being a 66 higher, coming for a pit stop.
We need to keep an eye on Mr. Cannon and his pace, because it's good. It really is good. He's closed the gap for the battle for second place down to 1.5 seconds.
Very good point.
As I say, the KZ2 champion on the charge. And just passed, about 20 seconds ago, passed down in front of us here in the comms box. Now up again, past hairpin 1, and yes, he's actually got second place directly ahead of him, coming through hairpin number 2 now, heading up towards South Bank. This has been another good lap for Cannon. It's to the inside of one of the corporate karts in higher, going round South Bank, battle for second place into hairpin number 3.
this has been a sterling effort from Ryan Cannon since he came out onto circuit, what was it, about 45, an hour and 6, a little bit longer than I thought. But here he is trying to fight through the traffic. They've got a couple of karts ahead of him. Some of them are going into the pit lane. Well worked by both drivers there. The TTM2 Rosso Corsa, apologies, I didn't quite catch who's in for the 133 at the moment.
So we've now got it. We're trying to keep up with it here on camera. We're trying to pick this one up. That is not the battle we're talking about. A little bit
further back, I think. There they are. That's them there. Second and third place on the road. Cannon with the black, yellow and red details on his helmet, trying to negotiate the way around the 916. It's the 133 ahead of them, trying to make moves through the field.
No, I think it's David Brown at the wheel.
Yep.
At the moment.
And interestingly, they've got the race leader not too far ahead of them either.
No, a lap ahead, but very much a factor in this battle. Diving by some of the traffic through hairpin number 3. There goes Ryan Cannon.
The other bit that, when I was watching from trackside a little while ago, that was absolutely astonishing, through here, particularly through the D chicane, what you often see with the owners is them going around the outside and knowing that they have the pace and that they have the grip to turn in, sometimes from 3 wide out. In fact, I've just seen one from Josh Adams. Blimey, Josh, that was a big one in the 77. We're talking millimetres here, millimetres between the front and rear bumpers as some of the owners are going past the higher karts.
Yes, and we have seen 1 or 2 moments where it's gone a bit right, but yes, very
yeah,
impressive.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the game really of how close can you get to that point. But there was some moments where I was just having to take a step back. It's like, blimey, the drivers are pushing out there in this race. Meanwhile, let's get back to our battle for second place. 0.8 of a second between them last time across the line. Little check of the fuel tank. Should be fine at this moment for the 42, because it did do a full proper pit stop an hour and 7 minutes ago.
Again, though, Andrew, we did have. I don't think we had enough to affect fuel, to be honest. We did have the rain. We've had rain on in the last hour, to be fair, so maybe there is a bit of a concern that they're playing the fuel economy, as it were, on that one.
Right on now is Cannon. Yeah. That might be a chance coming out of Rib Bend. He's got him. He's got through, so that is a change for second place. MS Lucas Racing and Ryan Cannon through. Compromised entry for the 133 of Rosso Corsa. What we believe is David Brown at the wheel. It's sometimes the thing when it's wet conditions, as there's a couple of spinners. One of them is Julian Cliss, the 24 Hours Race for Diabetes UK kart. They've got going again now. And yes, indeed.
My next question, Andrew, is to look further back at the MS Car Shop kart, because they're not too much further down the road. It's just 3 seconds. The gap back to MS Car Shop in their pursuit now of TTM2 Rosso Corsa. So we need to keep an eye on that, because they're all in roughly the same part of the lap. Admittedly, Soko Select, the race leader, is between them on track. But now look to the number 11, and it's gaining, as I can see, it's really going for it on some of the traffic through the as they come through the D chicane. Just seeing if I can identify who's in that 11. I think I saw a flash of orange on there. I'm gonna try again to identify that one. I think it might be Delahunty at the wheel, but don't quote me on that, he said in a comms box. But that is the next thing to look for, that number 11 catching up to the 133.
Hello, Stu Stretton. Nice, just gave us a little wave. He's hard at work out there on circuit, just going past start finished.
Look at this, Andrew, through the wiggles in front of us here and into hairpin 1, and that is the move. No, that's the 43. There's the move into hairpin 3. We can see it. The number 11 has just gone down the inside of the 133. That is a change for third place of MS Car Shop, going up past Rosso Corsa.
And this is what we've seen from the MS Works teams in previous years. They very much work as a squad, and they hunt the opposition down so well. This just feels like one of those phases of the race at the moment. Got the 318's just ahead. It's the 43, the 11, and the 133 all in close proximity there. And the other astonishing bit is still this pace of Ryan Cannon. He is shot off the front of the field, because for him now, in fact, yeah, this is a very, I'm using the superlatives, of course, the job. This is a really key point of this race, I feel, for MS Lucas Racing. The timing says they're 1 lap. It's actually like 1.9 laps. And what Cannon's trying to do at the moment, he's not just trying to take second place, which he has done, and pull away from it. He's trying to keep that number 42 card from going another lap down.
Yeah.
And stopping the SoCo Select guys having a 2-lap lead outright here.
Yes.
And he's doing that. He is now he's in through that traffic. It'll be interesting to see how the next couple of laps go. Has the number 42 got a bit more pace than the 43 at this stage of the race?
Yeah, it's a really good point. Really good point. You want to try and keep those laps down. I mean, it just puts that pressure on. Is that pressure on the team if, you know, if they have a mechanical, if they have a dodgy stop, it's keeping that pressure applied, and that pressure is there even if you're measuring the gap in laps.
A full course yellow, for example.
Yes.
But it could be the difference between, because sometimes, and I've had this of my own experience around this circuit, if you, I'll say this as delicately as I can, if you end up behind a less experienced higher driver who's not quite as confident under a full course yellow of doing a within control speed,
yes.
i.e. they basically become an unofficial safety car.
Yes.
You could be either side of that. You could be behind them. You can't overtake them. You know, you can't go, well, they're going too slowly, I'm going to ignore the yellow flag and go and do my own speed. No, that's against the rules. But if you're ahead of them, you can gain time. It's one of those natural things of endurance racing when you have full course yellows and safety cars that can happen. It's you kind of run with it, but it can influence sometimes. I think we have seen a bit of that already today. 17 hours and 4 minutes to go here at Teesside Autodrome. You're watching live coverage for the 2022 British 24-hour here on Alpha Live. Do click that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell on commentary duties for you. Together we are Double Dash Motorsport Media at Double Dash MM across the social media networks. Howard, what have you spotted?
I was just going to say that a significant portion. I always look for these bits where everyone's, you know, it's like watching, I don't know, harmonics all coming together. A significant portion of the field are out on track. There's only 3 karts in the pit lane, and those are the 413 of Core Blimey Racing 413. Full throttle racing in the 201, and I don't know if they've been on pit lane for quite a while, Andrew. The 24 Hours for Diabetes UK, the 133, I think, has been in.
Yes, I've seen that out recently though, because I've seen Julian Clist's. Okay. He's got a very distinctive helmet design.
To be honest, I have been a little bit of a. I've been a bit pessimistic before on this stint in comms of pit stop times.
Sorry, Howard, but it's got very close. MS SoCo Select responding here to the pace of MS Lucas Racing.
Yes.
Connor Lucas has closed this gap up to Ryan Cannon. Now is going to be down the inside. This is a move not for position, but to put the lead up to 2 laps.
Coming through hairpin 4, you can see it in this wide shot here on the stream. And they'll come through dogleg now, past this start-finish gantry.
That is a big move. Big move. 2 laps is now the clear distance for MS SoCo Select.
There it is. I'm sorry, I feel I have to point out the exact moment on the stream because there's so many karts in shot. It's fantastic to see. But yeah, as you say, Andrew, a significant point there. The lead gap is now 2 laps that MS SoCo Select have in hand.
Is that a problem for the 318? I think there's a problem there for the 318. It goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, we've seen them have some moments where they've had to spend time in the pits before, but yes, indeed.
Engine's
Motorsport.
gone.
Yeah,
Engine's gone.
Yeah, Tate Motorsport with an engine problem out there, as you say.
It's the right-hand side engine for the driver. He's just waving to another one of the drivers. There's a possible bit of confusion under a 1-corner yellow flag. What else is going on here? There's drivers having discussions halfway on the way to South Bank, and a load of hire karts, confused as why 2 owner karts are going fairly slowly. We're just going to keep our eyes here on the 318, going through hairpin number 3 now and into hairpin number 4.
It is difficult.
There they
to be
are.
fair. If you are in a hire cart and you come upon a
They're getting pushed. They're getting. In fact, that's what it is. That's DWS, the 58. Are they out of fuel? They've been in recently. The 318's obviously going to come in here.
Yeah.
But what I think that was.
Well, they can't be out. They've been out. Well, they could be out of fuel, but if they do, it's by way of a problem with their fuel system.
I think that
they've only been out for half an hour.
A little bit of Apollo stablemate help there from the number 58 of DWS, both of them running Apollo chassis, to go, can you give me a push, please, to make sure that I get into the bay?
It's a good point. I do actually want to correct one thing about the video that we showed an hour ago.
Yeah.
Where we looked at, and I said, oh, this is the Nexus Sport tent. It's the entire Apollo awning is the massive one that I was stood in front of. All of the Apollo karts in that red and white awning in the paddock. Here is the 318 though being pushed around, and will we see that one spending some time in the paddock? I fear we might, given that they've pitted off of schedule. We are...
Change for second again, actually. MS Car Shop have got past MS Lucas Racing now, so the number 11 has got past the 42. What a drive that has been. In terms of fuel time, way too early to be calculating what this means in terms of pit stops. There's a lot of racing to go, but for what it's worth, MS Circuit Select and MS Car Shop do have 17 minutes in hand over MS Lucas Racing in terms of fuel usage.
We are at the top of the hour. I do just want to give an update there for on the Guinness World Record card, that number 24. We would expect, so I'm just going to double check my maths here. 7 hours into the race with 17 left to go. Joe Patterson in that car would need to have 270.7 laps in the book, and he actually has 305, so he has a nice buffer there of nearly 35 laps now for being on course for that world record, and that's crucial for rest time later in the race.
Thank you, Butters. News from the paddock. TTM are preparing and now probably underway with a double engine change. Double engine change for what we imagine is the 318.
Yes.
That was in 10th place. The elite runner, 6 laps down off the overall lead at the moment, is going to go further. That is early. That is really, really early for doing that kind of work.
Yes. Yeah, major piece of work to be doing at the 7 hour mark. Well, at any point really, but as you say, this early on in the race.
And blimey, the right hand side engine change, Butters has timed it 45 seconds.
Wow.
So give it another 45 seconds, they'll have the other side done.
Blimey, yes.
And it's going to cost them, what, a lap and a bit?
That's fun. That is incredible. I mean, and this is the point that we've been trying to make with the piece that we had earlier on down in the paddock as well. It's not just about what's happening out on the track in a race like this. It's massively about the crews in the paddock ready to jump in and support, particularly with these owner karts, of course, although shout out to the Teesside mechanics. As the 42 is into the pits, the MS Lucas Racing car pits from 3rd place, so TTM2 Rossa Corsa will go back into 3rd place in the race. That is
a tad early.
One moment. We have to do a sanity check on our 2 systems in the box.
No, it's fine. 1 hour 22.
There you go. You've got to do that every so often.
Okay.
With this one compared to that timer, and I haven't worked out why, but I have seen that before with this system actually. So more to bear in mind.
More pit activity. MSD-LCR. This is the number 44 kart is in the pits. That's important because that was the kart in 3rd place in Clubman. Joe Patterson is in as well. Again, that's scheduled as well because I remember that MS Lucas Racing were heading out when I was down there. So yeah.
Nexus
Joe Patterson
Sport
as well.
Nexus Sport into the pits as well. That's on schedule for them. Sorry if you've just mentioned that one, mate, but they're in. As are Rethink Racing 1 in the number 103. I'm delighted to say that that's scheduled for them too. So all good and harmonious in the ranks of owner cars. And what that does, Andrew, is that breaks it, because fair play to Brown in that 133 car. He was trying to keep them honest. Having been passed by the MS karts, he was onto the pace and keeping them very honest. So he'd been a bit more effective in picking his way through the traffic of late. Just taking a look down into higher karts and what's happening down in those positions. Quite close between Honolulu Friends by Saints and CSM Racing, the Clubman higher leader, in 43rd position overall. Who else is having a close battle out there? There's always a race going on. How about Simtech UK and BCW Mulsanne Racing? 0.3 of a second last time across the line. The 420 and the 036. That is that, well, BCW Mulsanne, the 036, I want to say, did they have the mechanical flag?
I've had some issues. I'm going to give a shout out to
that was 036.
Simtech Spinala, who are not spinalaing out there. They've just set their personal best team lap time of the race so far, 1 minute 21.328, and running nicely at the moment is the number 12 kart. As the 103 Rethink kart is in with a problem, Howard, if you want to try and see if we can get abreast of that situation. No, Simtech Spinala, they're racing as one of the pros in Hyatt. Those are the ones on the timing screen at home in pink, and they're running in 6th place at the moment in class. Looking pretty good in that cluster of karts from basically the class leaders, Swindon Karting Arena Racing.
The 103
down to the 50s, all covered by about 2 or 3 laps, very close.
Yeah, the 103 was on schedule, so it's not a fuel issue, as we've seen with some of their fellow competitors out there. I think I did curse them, because I think I said the sentence a few months ago of the 103 is in its on schedule, so everything's happy there. Pretty sure that's what I said, so whoops. Commentator's curse is in full. Is in rude health. It is genuinely rude health as well.
Hello to our spotter from last weekend when we were doing 24-hour activities of the iRacing variety. Who's asking this weekend, Howard, are you getting more sleep here than you are at home?
So far, yes.
No, I don't think you need to say any more. Yes.
I am so far. Although, no, you know what? Ask me in the morning, because we'll see. I think the white noise of these kart engines is really going to give me quite a blissful night's sleep when I get a chance to get some sleep. The 555 are pole sitters, as they were in higher kart class. The renowned Vankels are now back out on track, I'm delighted to say.
I just saw as well the 303 race in that distinctive red and black kart. Had just come in the pits. Again, these are all scheduled. These are all karts that came together at around an hour and 23, around an hour and a half ago. Slavek Pishkors has been in the kart for that one and completes that stint. Currently, your clubman leader, of course, in the owner category. So 10th place overall for Slavek. And once again, they've got some very good drivers in that kart again this year.
I don't think we've covered the story actually with that 555 renowned Vankels. So they sheared the left rear hub on their kart, and they're back out. And they lost around about 4.5 minutes there, as we've got a spinner up at the top of the hill.
That's a tricky spot.
Is that the
that's the reverse corkscrew, yeah.
It's Bottas boys. Now the difficulty is, that's wise actually. I think go down to the bottom, go to that piece of tarmac, which David was informing me is there because it used to be a full run through the hill, which is hard to believe the amount of earth that's there, but you can see it clearly on the track map that you would just go straight through and onto the back straight. But they'll have to turn it around there. Will the Bottas boys kart? Steering was the issue on the 103 Rethink kart, and I'm saying that in the past tense because I'm delighted to say they're back out on circuit again now. are the 103, and they've lost about 3 minutes in that repair, Andrew. So little bits and pieces here, but as you say, with so long to go in the race, and we've seen it time and time again that, you know, everyone wakes up at a different point, but you'll wake up at X o'clock in the morning, come into the comms box, and the order will look dramatically different. Such is the nature of these long races here. 303 Racing in the pits at the moment. They are our clubman leaders, we should say. 11th overall in the race. Clubman owner leaders 303 in the pits, and they are back out again, and that was clockwork from them. That looks a brilliant lap time for a lap with a pit stop, but it does mean that the gap right now, this moment, and actually they're fairly on sync with pit stops, so that's a legitimate battle. 5 seconds the gap in clubman class between the 303 Racing squad and the 88 of GrabX Racing. Look out for that one, the 303 and the 88 around the lap, because they're contesting 11th place overall, but more crucially for them, first place in the clubman owners class.
Hello to Gillian, who's asked, can we get a call out, a shout out for Ben Pickard in kart number 29? Yes, you can. For Chadwick Racing, consolidating the progress made by the team after problems early on. They are currently running in 76th position overall, and they are in a battle. They're 20 seconds behind BTM, who are also in their class, higher club. They are 10 seconds ahead of the Steel City Racers. So, yeah, starting to move their way back up through the order are Chadwick Racing. 328 laps completed by our leaders then, MS Soko Select, trying to reclaim their title that they've won so many times before here in the British 24 Hour. Last time was 2 years ago. Currently leading the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship standings. The team of Connor Lucas, Josh Falkus, Paul Wilkins and Charlie Bingham. Bingham moving over from Q Racing last year, part of the driver lineup that won the 2021 edition. Looking good, but they will know, of course, that there is still a very, very long way to go in this race. Thank you for supporting us here on Alpha Live. There is some damage to the 413, which if I'm right in saying is one of the Core Blimey Racing entries. The left-hand side engine cowling was loose there for the 413.
I should say, by the way, the latest that we have on the weather, just noting that there's some clearer patches of sky showing around the circuit. There's still quite a large grey, ominous-looking cloud over the circuit, but there's patches on the periphery of blue sky. At the moment, no rain currently expected for the next, get this as a weather prediction, 3 hours.
Goodness me.
But what that also says to me, Andrew, is the next time that we might see rain might be around about the time that visibility is starting to dwindle as we head into the nighttime running.
Could be, could well be. And we've had editions of this race and editions of the BUKC 24 Hours, which has a number of similarities to this race, particularly for the higher competitions.
Yes.
We have seen rain strike at that part of the race before. Into the pits comes another one of the higher entries.
It's the 969. The Cheshire Cheeses.
Ah, them, yes.
Yes.
In for a stop. Yeah, don't worry about that. That's absolutely fine.
This is the other thing. Aside from the track, the other interesting thing about endurance races is the comms box evolves as well.
It does.
Whilst I'm out of it. And I say that, I'm nearly 3.5 hours into the stint and I'm seeing things I hadn't noticed before in there anyway. Yes, indeed. Into the pits comes Omega Racing, the number 3 kart, which is on schedule by the looks of things to me. So they'll pit in their ongoing battle. I really am fancying this battle. It's nice between them, Offline Motorsport, and GrabX Pro for second in the Pro class. They're all having a roughly similar run. so far, and that's proving to be a nice battle to watch over 6th place. Nexus Sport, an elite kart in the midst of that as well, one of the Apollo chassis karts, the number 17. So that's an interesting part of the pack to watch, Andrew. Some 2 laps down generally off of the top 5 that we've talked about quite a bit of late.
Just had another note from Butters down in the paddock that Joe Patterson's having a bit of TLC, and I think this is a good strategy that they're playing, that it's down there for his previous pit stop, and it wasn't a quick turnaround, but then again it doesn't need to be a quick turnaround. They're keeping him fresh, the team, running that kart.
I think with us talking about, he's going for the record, he needs this number for the record, and he's currently on top, with us saying all of that, it does risk taking away from the fact the man's done 7 hours already.
Yes.
I mean, it's like, that's insane in and of itself. So, yeah, well, he might want some TLC at this point, and as we covered at the top of the hour, he has got a bit of a buffer. I think it was 35 laps we calculated as him having a buffer over what he needs to be on target on. So that's, that's, what is that? A good 40 to 45 minutes that he has over where he needs to be on target for that record, so he can take a bit of time out to have a little bit of R&R before going back out there.
Just looking down towards the bottom of the order, because I want to give some of the stories of those who have not had their finest days through bad luck and other events. I'm kind of going to go from 80th place down to Core Blimey Racing 3. It's been a tough day for a number of the Core Blimey Racing squads, but they're still going out there, and I'll go back to the point that you made earlier, Howard, about how they run things. A lot of experience being gained on there. Century Sim Racing in the same regard. The one I do want to apologise to, because I think I did put them down on my prediction list, and I did say that I would curse people, is probably the renowned Vankles and the 555 were the pole sitters in hire, and now in 92nd place. It's a tough way back from there.
Yeah, it is. But what is we've got the 81 well off there into hairpin 1. This is the Team BPR kart, who, do you know what, had just finished their task of getting themselves up through the hire kart traffic to the point where that may have put them back behind the hire kart leaders on the road. They're back underway again now, but they were off fairly early. Oh, now that's interesting, Andrew. That to me says it got a bit hairy coming out of the wiggles. They maybe got on the grass whilst braking, and it was very early on. It wasn't like what we saw from Rethink Racing 2 earlier on, whereas late round hairpin 1, that was quite early on into the tyres. Hopefully, though, the kart still feels okay.
So I wanted to go back to a point that you touched on earlier, particularly with Century Sim Racing, and how that it's a sim racing community that have come together. This is another example of this, and how increasingly drivers are able to step across, and it's endurance karting that's providing a brilliant platform for them to do just that, stepping from the virtual into the real. Mentioned it earlier, the Buckmore Park 24 Hours that we had on the channel earlier on in the year. We had Jimmy Broadbent on, and he was saying how he was competing in a quite serious team, a quite crack team of drivers, but he had the ambitions, as do many people in the community, of like, you form these communities online with sim racing, you do some racing in that, whether it be in the league, you might form a team and do a big long special event like the one that we did last weekend. I think it is an increasing thing now that platforms like this, affordable racing, as there's the Core Blimey 413 with its loose cowling, that's been going around like that for a few laps. And I think it only serves for the further advancement of the sport and keeping the numbers up. As I say, we've got nearly 100 karts running around here this weekend. It's very good to see.
Yeah, I agree. It's really bringing race fans together, and it's getting them talking about what they can compete in, and it's making, it only takes one person within that group to sort of look across to what's available in the real world, and or full metal racing, as I know you and I like to call the non-sim racing motorsport. But yeah, it's fantastic to see, and I think it is one of those silver linings of the last couple of years within motorsport, certainly how that's come together. I should say the 81 did pit off the back of the contact with the tyres there at hairpin 1, so I'm very sorry to be the bearer of bad news for Team BPR, but just as they'd got to the head of that higher kart traffic, they've had something that I think they're going to have to take a look at the front of that kart.
Problems for Omega Racing. The number 3 was in 8th place, is back in, and that is not scheduled. That is not scheduled. They were only in a short while ago. So our reporters down there in the paddock are on the case. Let's try and find out what's happened there, but that is not good news for the kart that was in 2nd place in the pro category. Those with the red number boards. Just like that, the story changes again to Offline Motorsport now come up to 2nd place in the pro category for owner karts. Gravex Pro go up to 3rd.
I can feel that those teams have been pushing each other along for the last few hours quite a bit. So one wonders if maybe, I say things are taking its toll. Brake problems at this stage in the race is not a good sign. But yeah, there is that. Maple Motorsport 2nd in the Clubman Hires. 45th place overall, are currently in the pit lane. This is the team who finished on the podium in class last year as well. So they have experience of making it on to the podium. They were 3rd in the novices. That was the thing I was just checking there on my notes. So running well at the moment are Maple Motorsport within that Clubman class, but it is a very competitive subclass within an already competitive higher kart field. So CSM Racing in the 181 doing really well within the Clubman ranks, but then in 46th place, it's interesting actually, these classes where you're getting the frenetic battles over 2nd place. So Maple Motorsport currently in the pits, but when they boxed they were 1 minute only ahead of Scenario 77. Then it's 30 seconds back to the Newmarket Hornets. Then it's 13 seconds back to the Boneheads. That is, I mean, those aren't, you know, single-digit seconds, but even so, that's quite a fair old gap amongst those. That's quite a close gap. You know, that's not measurable in laps. That is nice and close between those Clubman hire teams. Indeed, the number 77 has now gone past Maple Motorsport because of the pit stop that kart is having. So they're trading the positions with each pit stop, and it's going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on, as are many of the battles out there at the moment for the rest of the race. So 2 laps as we've covered the gap for the MS Soco Select car, as Andrew was saying, former winners of this event. Still in the pits for Team BPR, still in the pits for Joe Patterson in that Guinness World Record attempt. TSG Karting, I believe, have just gone into the pits as well. So they'll be gaining some fuel, as have Team HWR, which I think, if I just give this a little bit of a refresh, is more or less on target for them in that 529 kart. So I'm not too concerned about that. Simtech Spinala, though, are also in the pit lane. And I think they've been there a little while. I'm going to keep an eye on them in that number 12 kart, because I want to say, Andrew gave them a shout out not too long ago.
Oh no.
I want to say that they have been on for a while, but we'll keep on our eyes on that. I have been a little bit negative about this already in the stint, and pessimistic, and a woe is me. So maybe they'll come out in a moment. We'll keep an eye on that. Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat also in the pit lane.
Yep, that's happened.
Is that confirmed that they're
Left-hand side engine change. It's begun,
yes.
Ladies and gentlemen. It has begun. 22 minutes past 7. The Mather commentator curse in the evening of a 24-hour race is back. nobody is safe until 10 o'clock.
I'm not even safe, and I'm not driving.
Yeah.
So, Simtek Spinala, where were they? Part of the pro class, currently led by SKA Racing in 36th place overall. One of the Honolulu karts, the Honolulu Racing 1 kart, number 58, are a lap down second within that class. And then it's another class where it's quite close for second place. It's only 9 seconds between Honolulu Racing 1 and JS Racing in the triple one. So look out for the 58 and the triple one within higher karts this is.
Have we run through the flurry of updates from Mr. Butterworth? Omega Racing in particular, and what the issue was for them? I've taken from the silence. There's no brakes.
Brakes. We did mention brakes. I think.
Okay.
I think I mentioned it, but in a very matter-of-fact way of like, oh, a brake problem at this stage is unusual. Yes, indeed, it was brakes for the Omega kart. But they are back out again, as we say.
Also seeing from Butters that the 24 Joe Patterson effort is having some work on it. Now, what I will say, when things calm, was a fair amount of work on it on the last stop as well.
Yes.
So I do wonder, because they're not in necessarily a race against other competitors, is this more preventative work as opposed to, oh dear, something has gone quite wrong?
Yes. Yeah, no, that's a good point. But yeah, so sorry, yeah, the Joe Patterson Guinness World Record car is having a bit of work done to it. Race leader in the pits, MS Soco Select are in the pit lane.
But 16 hours and 34 minutes. You can see what my sign's for.
I now can see. Sorry, I've just understood something in the comms box has just twigged for me. I'll leave that one unsaid though on air. MS Soco Select, the race leader in the pit lane. I thought you were raising hand to say that they had a problem. They're back out again anyway. And that's a decent time for a pit stop. It's a very decent time for a pit stop from our race leaders. 2 minutes 12 the lap time with a pit stop, which suggests that they were stationed. Well, they were slowed down by their experience on pit lane for only a minute. That's one of the fastest stops that I've seen so far. Blue Speed Racing as well, I don't think we've covered, are in the pit lane at the moment in the 881. So that is hope is that on schedule for them? Yes, that is on schedule for them. There's a yellow flag out at hairpin 2.
Kart stuck on the back run. Actually, no, I think that kart has gone off on the exit of hairpin 4, but has come so far off to driver's right that the yellow flags had to go out for drivers going from hairpin 2 to South Bank, just to make sure that they don't do anything dramatic to their right. I was having a little look to see. It's one of the higher karts. You can just see them there. You can see the marshal just in the middle to the right, middle of the screen, and to the right a bit. With the well, you can now see the yellow flag out. Full course yellow. Full course yellow has been put out.
Do we have a number 59 kart?
In the hires, I will confirm for you. Are you thinking this could be another
I think that's Century
fuel run out problem? It's Century Sim Racing.
So we're just having confirmed it is Century Sim. So there you go. My eyesight wasn't too bad, but we have gone full course yellow because of that stationary kart of Century Sim. Did you just learn something new about it?
No, just they confirmed that it is the Century Sim Racing kart, their first entry.
Well, it's fine. I can spot that. I'm doing my best Captain Pugwash impression over here with a telescope in the comms
That's
box.
all right. So is David with his leg.
Oh yeah, that's true. Between us, we make a convincing pirate. Reckless Racing are in the pits, and Andrew, Reckless Racing are going to benefit from this. Reduced pace under full course yellow. Blue Speed Racing back out again, by the way, if I hadn't mentioned that. But yes, Omega Racing still in the pit lane. At least they're repairing stuff under a full course yellow now, as the Century Sim kart is being recovered by, I'm going to call it the quad bike of doom. You called it the quad bike of shame.
Oh no! I think I just saw a wheel off.
Oh,
I think I saw the marshal with what distinctly looked like a Kart tyre in his hand. Let's just check this as it goes through now, because we can't see this. Yeah, that's had a wheel go.
Yeah, 3 wheels on my wagon.
That has had a wheel go. I think it might be the rear right. Obviously, they were a bit shrouded from us here in the comms box, because you've got the shrouds around them. In the pits at MSJSR, third in the race.
I think that's a little early, but okay. But perhaps
But
they
you
were
can
in that
understand
region.
why they do it, yeah.
Yeah. As we go back to green, and I think that was an earnest attempt from MSJSR to benefit from that, Andrew, as we get underway to green flag running again. But as you say, different drivers interpret full course yellow differently. Some of them act as little localised safety cars effectively, and that means that things have bunched up a little bit again. Full course yellows can breed full course yellows, so can the drivers now get back into the rhythm of things as the racing gets underway?
Omega back out on circuit, the number 24 Guinness World Record attempt from Joe Patterson also back out on circuit, so that kind of fell into their hands. As was that another car with a problem? 85. That looks like it's running low. The number 85 going through hairpin number 1 now and into hairpin 2. Are my eyes deceiving me, or is that another car that's got problems? That has got handling problems.
I think, is that a left rear puncture?
Could be a left rear puncture.
Honolulu Juniors, this one is the number 85.
Now, if they can keep it going and get it round, they won't bring a full course yellow out. The drivers are going to have to be aware of this.
I mean, it's happened they're on the national loop now. They're just coming out of South Bank and into hairpin 3 now, so it's not too far they've got to go back with it.
I think it's rear left. Rear left, something it's riding down. Now, the difficult bit here is they're going to have to get across the flow of traffic, and they've actually done it. No, they're not quite.
There's a lot of traffic.
Someone needs to let them through. They've done it. Very good driving. Very, very good driving there from the number 85 with some form of failure. Looks like the rear left-hand side of the car has had a problem. They're back in the pits, but that is a big, big shame for them. It's going to lose them positions from where were they?
They were down in...
In fact, you can tell us because you've got a rundown. It's time for a rundown, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I'll tell you as part of the rundown. So, and it's time for a hire kart rundown, so very appropriate. Let's tell you then how they line up. In the hire karts with just under 16 and a half hours to go. Honolulu by Saints then with a very convincing lead, although it's a lap lead that they have, which I think is a reduction. I wonder if that's played out in the pits. Because I think at one point they were up to 2 laps lead. But Honolulu by Saints with a 1 lap lead in 32nd place overall. They are 1 lap ahead of Race for Ruben, who are just 1 second ahead of a owner kart. So I built that up a bit falsely, didn't I? In fact, BRM Racing nearly through working their way up through the hire karts. But Race for Ruben there with 314 laps in the book in the 095. Last year's winners, of course. In hire karts. SKA Racing are 3rd within hire karts and the highest placed of the hire pro karts. They're another lap back, and then it's another lap back to the 058 of Honolulu Racing 1. Sister kart to the hire karts leaders at the moment and 2nd in the pro karts. Then it's JS Racing, the 111. Do you know what? They're only 5 seconds back. That's a nice close battle there for 4th overall in hires, 2nd in hire pro. And then it's 1 lap back to the 113 of Core Blimey Racing. 113. Another lap back sees you get to the 39th overall placed and 4th within higher pro Teesside Tigers. And then it's 10 seconds back from them to another Honolulu car. This one, the number 55 of Honolulu Friends by Saints. A lap back from them is the English Deaf Karting team, the DKT squad, the 855. And then it's 24 seconds back to 43rd place overall and leader in higher clubman, CSM Racing. Who have they lost have CSM Racing lost a lot of time recently, because suddenly their leading club is not very convincing. Not very convincing, not as convincing I should say. It's very convincing. So they've had issues recently and added a little bit of drama there to Hire Kart Pro, because it's now just 51 seconds back to Scenario 77, who are 2nd in that class. 26 seconds then brings you to a close battle on track between ABC Racing, one of the higher pro karts, and Maple Motorsport, 3rd in the higher clubman class. So look out for that one. Newmarket Hornets and the number 9 aren't that much further back as well either. The 5 seconds I spoke about this, they're quite close running in higher clubman going on at the moment. So it's 5 seconds back to them, then 19 seconds back to Garage 29, Graphics to 629. Then you finally get a bit of respite in terms of gaps. 1 lap back to the number 2 of Ties Racing, which is 44 seconds ahead of the 066 A66 higher team, who ran out the top 50 overall in the race, actually. Norfolk Chancers, they're 10 seconds back in the 667, and they are 9 seconds only ahead of the number 200 of Boneheads, a team with a bit of experience doing this race, that one. Then just on a minute back from them is Porsche Sport, the 590, and then it's 32 seconds back from them in Bonato. All of those karts I've just mentioned are in the clubman, so quite a lot of clubmen running in that pack with less than a minute gaps. Really, really competitive class at the moment is that highest clubman. Next, though, 45 seconds back is Boom, the 65, leading higher novices. They have done for a long time in this race. They are 18 seconds ahead of the 78 of Topwith Motorsport, and then it's 4.5 seconds back from them to the 088 of V3 Racing, second in the higher novices at the moment. If you go a minute back from them, you get to the 696 of Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Cheeses. Then it's only half a second back from them to third in the higher novice class, the Newmarket Buzzin' Hornets, running in 60th place overall. Then it's LC Racing in the 143, another one of our novice teams. Very close battle out there actually with BCW Mulsanne Racing. Actually, no, that's not true anymore because there's a few pit stops going on, but Coulda, Woulda, Shoulda is running quite close to LC Racing. Then it's BCW Mulsanne Chicane, and all of that happened just because Coulda, Woulda, Shoulda just made a pit stop whilst I was trying to cover it live. Good Chip are next in the 888, and then it's the 172 of Receding Racing, who are 8 seconds ahead of Badger's Best Racing number 18. Next is Lads Racing, the 75, another one of our novice teams, who are 32 seconds up the road from the 666 of Simtex Super Pink. Then it's Honolulu Juniors in the pits at the moment, as we saw them have that dramatic moment a few moments ago with the left rear hanging down with some kind of issue on the corner of that car. Eatsley Race Repeat are next, and they're quite close on track with Chadwick Racing, less than a second between them on timing last time around. Steel City Racers are next from Chadwick Racing. In fact, they've just gone by. That is a battle on track right now. Look out for that. The 79, the 46 and the 29 really close together, contesting 71st down through 73rd place. Half a minute back from them are Simtech UK, the 420. Then it is the 033 of BTM, another 30 seconds back. A lap back from them is the 777 up Ria Kart. Then it is 52 seconds back to Core Blimey Racing 213. 7 seconds back from them is the 313 of Core Blimey Racing 313. In the top 80, sorry, I've skipped some there. They're moving around on screen. They shouldn't do that. That's just confusing. Core Blimey Racing 213. The Cheshire Cheeses next, then is Core Blimey Racing 313. The top 80 in the race, rounded out by Simtech Spinola. These karts now are the ones who Andrew was giving a shout out to earlier. They've had a few dramas along the way, but very happily still going, I'm happy to say. The 56 of oh, that's an interesting warning that's just come up on the digiflag in front of us. That's not a kart I recognise. It's a 6-digit kart.
I mean, there are a lot of them in the race, but I wasn't expecting to see. Hey, I'll tell you what this is right. This is like my queue position trying to book NFL tickets on Tuesday morning. You are 969,818th in the crew.
It's like looking at my regional ranking on Trackmania. The 56 piston broke kart in 81st. Barp are next in the 130. Then it was the straight through crew with the 999. The 100 of CFK Granada. Core Blimey Racing's 413 effort are in 85th. In 86th is the number 23 of the Optimist, and then it's Century Sim Evolution in the number 7 in 87th. Then it's Century Sim Racing, which is the kart that we just saw getting recovered, having been off to driver's right on the back straight. The 96 of Veterans Motorsport is next with Full Throttle Racing, the 201, the Xbox Sim Racing group coming together for their first race together. They're in 90th place overall. Then it's the Renowned Vankles, our pole sitters in this class, but it really hasn't gone their way. 291 laps in the book for them in 91st place. Then it's Stilts Racing, who we've seen have a few dramas along the way. The Dukes of Stafford are next of the hire kart runners in 94th overall. Bottas boys are some 10 laps off the back of them and then 15 laps down, I'm sorry to report, but doing a sterling effort to try and raise some awareness there. 24 hours for Diabetes UK. So they're still running, they're still pushing with this. That's how they line up in the hire kart within this 96 field contesting the 2022 British 24 Hours of Karting, and I'm delighted to say that the warnings have been cleared up now. Oh, I get it. It was a warning for the 999 and the 969 at the same time. Right, that's what it was. It was not a six-figure kart number. That makes a lot of sense now that I realise that, but that's how they line up anyway in hire kart. Fantastic 61 kart entry in the hire kart. Lovely to see, with now 16 hours and 20 minutes just over of this race to go. Myself, Howard Mitchell, and Andrew Mather of Double Dash Motorsport Media, currently in the comms box. Although just limbering up here in the comms box.
It's all right, Butters, that was off camera.
Is Tom Butterworth, who has re-entered the comms box and will be giving me some respite from the comms soon enough. But I've still got 20 minutes to enjoy from the comms position of this one. There's a contact warning for the 667 of Norfolk N Chance. Norwich. Say that slowly. Yes, yes. Norwich. Indeed.
Driver discipline flag coming out for another. Oh, in fact, it might be.
I think it is the Norfolk Chances. Yes. Rethink Racing, the 104 are in the pits, and I want to say that's on schedule, which is good. This is the kart that a couple of hours ago had contact with the tyre barriers down at hairpin number 1, but seem to have been racing well enough since. Who else is visiting the pits? Porsche Sport, the 590, are in the pits at the moment, and that is also on schedule for them. 1 hour 37 minutes I've got for me. Well, for them even. I haven't been out there for 1 hour and 37 minutes. Their driver has, as they are in the pits in Porsche Sport.
It's been a beautiful moment with the technology that we've got. We've got a little preview of our own comms box stream, which made me aware that were some of my favourite mid-race snackery. It was directly behind me. I didn't even know.
Right.
I've sampled that. So yeah, so it's getting to that stage of the race, I feel, that you are starting to get those warnings racking up.
Yes.
So we've had a period of reasonably solid green running, which is good for the pace, but sometimes means that drivers start getting close to that edge and start making some mistakes out there. I was just going to give a quick check and a shout out to a driver that I have seen around the paddock, and yes indeed is now in the 158 TSG Karting kart. It's the 7 kart chassis, to Amy Breacher, who's done a lot of racing in Club 100, raced through the Class 3s in sprints, has moved up, and I think I'm right in saying this is one of her first 24-hour race. Well, great to see her out there in the TSG Karting entry, and they're currently in 29th place, trying to chase down, or close the gap at the moment of 4 laps to Rethink Racing 2. They've got 11 seconds over Prime 57 behind, who are completing the top 30 at the moment.
X Racing are in the pits, and I want to just make Andrew calm that that's not how long they've actually been out on track. The reason why it suggests that they've been out on track that long is because they were the team who at the end of their last stint, well, they didn't get to the end of their last stint because they ran out of fuel.
Ah, so yes, they haven't crossed the timing peak.
Correct, yes. Indeed. So that is that's why they're shown, but they are in the pits now for a conventional pit stop, I think.
This will not count as a commentator curse because this is based on information I have received. I have just been told that the driver, and I believe it is still Conor Lucas out there, driver in the 43 has been gesturing towards, this is your race leader, to the left-hand side engine. So let's just keep an eye on this. There may be a developing story out there on circuit. Thank you to Butters and David for making us aware of that one. Here is the 43. Now they have had a driver change.
Coming past our comms position, we should be clear. We'll be
Kart
flashing through the shot on
okay
the
there.
screen. Shot on the screen now.
It's Charlie Bingham in for them, with a distinctive checkered pattern on the top of his, or the sides of his helmet.
Just elsewhere, by the way, Team BPR still in the pit lane fixing their issues. This is the team who had to do a full chassis change, bought a new chassis off of MS Lucas a few days ago and had to shift everything across. Still in the pit lane repairing issues with their car. Their first attempt at this event in the owner class for Team BPR, so hopefully they can get back out again soon.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that 43 as it's gone into hairpin 1 there. It's looking quick. They're closing down on the 318 TTM machine. That's not for position, of course. The 9th place car ahead of them is 4 laps off the overall lead. As soon as we know more about that, we will let you know. Holler Juniors have been in and out again. We saw them having that issue earlier on, but they've recovered and are back out on circuit. Still going round on the number 43, the leaders.
I really do want to sort of focus here a little bit on the fact that we do seem to have... There's a bit of a pattern emerging for me. I don't know if it's just my stint I've been in, but second place in most classes is just ridiculously close.
Yes.
For how far into the race we are. Second within the elite class, MS Luke. In fact, second for the race overall. Okay, Rossa Corsa currently running in second place, but they will lower pit stops sooner than anybody else in the top 5. And at that point, MS Lucas Racing, MS Carshot, MS JSR, they'll all move up. MS JSR, bear in mind, were, I think, the team who they gambled as much as anybody on that full course yellow, the last one that we had.
Yeah.
They pitted under that, so that may pay dividends for them. Clubman is actually close for the outright lead. Still look out for the 88 and the 303 if you're out there. In fact, that changed since not a recent change, but Clubman currently being led by Grabex Racing. It was probably half an hour ago when 303 Racing made their pit stop, but still nice and close in that one. And then in where else do we have? Actually, so yes, within the pro ranks, Offline Motorsport still just 23 seconds ahead of Grabex Pro. Within higher kart, the gap is just 5 seconds between Honolulu Racing 1, the 058, and the 111 of JS Racing. And then within Clubman higher, the gap is around 40 seconds between Scenario 77 and Maple Motorsport, who themselves are in a very close battle with Newmarket Hornets. So there's just this thing that second in class seems to be a highly contested position, and we've got these golden runs from people who are out front in some of these classes, and it's going to be really interesting to see if they can hold on to that. You know, and the pressure that can come with that to a certain extent. You know, a lot of the drivers in these squads who are out front in these classes have experience, but you know, you're getting it. You've woken up from maybe some sleep, and it's like, right, get in the car. Okay, how are we doing? Oh, we're leading the class by a lap. Oh, right, I don't want to be the one to stuff that up then. So, I mean, alternatively, it's the best place to be, but I don't know, a bit of superstition can creep into the mind, all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, but interesting pattern.
Pace is fine for the leader. 1 minute 14.236 last time around. In comparison, TTM2 Rosso Corsa did a 1:14.1. MS Lucas Racing did a 1:14.3, and in fact just did another 1:14.3. We've not had any more news from the paddock since we had that suspicion that there may be an issue, but I don't think that is the case now. Prime 57 are in the pits, currently in 31st place. They'll probably stay in 31st place. The last of those in the main group of the runners. Oh dear, as the number 81 has come to a halt. Where is that?
It's hairpin 3. It's hairpin 3, and that will have just come back out after their repairs as well. This is the team.
In my ear that one of the tyres has gone. No, rear left. Oh yeah, no, that's properly gone.
And that's, as I say, that
could be another full course yellow, because I think they're going to have to apply the Q-Boss.
Yeah. And as I say, that is disappointing for them because they just, in fact, we've not even been able to clock how much time they lost in the last pits because that was their outlap, Andrew, after a long stint of repairs.
Now the driver is pushing the karts towards, and I think that is very efficient work by the marshals. We're going to have a little look at it here, and the whole wheel has gone.
I believe it's, I think it's Adam Holloway who's at the wheel of that as well. So he's running alongside the kart there.
Great work by the marshals there. That has avoided another full course yellow. We do have a kart off at hairpin 1 though. Another victim to hairpin 1, and drivers need to be careful about not overtaking under yellow here as they go into hairpin number 1. Driver just trying to get themselves repositioned. Very easy when you're not as experienced to get a little bit flustered here. It's the 201 that is off. I think it's the FTR kart.
Yes, it is.
Has managed to just trying to find a gap there. This is the problem. When you've had a long period of green running, the field's spread out. It is quite tricky to find a spot where you can pull out. And I think the driver is one of those where it's always painful watching it, because what the driver really needs to do is maybe get out the kart and reposition it to give themselves a better run. At the moment, they're trying to do a 90-degree turn onto the circuit on the right-hand side, which there might be an opportunity for them to do it now. No, because there's another bunch of karts coming along as they go into Wiggles, which is the fastest part of the circuit. It's not really an area you want to pull out on a 50-50. They have now got going. Great work again from the marshals.
And the biggest braking zone on the track as well.
Yeah, and it's because of the nature of the corner. If you're charging in, okay, yeah, you back it off a little bit for the yellow flag, but you're very conscious of you don't want to lift off too much because then you could get rear-ended. And it's still it's a part of the circuit where, as we've mentioned before, it's quite tight. You haven't got a lot of room there to suddenly adjust to. Oh dear, a kart's coming on back on the circuit from driver's right.
And I think the eye line of the driver as well was almost perfectly the line, looking directly up the line of the Wiggles, and thus they're not judging the speed of the karts approaching them by side to side. That moved quickly through from one side of my vision to the other. It's just a kart getting bigger, and that's how you're judging the speed. You're like, well, it's getting closer, but have they backed off? I can't really tell. So yeah, it is now recovered though and underway again. So good job there from the driver of the 201. Unfortunately, a lot of time is lost there, but better safe than sorry, because you would not want to be collected by a kart in that part of the track. The A66 kart is in. That's from Clubman Owners, not to be confused with the 066 higher kart, the A66 higher kart. Simtek Spinal is still in the pit lane, I'm afraid. Full Throttle Racing, the 201, now in the pits after recovering from that spin, and Team BPR we just saw with that issue with the tyre.
Have we found out, is the Full Throttle Racing team, maybe this is a job for Butters and David down there.
Not.
It is. They're not?
They're not.
Oh.
They're an Xbox racing team.
Oh, okay. To let the viewers and the listeners in on what on earth we're on about here. Full Throttle Raceway in Hales Owen.
In Stourbridge.
Sorry, in Stourbridge. Oh dear. Yeah, I got the look then. It's arguably the origin spot of DDMM.
Yeah, you could argue that.
In a racing capacity.
Yeah.
Both of us did our first bits of karting there. Oh dear, and contact and a near spin in the middle of the D chicane between a higher kart and an owner kart there. That got a little bit spicy.
Warning flag's just been shown to the A66 team as well, and that's fresh out the pits for them.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're still in the pits. No, hang on. Timing is showing me that 10 minutes ago they got a warning flag. I've just seen a driver warning flag, a new one outside the window, but I don't think it's come on timing yet.
Alex Holloway asks about Team BPR. We've just seen that is the kart that we just saw have a wheel off rear left.
If you're just tuning in on that one, Alex, BPR lost a lot of time in the pits trying to repair the kart during the last half an hour. In fact, I'm just going to check their lap time to try and work how much time. And then on their out lap, as far as we understand it, so they lost. Sorry, it wasn't quite their out lap. They lost basically 25 minutes in the pits to repairs, and then on one of their first laps back out again, Adam Holloway in the kart, tyre issue. So Alex therefore asking about the team of his brother. Whilst his brother was in the kart, tyre issue coming into hairpin 3, and but it didn't cause a full course yellow. They were able to push it back, essentially from hairpin 3, missing out hairpin 4 and dogleg, and just pushing it into the pits. But that's now having further repairs done. So it's been a bit of a trial the last half hour in particular for the BPR team, making their owner's debut, but hopefully they can get that car fixed up, because they were making cracking progress up through the highs. They'd almost, as I say, achieved that psychological waypoint of working their way up through all the highs to be on the timesheet with all the other owner cars, and unfortunately that's when the problems hit them. So I don't know what caused that initial issue that lost them 25 minutes, but unfortunately losing a little bit more time now in the pits, trying to fix the outcome of that tyre issue. Third in Higher Pro, the 111 of JS Racing are in, Andrew. That's in amongst a fairly close battle within that class, and that is on schedule for them.
More news from the pits. The A66 owner entry, it was damaged hub and a puncture for them that brought them into the pits. They are now back out on circuit, and the owner black flag for kart number 213, this is the red 77 crew, was for contact on a higher kart when overtaking. So that's the news on those. In fact, is that a new black flag? Can't remember seeing a black coming up for the 213. Contact for the 420. That's Simtech UK. As we're approaching the end of the 8th hour, we will be a third of the way through this race. You can join the commentary at @MM across the social media networks. Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell in the box for you here on your Alpha live stream and on our motley little comms box camera as well on the DDMM YouTube channel here at Teesside Autodrome, the British 24-hour 2022. Tom Butterworth will be back on the mics in a few minutes. He's just walked back into the comms box.
I think he's just been hit by the wall of heat.
Yeah, I had that a couple of hours ago. You get used to it, don't worry.
I keep meaning to ask director Adam behind me, is this some novel cooling technique that you've gone for with the computer that's running the stream?
Just take the side of it off.
Just take the side of the computer case off to try and keep it cool. I noticed that earlier, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I've also been there whilst trying to run my computer during a sim race before. I've had the top off of it before. But yes, it is rather warm in this comms box.
It is. Hello, am I on?
You are Mr. Butters.
Oh, good. Right. There's obviously an issue because we can only have 2 headsets plugged in at once. So I've taken an ear off so I can hear you actually speak without hearing you in my headphones. But I'm here now, so I thought I might as well just come in anyway. We'll have triple commentary. The triple threat.
When you say we have an issue, in fairness, we haven't plugged anything in to give you that.
Oh, okay. Well, let's not worry about it.
Let's not worry about it.
We're okay. I can hear you.
I'll bellow.
So it's been a bit of fun for the last 4 hours.
Just a bit.
I went and had a disco nap in the car.
I'd say it was an interesting. So with the weather made the first 2 hours of my comm stint quite dramatic. We had a bit of contact. We had plenty of spins, plenty of action in that rain, and whilst the track was drying, and then we've had the passes on track. Rossa Corso owe us a stop soon, but the MS karts of Lucas Racing and the MS Car Shop car making it an MS 123 at one point. That was the drama then. And then it's calmed down, he said. It's calmed down a bit since it's dried up since the rain. The odd incident here and there, but I really do feel like the race has got that sense of people getting into that rhythm now of we've made well over quarter distance at this point. We're coming up to a third distance, of course, but trying to get settled into that rhythm that will take them through the evening.
Well, even the pace has dropped off by a good 2 seconds, hasn't it? And it's bone dry out there now. I mean, it's quite cool out there, walking through the door on here is like when you step off the plane on holiday. It is so hot.
It is very
in this commentary box. But yeah, it's in terms of on-track action. Yes, it's calmed down a bit. They're not 2 and 3 abreast. As I say that, and they go 3 wide into hairpin 4.
I was going to say, yeah.
You know, it is starting to calm down a bit. People are starting to get into a rhythm, especially in terms of pace. Most of the drivers now will be on, will have already done at least a stint. If not, everybody's already done a stint. Some drivers might even be on 2nd and 3rd stints, even in terms of rotation.
Yeah.
You know, so depending on how many drivers they've got in the team. So, yeah, I was like, well, I'm stood at the side of the commentary box. I might as well just come in and say hello since I'm take it back over again. And I see we've broken the Haribo out already.
Oh, yeah, I've gone for it.
It was him. Me.
I'll do a public service address right now. If you want to get your name mentioned on the stream, we accept any form of bribery, cash, sweets,
cake.
You know, you name it. Cash, cars,
folks are going to get sick of me
gold,
saying it. we
pirate juice.
Particularly at the moment, Butters, because the witching hour has begun. My commentary curse is in full flow.
Okay.
And based on the last one of these that we did on Alpha Live, a 24-hour race, it's particularly potent as the sun goes down.
Yeah. Yes.
There is the stop.
It definitely is. We've got Rosso Corsa in, as you say, Howard. Sorry, it's because I can't hear you in my ears. So Rosso Corsa are in, but they'd only been out, well, an hour and 15 minutes on the timing. So that actually has just corrected itself. It was showing an hour and 10, but it's just corrected itself. An hour and 15. So that's a scheduled stop for Rosso Corsa. We still had Charlie Bingham going around pointing at the left engine. So.
Yeah.
He's only been out now half an hour, so he wasn't out long before he started pointing at that engine.
There's no signs of a detriment to his pace, though. So it's an interesting one. I don't know if he's just being so tuned into the car, I don't know, and just going, this one's a bit off, lads. Maybe take a look.
Yeah,
when we're
next time we're coming in,
rather than, oh my goodness me, what's happening. I will say one thing, though. One form of bribery you can't get me with this weekend. You can't bribe me with seat time. I'm afraid the dad bod means I am in no way, shape.
Oh well, you fit in very well in this commentary box, then definitely. We're all in that state, and that's why we're not out there right now when we're in this box doing commentary. But the point is that we're here.
Yes.
This is the important thing, because we wouldn't miss this event for the world. We say it every year. For me, this is the #1 event on the calendar. It's the one that I look forward to by far the most, because it's just a great social event as well as it is a sporting event.
Yeah.
It's great to see everybody. There are faces and names and people here that I speak to while I'm here every time I pass them in the paddock.
Yeah.
But then I don't speak to them again for the rest of the year. Maybe the odd message on Messenger.
It is a weird social
like
cadence that you get with this event. It's brilliant. I've seen people like, oh my gosh, because I didn't do last year's, it's like, I haven't seen you for 2 years. It's brilliant.
Yeah, exactly.
I will...
And yet it's like you're greeting old friends, isn't it?
Yes.
It's longer, actually, if we consider that the one 2 years ago, we had a big sign on the door that said, if thou, team member, do not cross this threshold.
That's very true, actually. We were with certain restrictions
away.
Certain restrictions in place, so it's great to have that social side to it again. I believe I'm coming to the end of my stint. What I will just do is give you a bit of an update on the record attempt. I'm keeping a track of this. As we go full course yellow, so whilst we're just working out the course for that, full course yellow number
13,
unlucky for some. Will some benefit from it though in the pit? 309.3 laps you would need to be on for the record at the moment, and Joe Patterson is on 334. So we spoke a little bit in the last hour of he's on the pit lane, he's having some work done on the kart, and that might cause concern. He's still comfortably got a buffer above where he needs to be. Yes, a slightly reduced one to where it was an hour ago, but still looking good at the moment for that record. And on that note, I will hand over formally to Mr. Butterworth in the box, leave you in his very capable hands alongside Andrew Mather. If you would like to join me in the early hours, bit of a nighttime broadcast that I've got ahead of me yet, but I will, for now, leave you in the very capable hands of Andrew and Tom.
Thank you, mate. Another stint by Mr. Mitchell, brilliantly achieved and completed, just like his efforts last week in the big BMW. The number 94 is in for a full course yellow pit stop. Now, have they timed this well? This is, I think a lot of teams got burnt by this on the very first full course yellow that we had, and we're not necessarily seeing the flurry of karts coming into the pits that it may normally would. It's still fresh in the memory how many karts, 5 or 6 were held up in the pits. The 130 is on down the pit lane as well. Still under full course yellow. So the 130 being Brap. Team of Alex Prentice, Joe Shuttleworth, Richard Steele, Peter Padden, Sam McGowan and Martin Burns. Half decent going down now. I think, is there anybody else who would like to get some fuel in at this stage? The 19 would, and Sean David down the lane there to go and get some fuel for the Newmarket Buzzin' Hornets. The number 58 DWS Kart is down pit lane as well. That one might be cutting it a little bit fine. Team who finished last year in 3rd in the Owner Pro category. Not quite sure what the cause of this full course yellow is at the moment. I've not seen the quad bike out yet, so it might be that it's down the far end of the circuit.
Could well be.
Could well be.
Could well be. We've got in the pits taking advantage of this full course yellow. We've got Grabex Pro, Harry's Hot Wheels, DWS and Honolulu 1, who are currently sitting 2nd in Higher Pro, although they have just triggered the timing line, so they're back out now. Team Tate have now overtaken Grabex for 8th on the road, while Grabex Pro has their pit stop. So Team Tate recovering once again, still 4 laps off the pace here with off the pace of MS Soko Select, but we could well see them start to ease back towards the front once again. MS Lucas now in 2nd place, 2 laps down, or showing us 2 laps down, but they have also been on the recovery from an early unscheduled stop, contact warning in the first hour that resulted in a black flag penalty. They have been in. Rosso Corsa back out and circulating now. Wow, with MS Car Shop right on their bumper. They are line astern for the overall podium position, the final overall podium position. MS Car Shop right behind Rosso Corsa, so we'll see if we can pick them up on circuit.
Back to green.
As we go back to green, as Andrew rightly calls, and I'll keep my eye out for where Car Shop and Rosso Corsa are. In fact, is that them there? No, that's the 42 coming into hairpin 1. There they are. Now they're coming into hairpin 1. And through hairpin 1 now and into hairpin 2, they are line astern. There's a higher cut between them now. So Rosso Corsa making a break for it. I'm not sure who's back out there now. I think it might be Asher Blythe again, who's putting in a shift.
Miles Murphy in for the 113. I had a chat with Miles' mum earlier. He's been chomping at the bit to get into So I got my 113 and my 133 confused. Apologies. But